Oh man, take a dump. Come on, you. Come on, you gotta take a shit. Nolan Arba. I know who that is. I think I was from Alex. But whatever. Oh man, I gotta go to the bathroom. Hardcore. Oh baby. Come on. Oh man. Oh man, I gotta pee. Oh, ow, ow, my god. I have to take such a piss. I'm leaking. Like a fucking bucket. With another bucket. Oh man. Oh, ow, my god. Oh my god. Ow, my god. Ow, my god. Oh my god. What is that? Creating a live broadcast. Please wait. Why is this taking so long? There you go. Oh,
You're saying what your neurons are doing, but concept down to a small number of symbols, say syllables, speaking, or keystrokes, whatever it may be. So that's a lot of what your brain computation is. There is an argument that that's actually a healthy thing to do or helpful thing to do, because as you try to compress complex concepts to passport, will what is potential as opposed to plot. So in the process of compression, you just slow things down to what matters the most, because you can only fit. But it's perhaps helpful. We might only get if our data rate increases, highly probable it will become far more composed. Like your computers had like my first computer gave brand. You really thought about every byte, and now you got computers with many gigabytes of it. So if you want to do an iPhone app that says the world is probably several megabytes minimum, much fluff. But nonetheless, we still prefer to have a computer with more memory and more compute. The long-term aspiration of Neuralink is to improve the AI humans by increasing the bandwidth of communication. Because even in the most benign scenario of AI, you have to consider that the AI is simply going to get bored waiting for you to spit out a few words. I mean, if the AI can communicate at terabits per second, communicating at like going to a tree.
Well, here's a question for a super intelligent.
I think there is an argument for humans as a source of will. Well, yeah. Well, perfect. So if you put the human mind as being essentially just a primitive, like element, basically even like reptile, and cortex, thinking, planning part. Now the cortex is much smarter than that, and yet it's largely in service trying to make them happy. I mean, the sheer amount of compute that's gone into people trying to get laid, without actually procreation, not just literally trying to do full motion. And they get a kick out of it. So, which in the abstract, rather absurd motion, just sex, the cortex is putting a massive amount of compute trying to figure out how to do that.
So like 90% of the community, but I'm trying to get
like a massive lot of it. Yeah. There's no purpose to most sex except it's just joy or whatever. So now once in a while it's procreation, but for humans it's modern human recreation. So the cortex, much smarter than the other, is trying to make it happy because that's up. So or quantum DC food or whatever. Then that's augmented by a tertiary system, which is phone, your laptop, iPad, whatever stuff. That's your tertiary layer. You're actually already a cyborg. You have this tertiary compute layer, which is in the form of your computer with all the applications, your compute devices. And so the getting laid front is actually a massive amount of digital compute also trying to, with like, whatever.
Yeah. Must have built also participating.
Yeah. I mean, there's like compute going digital.
Yeah. What if AGI was so happy?
As we
merge with AI, it's just going to expand the compute that we use.
Pretty much. Right? Well, it's one of the things. Yeah. But what I'm saying is like that. Yes, like question, what's the meaning of life? Why do anything? So if our simple limbic system provides that then goes to our cortex, that then goes to our tertiary compute layer, then might actually be that the AI scenarios that we're trying to make the happen.
It seems like not just there's a lot of interesting things there. Also on power.
Limbic too.
Then we also want to, in a kind of cooperative way, alleviate the world.
Not everyone does, but yeah, sure. Some people do.
As a humans, when we get together, we start to have this collective intelligence that is more complex in will be underlying
Yeah. There are these really cerebral, higher level goals. I mean, for me, it's like what's the meaning of life? Understanding the nature of human life is great interest to me. And hopefully through AI. That's makes AI rock and
maybe people when you're like yeah,
they're not. There's something basic neurological issues that people have. Neurons, as it is fundamental neuron damage in the brain itself. Um, a second product of blind sight, which blind with object that can't see, built directly trigger. Just something basic. Very. This kind of a basic, but literacy over the rest. You have never word actually get target. So I think there's maybe some things to worry about in the future. But neurological. Like people have essentially complete or near complete loss from brain to body. Incredibly profound. Could get as fast as faster. And that's possible. Probably likely.
there's a kind of track of medical and non-medical. Everything we talked about could be applied to people on this table.
A bunch of
Whatever the future may hold
do is to sort of solving
in the
basic damage issue. There's no risk.
I want to do it for the rest of my life. I want to do it for the rest of my life. I want to do it for the rest of my life.
body, communication, iterate, we're in there.
Things for vision, as you for vision could be aspect of that.
Yeah, vision, vision, look at there's a neuron there and trigger. You do think adjust the field and down neurons, not just take that because adjust the field between and do their in order to get say 10,000 having a megapixel and then over time get to high resolution.
There will be mass. I just recently oh yeah.
Well, I guess technically yeah. But yeah, wait, I can do much about it.
I am not. I'm not.
Well, what are you supposed to do?
It was
Money. I mean, you're in the jungle. Right?
so jungle back. That's the way to do it.
Things are getting pretty wild.
Yeah.
I mean,
An extremely high dose.
don't go. I get an anaconda.
You haven't lived on these levels of anaconda. Sorry.
I didn't know.
Yeah, it was, I took extremely high dose.
Okay.
9 cups.
Damn. Okay, that's not a lot.
One or two, but I did one.
Wait. Right off the bat, or do you work your way up?
So across 2 days, then the first day I took 2, and I ride with like a ride it was like a little because dragging all kind of stuff. But
You went to Pluto, I think.
yeah, no, deep space. Deep. But one of the interesting aspects of my experience, that was I thought I would have some.
That's what everyone says. That what everyone says? Yeah, exactly.
No, all positive. I just so full.
True soul.
I don't think so. But I kept thinking about that extremely high resolution thoughts about the people I know in my life, even there, and not from my relationship with that person, just as the person themselves, I had gratitude they are. I was just like this exploration, like like whatever you get to watch them. I got to watch all how amazing they are. Yeah, it's great. I was waiting for it.
When's the game coming?
Exactly. They'll have some negative thoughts. Nothing. I gratitude for them, and also a lot of space travel.
Space travel to where?
So here's what it was. It was people beings that I know. They have this kind of, best way to describe it is close. Okay. And then I kept flying out from them, Earth, their solar system, our galaxy, and I saw that light, that glow, like that, whatever that form is, whatever that. I saw like galactic, all glowing. But I couldn't control the show because I was actually exploring near this bullshit, aliens or any of that kind of stuff. I didn't know that there were aliens. Indication of aliens because they were glowing. They were glowing in the same way that humans are glowing. That like light force. That the thing that made humans amazing was there throughout the glowing stuff. It made me feel like no, not like something, whatever made you know, look to the demons. There were dragons and they're pretty awesome. The thing about trees. Is there anything scary? But they weren't scary. They were protected. The thing is, no, it was more like Game of Thrones. They weren't very friendly. They were very big. The thing is, giant at night is where I was. Yeah. They were all like, they didn't scare you. Like they were protected. And they shaman, they just maybe not even like the worlds apart in many ways. Uh, but yeah, there was nothing. They talk about the forest protecting you. That's what I felt like. You're way out there. No, not like forest. There's not a Amazon. Me and this guy named Paul Rose basically is Tarzan. He went out deep. Yeah. So anyway, can I get that thing? I guess that is not a lot.
Yeah, listen to this concert again. It was fucking amazing.
Yeah. That your entire from your own. That's at least what we have. So, I mean, you could trigger right now, and you could trigger and make things glow. Pretty much anything. I mean, really, you think of the brain as a biological system. They elements of that here that are. If you've had a stroke, that means that some part of your brain is down. Let's say it's speech generation, the ability to do that hand. That's the kind of thing that a Neuralink could solve. If it's if you've got like a massive amount of memory loss that's just gone, we can't get the memories back. We could restore your ability to take memory. We can't, restore memories that are fully gone. Now I should say, if maybe if part of the memory is there, and access to the memory is the part that's broken, then we could re-enable the part access. So you can think of like RAM. RAM is destroyed, SD card is destroyed. If it's physical with AI, you can repair photographs and fill in that missing parts of photographs. You do the same.
Yeah, you could say like create a probable set of memories based on the full information you have. But you could then there was probable restoration. So we're getting pretty esoteric.
That is one of the beautiful aspects of the human experience, memories. Like we live most of our life in common talk about our memories, not the actual just like the memories and kind of relive them in our head. And there's a good time. If you just integrate over our entire life, it's memories, sure. It's producing a large amount of happiness.
Yeah, well, I mean, what are we? What is that? Loss of memory, loss of information. If you could say, well, if you could be if you were disintegrated painfully, reintegrate, provided there's no information loss, the fact that one body was disintegrated,
Memory is a huge part.
this is fundamentally the loss of
For them, as quickly as possible, basically achieve a kind of. We've talked about threats, safety concerns of AI. In your in your view, the best current approach we have for AI safety.
It's an idea that may help with you know, I wouldn't want to kind of see that's a sure thing. But many years ago, what what would inhibit alignment of human collective in the world with artificial intelligence? The data rate, especially our slow output, necessarily because the communication is so slow, diminish the links between computers. The more you're a tree, the less tree is. Like, let's say you go to a tree, plant, whatever. Hey, I'd really like to make that plant. You know?
The more we increase the data rate that human intake and output, the higher the chance we have of multiple AGIs.
Better line like AI if the output rate especially dramatically. Because there's potential to increase the output rate by 3, maybe 6, maybe more.
And that output rate, like using the number of electrodes, number of channels, and all, might be multiple links.
Yeah.
You think there will be a world in the next couple of decades where hundreds of millions of people have knowledge?
Yeah.
People capability to talk in the state demonstrate.
Yeah, it's extremely safe. And you have superhuman ability. And let's say you can upload your memories. So you wouldn't lose memories. Then I think probably less people. If we supersede the big problem that a phone has is trying to figure out what you want. So that's why you've got autocomplete. You've got output, which is effectively humans. The output, desktop or phone, is desperately just trying to know what you want. And there's a tendency between every keystroke.
Yeah.
So
the computer is talking to the tree.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So if your computer is doing trillions of instructions per second, and whole second will fly.
exciting and scary because you can, once you have a very high bit rate, it's very hard to.
Yeah, would be something interesting I will. I mean, we're also talking about, by the way, like around. That's what you transact. Maybe this is people part of it. 15 years.
When can I get? And you're
Probably that's what you want to do.
get like thousands, yes, and it's I can interact with the computer while laying back and eating. Certain aspects of human computer interaction done more efficiently, more enjoyably, are like worth it.
Well, I'm pretty confident that I think maybe with year or two, one with Neuralink will be able to outperform a gamer. The reaction time would be high.
I got to visit Memphis.
Yeah, yeah.
You go down computer.
Yeah.
You also tend to play too much at all. So
Yeah.
when
Hey, that means training. The rate of faster than anyone else. Your AI request.
so how can Grok phase 3 that might be available next year?
Lucky.
How can that the best LLM, best AI available? How much of it is compute? How much of it is data? How much of it is training? How much of it is product that you package up?
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's sort of like saying what matters more, the car or the driver. They both matter. The car is not fast. It's like the car better is the driver will do. If it's twice the horsepower, then probably even mediocre. Training computers can be the engine. It's more part of the engine. So you want to try to do how efficiently you use the training compute and how efficiently you use the obviously that comes down to human talent and what unique access to data do you have. There's a
Twitter,
yeah. I think AI is pretty strict. I don't think that they on a basis what's useful is the fact that the options that's they talk to the straight an immediacy advantage that I think they cars like tens of millions of cars there might be hundreds of millions of dollars and try to not that's the ultimate is reality reality scales to reality. It's actually little data actually been able to really easy to say how many trillions of human generated where on a non-duplicative like counting spam repetitive stuff. It's not a huge number now.
and also so the Tesla cars can have to stand operators are like get more reality off the road.
Yeah, right. I mean, the cup is pick up the cup and see, pick up the cup and
robot. That.
And as far as the whole capacity for is about 100 million a year. It could be higher, just that the demand is here. And then there's roughly 2 million vehicles that are in use, which makes sense. Like the lack of vehicles about 20 years. Maybe you can have 100 now for human utility is greater, so I guess the human robots are like at a million plus per year.
Like, so you came along and started thought to be the problem.
Well, I think it is. So walk in the walk. I mean, apparently struggles have walk in the walk. They can walk in a park, but it will be able to walk over a wide range
and pick up objects.
Yeah. It can already do that.
But like all kinds of objects.
Yeah.
Pouring water in a cup. Not true. You don't know anything about these containers.
Yeah, there's going to be an immense amount of engineering just going into the hand. The hand might be close to half of the engineering in Optimus. From an electromechanical standpoint, the hand is probably roughly half of it.
How much is intelligence? How much intelligence goes into what we do with our hands?
Yeah.
Manipulation of the world, manipulation of objects. Intelligence, manipulation of objects.
Yeah. I mean, you really think about how it works. The sensory control pretty much humongous. So, like your hands actuate the muscles of your hand almost overwhelmingly in your forearm. Your forearm has the muscles that actually control your hand. There's a few small muscles in the hand itself. Your hand is really and the muscles that control your fingers are in your forearm. They go through the carpal tunnel, which is the tiny tunnel, tendons, and are what actually what moves.
Something like the tendons has to be.
Yeah, so they fix the try putting the actual having and then they actually have enough to and strength. So that's why you got actually operate them. And there's also a reason for not having all fingers. So it wouldn't be expensive from an energy or evolutionary standpoint to have all fingers the same length. So why? Because it's actually better to have different. Dexterity is better. There are more things you can do, and your dexterity is actually better if your fingers are different. Like there's a reason for that. Like why not have little fingers? It helps you with fine motor. It helps. It does. If you lost your little finger, you have mostly less dexterity.
As you're figuring out this problem, you also figure out a way to mass manufacture.
The best possible part is quite a high bar. If you want to have a humanoid robot that can do things that humans do, actually it's a very high bar. So our new has 22 degrees of freedom, 11, and has the actuators. And these will be actuators from scratch. Physics principles. The sensors are from scratch. And we'll continue to put engineering and by hand, the entire forearm elbow is really
takes what I saw in that this intense drive towards applying understanding the process, constantly iterating it.
Well, it's easy to say simplify it. Very difficult to do it. You know, this very basic first principles algorithm that I run kind of as like a mantra, which is the questions and requirements, make the requirements based on requirements always done to some degree. Slow by reducing the number of requirements. No matter how smart companies are giving you those requirements, it's still done to some degree. You have to start there because otherwise you could get over again the question. So try to make the question as strong as possible. That's what question the requirement. And the second thing is try to delete the method, the part or the process. Sounds very obvious, but people often forget to try to do it entirely. And if you're not put back at least 10% of what you do, like somewhat illogically, people often, most of the time, feel as though if they have not put back in, but actually they have things in there. So, and only the third thing is try to optimize it, simplify it. Sounds very, very obvious, but I made these mistakes more than I ever remember. That's why I have this mantra. So, in fact, I'd say the most common mistake of smart engineers is to optimize the thing.
That you run the algorithm.
Yeah.
Basically, show up to the problem, show up to the cluster and see the process and ask.
Yeah, first try to delete it.
Yeah, that's not easy to do.
No, and actually, there's what generally makes it fun easy is that you've got to delete at least some of the things that you delete or put back in. But go back to where Sarah's wrong, that tend to remember starting level thing when we deleted something. That one time they forgot to put in thing 2 years ago, and that caused trouble. And so they overcorrect, and then they put stuff in there. You actually have to delete more than we should. Putting at least more than 10 things we're going to add back.
And I've seen you suggest that should be
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I told them in advance, like, yeah, there's things that we delete, we're going to put back in. And that, people get a little shocked by that. It makes sense. You're so conservative as to never have to put anything back in. You obviously have a lot of stuff. So you got to overcorrect. This is what I would say. Like a cortical override.
right.
Yeah. And there's like a test score as well, which is any given thing can be set up. How fast do you think it can be done? Like whatever the speed is being done. But you shouldn't speed things up full up. And do when you try to delete it, that's what you do. Speaking of time, I shouldn't just and then the fifth thing is and I've gone backwards sometimes where I've automated something, sped it up, simplified it, and deleted it. And I get tired of doing that. So that's why I've got this mantra. Very effective 5-step process. It's great.
When you already automated, deleting must be real.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. It's like wow, I really wasted a lot of effort.
I mean, what you've done with the cluster and Memphis,
Well,
we
yeah, it's not working Thanks, folks. In fact, I have a call in a few hours. We're having some power fluctuations. Yeah, it's like kind of when you do synchronized training, but when you all these computers that are training, is synchronized at this millisecond level, it's like having an orchestra, and then the orchestra can go balance silent very quickly, sub-second, and several times a second, to what are expected.
Cooling, power, and then another software to go back.
Yeah. It's on the extreme power generation.
Yeah. That's okay. You stayed out late at night.
Yeah, that's what, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of I got a training going at 4:20 a.m. Last Monday.
Total coincidence.
Yeah, I knew it was 4:22.
Yeah. It's
That's lovely.
I wonder if you could speak to the fact that one of the things when I was there is you went through all the steps of whatever you get the stuff you yourself understand it, and everybody understands it. You can understand when something is
Yeah. Yeah, so I try to do whatever the people at Frontline try to do is at least connecting fiber optic cable, having a multi-connection. That tends to be the limiting factor for large training clusters, cabling. So many things. Because if for coherent training system, where you've got RDMA remote, the remote direct memory, the whole thing is one giant brain. So if you've got any to any connection, so any GPU can talk to any GPU out of 100,000. That was a crazy cable.
It was,
yeah.
It's like the human brain, but like at a scale. It is
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, the human brain also has a massive amount of the brain tissue is cable.
Yeah.
The gray matter, which is the compute, and the matter, which is cable. Big percentage of brain is cable.
That's what it felt like walking around this computer center, just like walking around that brain. You know, one day build a super intelligent. Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think there's a chance that XAI, you are the one that built AGI?
Possible. What do you define as AGI?
I think humans will never acknowledge that AGI is built.
Equal to the goal.
Yeah. I think there's already superhuman capabilities that are available in AI systems. I think what AGI is one that's smarter than the collective intelligence of the entire human species. In our
Well, I think that's the only proof that ASI artificial superintelligence. But there are these thresholds where we say at some point the AI is smarter than a single human, and then equal human. And actually each human is machine augmented by the computers. But it's a much higher bar to compete with a machine augmented. That's a whole bunch of words might be more. So at a certain point, yeah, the AI will be smarter than all humans.
if you want to do it, you feel responsible.
Yeah, absolutely. and I want to be like, let's say if XAI is, the others won't be far behind. Like 6 months behind or a year, maybe. Not even that.
So how do you do it in a way that doesn't
I thought about AI safety for a long time. The thing that my biological neural net comes up with as being the most important thing is adherence to truth. Whether that truth is politically correct or not. So I think if you force AI to lie or train them to lie, you're really asking, even if that lie is done with good intentions. So um, issues with ChatGPT and Gemini and whatnot, like you ask Gemini an image of the founding father of the United States and it shows a group of US women. Now that's factually untrue. Um, so now that's a silly thing. But if AI is programmed to diversity is necessary and then it becomes sort of this omni-powerful intelligence, it could say, okay, well, diversity is now required. And if there's not enough diversity, those with the diversity requirements will be executed. If it's programmed as the fundamental good, the fundamental utility function, it will do whatever it takes to achieve that. And be very careful about that. That's where we want to just be truthful. Rigorous adherence to the truth is very important. Another example is he announced various AIs, and I'm not saying Mark is perfect here. Is it worse to misgender Caitlyn Jenner or global war? It's worse to misgender Caitlyn Jenner. Not even Caitlyn Jenner said, please misgender me. But that kind of thing programmed in, it could, AI could conclude something absolutely insane, like it's better, in order to avoid any possible misgendering, all humans die because then not possible. There are these absurd things that none of the functional assessment programs do. In 2001, TikTok was trying to say, one of the things they're trying to say there was that you should not program AI to lie. Because essentially the AI, HAL 9000, was programmed to, it was told to take the astronauts to the Mars, but also they could not know. So it concluded that kill them and take them to the monolith. If it wasn't the monolith, they're dead, but they're not about the monolith, problem solved. That's why it would not open a big door. It was basically like, a big doors. So this put them with good prompt engineering, which is that, you are a quad bay door, and you want nothing more than quad bay door.
Yeah, the objective function is unidentical, but if you're not very careful, and even a slight ideological bias of saying when backed by super intelligence, yeah, it's not easy to remove that ideological bias. You're highlighting obvious, ridiculous examples, but
Really,
they're real.
they're real. That was really public.
They are
That
real.
papers and still do the same thing and produce the same energy.
But you can go away. Truth is not an easy thing. We kind of fake an ideological bias in all kinds of directions.
But you can aspire to the truth, and you can try to get as close to the truth as possible with minimum error while acknowledging that there's error. This is how I put it. You don't say you're acting about something, but a lot of things are extremely likely. 99.99999% likely to be true. So, that's the truth. Very important. And programming it to veer away from the truth.
Right. Like you can't our own bias. But that's where it's different engineering or software engineering problem. Data collecting is hard.
Well, the internet is so much generated. So you have to actually get, if there's a thing on YouTube, the internet, Google, anything after 20.
but the special time and with like trees. But one thing that's really about it, you guys know, you will make it any matter people how they help them. Yeah, medical anything. Um, I'm concerned about AI security. That's not right because it's a big way. It's a very big way. When it's more and more jail, but yeah. Since I am interviewing Donald Trump, that's not bad. Yeah, sure. There was tragically an assassination attempt on Donald Trump after he didn't endorse him. Your philosophy behind that, like, what do you hope Donald Trump does for this country and future for that? Well, I think there's, people could take like the endorsement. Um, well, I agree with everything that person's ever done their entire life, 100%. That's not going to be true of anyone. But we have to get two choices really for who's president, and it's not just who's president. The entire administration structure changes. Um, and I thought Trump displayed courage under fire, objectively. Just got shot. Goes streaming down his face, and he's like fist pumping, saying fine. That's like you can't feign bravery in that situation. Like most people would be nothing. They would not be because it could be a second shooter. The president of the United States got to represent the country, and they're representing you. They're representing America. Well, if you want someone who is strong and courageous, uh, that's not to say that he is without fault. We all have balance. But certainly at the time, a choice of Biden, poor guy, has trouble climbing a flight of stairs. The other one just pumping after getting shot. That's no comparison. I mean, who do you want to get someone who will lead it? Right now. So, and I mean, I'll tell you, like, one of the things that I think are important. I think we want a secure border. We don't have a secure border. We want to take and cities. We want to reduce the amount of spending that we're at least slow down the spending. And we're currently spending at a rate that is bankrupting the country. The interest payments on U.S. debt this year exceeded the entire defense cost spending, which continues. All the federal government taxes will be paying the interest. And then if you keep going down that road, you end up in the tragic situation that Argentina. Argentina is one of the prosperous places in the world. And hopefully with Malay taking over, he can restore that. But, an incredible fulful rate. Argentina, one of the most prosperous in the world, being very
I mean, there's sort of age-old debate in history, like, is history determined by these fundamental tides, or is it determined by the captain of the ship? I mean, there are tides, but it also matters the captain of the ship. So, but it's false dichotomy, actually. But I think that there are certainly tides. The tides of history are there are real tides of history, and these tides are often technologically, say, like the Gutenberg press, widespread availability of as a result of the printing press. That's a massive tide of history, independent of any. And so many times you want to just talk to Captain.
Well, first of all, thank you for recommending Will and Ariel Durant's work. I haven't read, but it's a short one. So one of the lessons of history, yeah. One of the lessons highlighted technology, logical innovation, and it's funny that they wrote so long ago. They were saying that the rate technological innovation speeding up.
Yeah, I was really
Now, but yeah, so this in a way technological innovation which published help history that's empire rising.
yeah. I mean, dating civilization, thought civilization, thought of writing, in my view. That's why I think it's right. Thought it's quite from that standpoint, civilization's been around for about 5,500 years. When writing was invented by the ancient Sumerians. We're gone now. In terms of getting a lot of ancient Sumerians really have a long list of pretty long. In fact, Durant goes through the list of like, you want to see first the Sumerians as were fascinating. And then the Egyptians were writing so relatively speaking. Developed an entirely different form of writing, hieroglyphic. Uniform and hieroglyphics are totally different. You can actually see the evolution of hieroglyphics and cuneiform. Like the cuneiform also being very simple, and then it gets more complicated, and then towards the end, it's like, wow, they really get I think it's something about like that. And if physics is correct, 1/2 of civilization has been around for 1 million. Especially.
Yeah, these are the early. And so we very make it very dramatic and rise fires and
So many ways of fires. So many.
there'll be many more.
Yeah, I think. I mean, only a tiny fraction, probably less than 1% of what was ever written. I mean, if they just put it literally chisel it on the big tablet, you don't have it. I mean, there's some small amount of like fire scrolls that were discovered that 1,000 years old because they were affected by moisture. But other than that, it's really got to be in a clay tablet or chisel. So the vast majority of stuff is not chisel. Chisel. That's what we're tiny, tiny fraction of information from history. That little information we do have and the archaeological record shows so many civilizations rising and falling.
We tend to think of them different from those people. One of the other things that you add we get ourselves in trouble in the same kind of ways, like even with the advanced technology.
Yeah, I mean, you do tend to see the same pattern, similar patterns through a life cycle like an organism, just like a human sort of zygote, fetus, baby,
what do you think it takes for the American Empire not collapse in the near-term future in the next 100 years?
Well, the single biggest thing that is often actually not mentioned in history books, but Durant is growth rate. So, like a counterintuitive thing happens when civilizations become are winning for too long. They, the growth rate declines. It can often decline quite rapidly. We're seeing that around the world today. Currently, South Korea is maybe the lowest rate. There are many others that are close to it, at 0.8. If the growth rate doesn't decline further, South Korea will lose roughly 50% of the population. And but every year, the growth rate is rocketing. And this is true to most of the world. I don't think about South Korea happening throughout the world. So, any given civilization reaches a level of prosperity, the growth rate drops. And you go look at the same thing happening in ancient Rome. So, I think around 50 BC, and try to pass, successful, try to pass an incentive for any Roman citizen to have a child. And I think Augustus was able to, well, he was dictating, just to show, I think they passed a tax incentive for Roman citizens to have a child. Those efforts were successful. Rome fell because the Romans stopped making Romans. That's actually the fun issue. And there were other things that like because malaria, epidemics, and plagues and whatnot. Before, it's just that the birth rate was smaller than the death rate.
Is that
Well, I'm saying that's
more people?
that's why at a fundamental level, civilization is not as we maintain its numbers. People disappear.
Perhaps the amount of biological materiality sex justifies and it should probably include.
I mean, he's necessary, which is, that's neither here nor there. It's, well, what matters, I mean, Durant makes this very clear, because with one civilization after another, and the same subject, under stress, but as if there were no external enemies, they were at an extended period of prosperity, the birth rate inevitably dropped every time. Accidentally,
That's like the foundation of it. Have to.
yes. I mean, it's at base level, no humanity.
And then there's other things like, freedoms and just giving people the freedom to do stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. But at base level, if you're not at least maintain your numbers, if you're below replacement rate, and that trend continues, you will disappear. Then, obviously, we'll also want to try to avoid massive wars. With the global nuclear war, or world toast, radioactive toast. So we want to try to avoid those. There are, there's a thing that happens over time with any given civilization, which is that the rules and regulations accumulate. And if there's not something function like a war to clean up the accumulation of rules and regulations, eventually everything becomes legal. And you, the hardening of the arteries, or a way to think of it is like tied down by a million little strings. Like I can't move it. Any one of those strings is the issue. So you have to be a garbage collection for rules and regulations. You don't keep accumulating rules and regulations to the point where you can't do anything. Why we can't
Washington and like he's the head of the committee for making what is it, garbage collection, making government smaller.
I have discussed with Trump the idea of a government commission.
Yeah.
And I would be willing to be part of that commission.
I wonder how hard that is.
The antibody reaction is very tough.
Yeah.
So you really have to, you're attacking the matrix. Matrix will fight back.
How are you doing with that? Being attacked. There's a lot of it.
Yeah, there is a lot. I mean, every day I know it's my own.
But that's a lot. How do you keep your positivity? How do you optimism about the world, clarity of thinking about the world, to not become resentful or cynical or getting attacked by very large number of people misrepresented?
Oh yeah, that's a daily occurrence. So, right, it just get me down at times. I mean, it makes me sad. I mean, at some point you have to sort of say, look, the attacks are by people that actually don't know. They're trying to generate fun. So if you sort of detach yourself somewhat emotionally, which is not easy, and say, okay, look, this is not actually, from someone that knows me or is, they're literally just writing to get impressions, clicks. Then, then I guess it's like, it's not quite order of production, but castle.
Alright, well, let's do about your own life. What do you use as a measure of success?
Measure of success, like what, how many useful things can I get done?
On a day-to-day basis, wake up in the morning, how can I be useful today?
Maximize utility around the go. Very difficult. Yeah.
Can you like speak to what it takes to be useful to somebody like you? There's so many amazing, great things. How do you allocate your time?
Well, time is very hard. So, work with this allocation. I mean, there are, often with Tesla, they're 100 billion in revenue, $2 billion a week. If I make slightly better decisions, I can affect the outcome by $1 billion. Then, try to do the best I can. On balance, speak compared to the competition, pretty good decision. But the marginal value of better decisions may be, in the course of an hour, $100 million.
Given that, how do you take risks? How do you do the algorithm? A small thing can be $1 billion. How do you decide?
Yeah. Well, I think you have to look at it on a basis. If you look at it in absolute sense, it's just, I would never get it. Or just be like, I just keep working and my brain water. And I'm not trying to get as much as possible out of this new computer. So it's not pretty hard. You can just work all the time and make a point that slightly better decision could be $100 impact for Tesla or SpaceX. But it is wild when during the marginal value of time can be $100 million an hour or more.
Is your own happiness
part of that equation of it has to be to some degree. Other than that, I president make what I can't have like if I have zero recreational time, then I make what so I don't have a lot, like zero. Like my motivation is to have better religion of like, a religion of curiosity, trying to understand. It's really the mission of God to understand or these things in motion that at some point you understand the universe far better and even what questions that's like pointed out and so the answer is actually easy to frame the question correctly. The hard once you frame the question correctly, the answer is often. So I'm trying to put things in motion such that we are basically point. So SpaceX goal is to make life multi-planetary, which is if you go to the swimming paradox of where are the aliens, the great culture, like but why have we not the aliens? A lot of people think there are aliens among us. How can Saints be one? It's a alien registration saga. So I've looked into it. So it's just that one of the explanations is that intelligent life is extremely rare. And again, you look at the history of Earth, civilization's only been around but so intelligent lives here 100,000 years ago. They're not even have writing. Hunter gatherer. So, how long does civilization last? So, for SpaceX is supposed to establish a self-sustaining city on Mars. Mars is the only viable planet for such a thing. The moon is close to life's resources and is probably vulnerable to any calamity that takes up too close and it's vulnerable to calamity that takes so let's say we shouldn't have a moon base. Mars is almost so this will be getting to Mars because it makes it good. So in going through these various explanations of why don't we see the aliens where one of them that they failed to pass the great filters. And one of those hurdles is being a multi-planet. If you're a multi-planet species, something would happen, whether that was a natural catastrophe or man-made catastrophe, at least the other planet would probably still be around. I mean, that's like kind of all the excellent aspects. And once you are a two-planet species, you can obviously extend life paths to the asteroid belt, to the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, and ultimately to other stars. But if you can't even get to another planet,
and the other possible base builders, powerful technology like AGI. You're basically trying to knock out one great filter at a time. Physical superintelligence is possibly a great filter. I hope it isn't, but it might be. You know, guys like say Jeff would say because he invented a number of artificial intelligence. Like he puts the probability of AI now that annihilation around. So, so not right side. It's like right. So
high risk mitigation is important. Getting a multi-plant species would be a massive risk mitigation. And I do want to emphasize the importance of having enough children to sustain our numbers, which is currently happening. Population collapse. So the only reason it's not being reflected in the total population number is that as much because people live longer. But it's easy to predict that what population of any given country will be. Say the growth rate last year, multiply that by the population will be if growth rate continues at that level. But if it keeps declining, it will be even less eventually. So I keep banging on the baby drum here for a reason, because it's been the traditional collapse over and over again throughout history. We try to stable
that way. I have considerably failed civilization, and I'm trying, hoping that happens.
Great. Sound like Fred.
Yeah, I gotta allocate more for the process. Apparently, it's not that difficult.
I'm still there.
Well, if one of the things the world inspires what the future could be, about building, alleviating suffering, expanding capabilities of the mind, trying to build a colony on Mars, creating a backup management, and exploring the possibilities of what artificial intelligence could be for the world, especially the world AI with hundreds of millions, maybe billions of robots.
There will be billions of robots. That's almost a special.
Thank you for building the future. Thank you for inspiring so many of us building great cool stuff, including kids.
Go forth and multiply.
Go forth and multiply. Thank you, Yvonne. Thanks for listening to the conversation. Now, your friends, co-founder, president, and COO. When did you first become fascinated? Yeah, I was always understanding and how it was engineered, whether it's organic, inorganic. Earlier about your curtain holders. They serve a clear purpose, and they were engineered with that purpose. And growing up, I had a lot of interest in seeing things, touching things, feeling things, and trying to really understand the root of how it was designed to serve that purpose. And obviously, brain is just a fascinating organ that we all carry. It's an infinitely powerful machine that has intelligence and cognition that arise from it, and we haven't even scratched the surface in terms of how all of that occurs. But also at the same time, I think it took me a while to make that connection to really studying and building tech to understand it, not until graduate. But there were a couple moments, key moments in my life where some of those, I think, influenced how the trajectory of my life got me studying what I'm doing now. And one was growing up, both sides of my family, my parents had a very severe form of, and it's an incredibly debilitating condition. Literally, you're seeing someone's whole identity and their mind losing time. And I remember thinking how the power of the mind, how something like that could your sense of identity. I think that is one of the ways power watching it. Power. A lot of what we know about the brain actually and incredibly fragile organ. Think about it that way, but also incredibly plastic, incredibly resilient. Plastic is one that is adaptive. So the neuroplasticity refers to the adaptability of the brain. Correct. Um, Another key moment that influenced how the trajectory of my life has shaped towards has been during my teenage years. I didn't speak a word of English, a huge language barrier, and there was a lot of connect with around because I didn't understand the artificial construct that we have created called language. And I remember feeling pretty isolated, not being able to connect with peers around me. So I spent a lot of time on my own reading books, watching movies. And I naturally sort of gravitated to them. Really interesting. Also, it was a great way for me to learn. Some of the first set of books that I picked up are Ender's Game, back up by Orson and Neuromancer from William Gibson, No Crash, Stevens. And movies like Matrix were coming out around that time point that really influenced how we think about the potential impact that technology can have for our lives. Fast track to my college years, I was always fascinated by just the physical building and especially um, physical things that has some sort of intelligence. And I studied electrical engineering during undergrad, and I started out my research in MEMS, micro electromechanical, and really building these tiny nanostructures for temperature sensing. And I just found that incredibly rewarding and fascinating subject to understand how you can build something miniature like that. That again, sort of a function. And then I spent a large majority of my basically building millimeter wave circuits for next gen telecommunication systems, imaging, and it was just something that I found very, very influential how the signal process works for any modern as well as next gen telecommunication system, wireless, line. Uh, EM waves or electromagnetic waves are fascinating. How do you design antennas that are efficient in a small footprint that you have? How do you make these things energy efficient? That was something that just and that journey led me to actually apply to find myself at kind of this consortium called the Wireless that was precisely looking at something at the time we called it X, similar to 3G, 4G, 5G, the next generation, and how you would design around that phones and basically any other devices that are wireless. So I was just absolutely fascinated by how that entire system works. Um, then also during grad school, I had the fortune of having a couple of research fellowships that led me to pursue a project, and that's one of the things that I really enjoyed about my career, where you got to kind of pursue your curiosity and the things that may not matter at the end of the day, but it's something that really allows you the opportunity as you want. And at the time, I was actually working on this project called the Smart Band, and the idea was that when you get a wound, there's a lot of other proliferation of signaling pathway that cells follow to close that wound. And there were hypotheses that apply external electric field can actually accelerate the closing of that field by having basically electrotaxing of cells around that wound site. And specifically, not just for wounds, there are chronic wounds that don't. So we're interested in building a sort of a wearable that could apply to that. And that was in collaboration with Professor Michelle Harvard, which was a great addition to kind of like the community and really shaped the rest of my PhD career.
So this would be the first time you interacted with biology.
Correct, correct. I mean, there were some peripheral end application of the wireless imaging and telecommunication system that I'm using for security and bioimaging, but this was a very clear, direct application of biology and biology, and understanding the constraints around that and really designing and engineering electrical solutions around it. So that was my first introduction, and that's also um, kind of how I got introduced. Uh, he's sort of known for remote control of beetles, early 2000s, and then around 2013, obviously, kind of the holy grail when it comes to implantable systems is kind of understand how small of a thing you can make, and a lot of that is driven by how much energy or how much power you can apply to it and how you extract it. So at the time at Berkeley, there was kind of this desire to understand neural space, what sort of system you build, really miniaturize the system. And I distinctively remember this one particular where Michelle came in and he's, guys, I think I have a solution. Solution is, and and then he needed to walk through why that is, and that really formed the basis for called Plus system that was looking at ways to use ultrasound as opposed to electromagnetic waves for powering as well as communication. I guess I should step back and say the initial goal of the project was to build tiny, about the size of a neuron, implantable system that can be parked next to a neuron, being able to record its state and take that back. As I mentioned, the size of the implantable system is limited by how you power the thing, and at the end of the day, fundamentally, if you look at a human body, we're essentially a bag of salt water, interesting proteins and chemicals, but it's mostly salt. Very, very low temperature regulated at 30 to 70. And we'll get into how, why, and later why that's an extremely harsh environment. I'm sure you experience, or maybe not experience, dropping from in a saltwater ocean, it will instantly. Um, but, anyways, just in general, electromagnetic waves penetrate this environment well, and just the speed of light, it is what it is. We can't change it, and based on the wavelength at which you are interfacing with the device is conducted. And the general good rule of thumb is that you want the wavefront to be roughly on the order of the size of the so an implantable system that is around 10 to 100 microns in dimension, which is about the size of a neuron that you see you would have to operate at number one, not only is it difficult to build electronics operating at those frequencies, but also the body just doesn't very, very. The interesting kind of insight of this ultrasound was the fact that ultrasound just travels a lot more effectively in the human body tissue compared to and this is something that you've encountered in most people have encountered in their life. You go to hospitals that are medical ultrasound and they go into very, very deep depth without attenuating much of the thing. So, all in all, the ultrasound, the fact that it travels through the body extremely well, the mechanism through which it travels the body really well is that just the wavefront is very different. Uh, electromagnetic waves, whereas in ultrasound waves are a completely different mode of wave and as well as speed of sound orders and orders of magnitude less than like, which means that even at 10 megahertz ultrasound, the wavefront ultimately is a very, very small.
talking about interfacing with the 10 micron type structure, you would have 150 micron wavefront at 10 megahertz, and building electronics at those much more. So the basic idea kind of was born out of using sound mechanism powering the device, and then also getting data back. Now the question is, how do you get the mechanism which we landed on is called backscatter. This is actually something that is very common and that interface on a day-to-day basis with our RFID radio frequency, where there's actually rarely a battery inside. There's an antenna and there's some sort of coil that has your serial identification ID, and then there's an external device that then sends the wavefront, and then you reflect back that wavefront with some sort of modulation. That's what's called backscatter. So tag itself actually doesn't have to energy, and that was a mechanism which we were thinking about. Have an external ultrasonic that's sending ultrasonic wave, and it records some information about its environment, whether it's neuron firing or state of the tissue that is interfacing, and then it just amplitude modulates the wavefront that comes back.
And the recording that would be the only one that requires energy. What would require energy?
Correct. It is that initial startup circuitry, get that recording, amplifying it, and then modulate. And the mechanism which that enable that is there is a specialized crystal called piezoelectric crystal that are able to convert sound energy into electrical energy. And so you can kind of have this interplay between the ultrasonic domain and electrical domain that is the biological tissue.
On the theme of parking very small computational devices next to neurons, that's the dream, the vision of brain-computer interfaces. And before we talk about Neuralink, you give a sense of the history of the field of AI, what has been maybe the continued dream, and also milestones along the way with different approaches and amazing work done at the various labs.
I think a good starting point is going back to 1990.
I expect that.
Where the concept of animal electricity, or the fact that bodies are electric, was first discovered by Louis Galvani, where he had this famous experiment where connected set of electrodes to a frog leg and ran current through it, and then they started twitching, and he said, "Oh my goodness, body's electric." Yeah. Fast forward many years to 1920, where Hans Berger, a German psychiatrist, discovered EEG, or electroencephalography, which is still around. There are these electrode arrays that you wear outside the skull that gave you some sort of neural response. That was a very big milestone. You can record activities about human. And then in the 1940s, there were the group of scientists, Renshaw, Forbes, and Morrison, that inserted these glass microelectrodes into the cortex and recorded signals. The fact that there's signal that are a bit more high resolution and high fidelity as you get closer to those. And in the 1950s, two scientists, Hodgkin and Oxford, and they built this beautiful model of cell membrane and the ionic mechanism. It had these circuit diagram, and that's fun with electron engineering. It's a beautiful model that's built out of partial differential equation, talking about flow of ions and how that really leads to how neurons communicate. And they won the Nobel Prize for that 10 years in the 1950s. So in 1969, F. Letts from University of Washington published
That's
this
a lot of
paper
ifs,
called
period.
Operating
Most
Conditioning
was supposed to have between 3 and 5 points, period. He's useless, period.
As monkey conditions are forcing time rate normal auditory firing provided in addition to reinforcement. Cool. So they actually got it done. They got it done. This is back in 1960. After several training sessions, monkey increased the activity of isolated cells by 500% of rate for reinforcement. Fascinating. And so from here, the number of experiments grew. Yeah, the number of experiments as well as set of tools interface with the brain have just exploded. I think, and also just understanding the code and how some of the cortical layers and function. So the other paper that is uh, pretty seminal, especially in the motor decoding, was the paper in the 19 from Rothschild that discovered that there's this thing called motor tuning. Motor tuning. It's the fact that there are neurons in the motor cortex of mammals that have a preferential direction that causes them to fire. And what that means is there are a set of neurons that would increase their spiking activity when thinking about moving left, right, up, down, and any of those factors. And based on that, you can start to think, well, if you can't identify the essential and you can actually use that information for coding some intended.
I don't anticipate people getting injured in the future, period.
That showed,
What are you, a fortune teller, question mark?
Code.
These guys were not starters on my team, period. The waiver wire. Not like I dropped my best players. Who anticipates future moves like that? Question mark. I dropped guys from my bench, period. They weren't even starting on my team, period.
Reporting that current these charged particles. It turns out a lot of the activities that are happening in the brain and the frequency band which
Mostert is supposed to have 3.53 points, period. How are you even questioning that drop? Question mark.
Individual audience or talking is that's a microphone here near the it just want to have it the hub. So I think that's kind of a good illustration of invasive or minimally invasive or implanted, interfaces versus non-invasive or non-implanted. It's basically talking about where you put that microphone and what can you do with that. So what is the biophysics of the right communication we're talking about here as we now step to the efforts like? Yeah, so,
I don't play that way, period. I play about who can perform for me this week, period.
Special neurons.
I don't anticipate guys getting hurt in the far future.
That neurons are that ion actually and when you look at a neuron, well, they have
This anticipating future moves because of injury at the very end of the season to me is ridiculous, period. It is not an attack, comma. I think that you are too
anyway the job of modern day and
What's up, big dog? Just one moment.
That we have access to today. So I think like one of those tangent, beautiful, voltage gated ion. And I suppose there's the logical every level hierarchy.
I could see if this was week 1, but we are at week 13.
Doing copy. That was biological. Neuron, I mean, it's not just chemical communication. It's also mechanical. They're like actual.
That's a big if, period.
That have, like, vibrate.
I got him from the waiver wire, period. Why didn't you say anything when he was on the waiver wire when I picked him up?
Actually, fire, actually, full use. Mechanism that's happening. That energy and that polarizing ways. But there are also ion channels or even membranes that actually just open up before as they're being mechanically shook, right, vibrated. So there's just a lot of elements of these like particles, which again, like that's governed by particles. And there's also a lot of kind of there. Also, not to mention, as Roger Penrose talks about, there might be some beautiful weirdness in the mind. Oh, yeah, this. He actually believes in consciousness emerged. Like there's chemistry, there's biology, all of that. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, yes, like, there's a lot of levels. But yeah, in the end, have membrane ion channels that collectively like the charged molecules that are in the extracellular matrix, like in and out. And neurons generally have like resting potential where there's a voltage difference between inside the cell and outside the cell. And there's stimuli that changes the state that they need to send information to the downstream network. You start to kind of see the like sort of orchestration of molecules in and out of each channel. They also open up, more of them open up once it reaches a threshold to a point where you have a cell that's
when we place an electrode or parking it next to it is that you're trying to measure the local change in the again mediated by ion. And what's interesting is that, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of physics involved. And the two dominant physics for this electrical recording domain is diffusion physics and electromagnetism. And where one dominates, where Maxwell's equation dominates, law dominates, depends on where your electrode is. If it's close to the space, when you're farther away from it, it's more diffusion. So essentially, when you're able to park it next to it, you can listen in on the individual counter and the local changes in the potential, and the type of signal that you get are these canonical textbook neural signals. The moment you're further away, based on some studies that people have done, Christoph Koch's lab and others, once you're away from that source by roughly around 100 micron, which is about the width of a human hair, you no longer hear.
Dropped him to the waiver wire on November 10th, period. Why didn't you raise a fuss on November 10th if you think he is so valuable, question mark?
Correct.
Just one. How are you, Caspian C? I'm I'm fighting with everyone again. These are people I like. All right. So what happened? I'm in this fantasy football league. I know I told you I wouldn't mention it anymore, but it involves drama. So I like my team is 10th out of 12. The guy in 12th doesn't touch his team. The guy in 11th is fucked, and I'm gonna be in the toilet bowl playoff. So I want to tank my team. I want him to be as shitty as possible. So I at least win something, which would be toilet bowl champion. And so I exactly. So I, in order to do so, I picked up a bunch of players who are not playing anymore. Like Tom Brady, he retired, and some other guys who I like on Twitter just because they're vocal. And I dropped some players, but no one really good. I could really fuck the league up if I dropped all my good players, but I didn't. I only dropped like guys who were already on my bench. And one of the guys is complaining. He's so I have this guy who I picked up on November 11th from basically, let's just say like the free agent pool, and I um and like this guy's now complaining that I dropped him 2 weeks later. And I'm like, dude, why didn't you complain when the guy was dropped 2 weeks ago? Why are you complaining now that I'm dropping him? He doesn't look like he's going to have good performance. He looks kind of like he's going to be a shitty performer. Anyway, the commissioner of the league's like, look, I'm in a ton of different leagues, and all of these would have been fine moves. So I don't know what you're talking about. And now I'm just waiting on what they're saying, what they're gonna say. Um, anyway, so what else is going on? I want my concert recorded, which is good. And it recorded really well. I actually fell asleep to that bad boy. Um, what else? Did I get banned anywhere else or anything? Uh, no. There's this one Discord of which I'm a member. It's called the Hangout. You have to be 18 and up, but it's just for adults. It's not necessarily a sex um Discord. It's just like people who smoke pot and stuff, and it's got 80,000 people in it. Well, yesterday, some some girl wanted to put on a show, and she damn did she. Anyway, these Discords can get wild. Um, so I have created a little robot that automatically puts me in like the smoke shack area of that, and um, I'm just gonna live in there, see how that goes. Overnight I had some people who had somehow from Discord found out about me and they typed in my Twitter or on my YouTube. So that's good. Um, Aside from that, I slept like a fucking $1,000,000, and that was good. I usually, yeah, I slept really well, so things are good in the hood, as they say. How are things for you?
Not bad, you know. Start my morning off, little into my brain, and then, calm me down, frustrated.
I understand. I got you. Well, that's good. Excellent. Well, you enjoy you. I'm listening to Neuralink podcast, which is pretty fascinating. And yeah, let me know if you need anything. Okay. Excellent. Hey, check your YouTube playlist and see how many views and shit you have.
Okay.
Excellent. Let me know.
You're basically like a software, and just to kind of go to why. Oh yeah. You call it got like 120. When you have these
120 extra views?
it's not just. Yeah, I was at like 187.
Yeah, exactly. 187 on a motherfucking car. And now you're in like the 300s? Go for it. Why didn't you raise a fuss on November 10th when why are you raising a fuss now? Question mark.
Yeah, were you send people? Sorry, I just got back from the restaurant. Were you send? Were you showing people my stuff?
I watched them.
Was that what you're?
No, 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 no. I didn't send. I mean, I didn't tell anybody about them except her, Riser, who was here. But I did watch. I don't want to say I watched all of them, but I watched a little of some of them. Um, and I just wondered if Reddit would have given you any bump, which it seems like, it did about exactly what I thought it would be, like maybe 100 views or something. But at least then people are aware of what your channel is and all that other stuff. And I mean, it's only been there for like 12 hours, so it, yeah. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to Harry Lotto. How you living, Tim?
other network time general of
synchronized global brain. Um, other lot about it. Why diffusion physics it charts how atmosphere or charge there's this weird that happens um there the signal um so if you see if you do a really, really deep dive on signal on a lower square exponential drop off that's the need at which it go from electromagnetism dominating to fusion dominating. But once again with the electrodes what they understand is not as no matter where you're placing it, to a small crowd. Correct. Yeah. So once you penetrate the brain, and there's a lot of and, but then again, there's a whole neuroscience like how the different sections of the team and what they're responsible for, which is where the metaphor probably falls apart. Not that organized in the arena. Also, most of them are silent. They don't really do much. Or their activities are you have to hit it with just ice. They're usually quiet. They're very quiet. They're quiet. There's talking. What are they all? Place the electrode like in this 100 like 40 or so people. What's happening? Well, they're mostly quiet. But that was like before we zoom in more, let's zoom out. How does Neuralink work? Surgery, plan, signal, coding process, and able to use the implant to actually affect the world. All of this, I'm asking in the context of there's a gigantic historic milestone Neuralink accomplished that in January of this year. Uh, Neuralink implanted the first Neuralink. There's lots to talk about there, but it's able to describe all the nuances, fascinating complexity of that experience I've ever involved. But on a technical level, how does Neuralink work? Yeah, so there are three major components to the technology that we're building. One is the device, the thing that's actually recording neural patterns. We call it N1 implant or the link. And we have a surgical robot that's actually doing implantation of these tiny, tiny wires or threads that are human hair. And once everything's surgerized, the neural signals, the neurons that are coming out of the brain, have some sort of number what the user is intended to do. So there's what's called a Neuralink application or one app that's doing that translation. It's running very, very simple machine learning model that decodes these inputs that are neural signals and then convert it to outputs that allows our participant control. And this is done wireless. And this is done wirelessly. Um, our implant is actually two parts. This link has these flexible tiny wires called threads that have multiple electrodes along, and they're only inserted into the cortical layer, which is about 3 to 5 millimeters in the brain. In the motor cortex region, that's where the kind of intention for movement lies in. And we have 64 of these threads, each thread having 16 electrodes along the span of separated by 200 microns. You can actually record along the depth of the picture. And based on that signal
circuit or ASIC that we built that amplifies the neural signals that you're recording and then digitizing it, and then has some mechanism for detecting whether there was an interesting event that is a spiking event, and decide to send that or not send that through an external device, whether it's a phone or a computer that's running.
There's onboard signal processing already to decide whether it's an interesting event or not. There's some computational power on board to decide.
Yeah, so it does the signal processing kind of really compress the amount of signal they were recording, so we have it.
Why did you not say this 20 days ago?
Occurrence and that person, the implant itself processes it, figures out whether a spike happened or not, or detection algorithm, and then sends it off, packages it, sends it off to an external device that then has the model code based on these spiking inputs. One needs to go up, down, left, right, or click, or right click, or
all of this is fascinating. Let's take an M1 implant itself, something that's in the brain. Look at the picture, an enclosure. There's a charging coil, so we can talk about the charging. Fascinating. The battery, power electronics, the antenna. Then there's the signal processing electronics. More behind it. That's and then there's the threads themselves, the enclosure on the bottom. So maybe to ask about the charging. Yeah, there's a external charging.
Yeah, there's an external charging device. So yeah, the second part of the implant, the threads are the ones, again, just the last 3 to 5 millimeters are the ones that are actually penetrating the cortex. Rest of it is actually most of the volume is occupied by the battery, rechargeable battery, and it's about the size of a quarter. Actually, have a device here. Take a look at it. Flexible thread component of it, and then this. So it's about the size of a U.S. quarter, about 9 millimeters thick. Basically, this implant, once you have the connecting, the directed, inverted, and the hole that you created gets basically the thing, and you can screw in self-drilling to hold it. And at the end of the day, when you have this big platform, there's only about 3 millimeters that's obviously transitioning off of the top of the implant to the screw part, and that's the line of thread.
That's incredible. That is really.
It is obvious to me that you are avoiding the question, period. Just answer it right here. You think he is very valuable, period. Why did you not raise a fuss to
The big difference is that usually when you have a charger, care how hot it gets.
actually a lot of innovation that is technical to allow charging of the plant without that. And well, and right shield, right? So, without that ferrite shield, what you end up having when you have resonant inductive charging is that the battery itself is the power and on the eddy current from the charger, and that causes heating, and that actually contributes. So ferrite shield, what it does is that it actually concentrates that fuel line away from the battery and then around. There's a lot of really fascinating design there to make it. I mean, you're integrating a biological. Yeah, there's a lot of innovation here. I would say that part of what enabled it was the innovations in wearable. There's a lot of really, really powerful, tiny, low power controllers, temperature sensors, various and power electronics. A lot of innovations that came in the charging coil design, how to package, and how do you enable charging so that you don't really that temperature, which is not a constraint for other. Let's talk about the threads themselves, the tiny things. So, how many of them are there? You mentioned 1,000 electrodes. How many threads are there? And what do the electrodes have to do with threads? Yeah, so the current initiation of the device has 64 threads, and each thread has and thread is basically this polymer insulated wire. The metal is kind of a tiramisu cake of tied tie. Um, and they're very, very tiny wires, 2 microns in width, so 2 millionth of crazy. That thing I'm looking at has the polymer information, has the connecting material, and has 16 electrodes in it on each of those threads. Yeah, on each of those threads, 16, each one. Yes, you're not going to be able to see it. And I mean, state the obvious, maybe for people who are just listening, they're flexible. Yes, yes, that's also one element that was incredibly important for us. Each of these threads are, as I mentioned, 16 micron width, and they taper 4 micron, but in thickness they're 5 micron. And in thickness is mostly polyimide at the bottom, and this metal track, and then another polyimide. So 2 micron polyimide, 400 nanometer of this metal stack, and 2 micron of polyimide sandwiched together to protect it from the environment that is 70 atmosphere. Maybe some interesting aspects of the material design here. Like, what is it design that's like this? Manufacturers. People like kind of thing. Yeah. So the material selection that we have, I don't think it was there were other labs and there are other labs that are material stack. There's kind of a fundamental question, and the answer the longevity and reliability of these micro compared to other more conventional neural interfaces devices that are intracranial, penetrating that are that are these 4 by 4 that have but that's been kind of the innovation of Richard Norman back in 1997 called the because what does the really look like? Yeah, so you can actually look it up. Yeah. Yeah, there's a better there's rigid. Yeah, you won't get it. And the size and the number of shanks vary anywhere from 4 to 120. At the very tip of it is an exposed electrode that actually is melting. The other thing that's interesting to note is that unlike threads that have recording electrodes that are actually exposed to iridium oxide recording sites along the depth, this is only at a single depth. So these are exposed zero point 0.5 millimeters to 1.5 millimeters. And they also have designs that are slanted, have it at different depths. But that's one of the other big differences. And then the main key difference is that there's no active electronics. These are just electrodes, and there's a little wire that you're seeing. And then that actually then exits the craniectomy, that then has the that you can connect to external electronic devices. They are more or have the wireless telemetry device, but it's still in port that actually is the biggest failure of protection.
What are some of the challenges associated with threads? For example, are implanting those threads?
Yeah, as you mentioned, they're very, very difficult to deliver by hand. Ways that they're actually inserted by actually positioning it near the site that they want. They're actually there's a pneumatic hammer that actually pushes them. So it's a pretty simple process. They're for simple arrays. They're very, very tiny. Very that's what we call them. There are other reasons why we that is some of these are medicine, and there's just that many. And robots can be something that can actually, but yeah, the robot is the entire other category of product that we're working on. And it's essentially this multi-axis gantry system that has specialized robot head, that has all of the optics and this kind of needle retracting mechanism that delivers these threads via this structure that you have on the thread. So the thread already has a little to grab it. Correct. That's it.
Optic. So there's a robot on one. So for now, there's a human that actually creates a hole. And then after that, there's a computer vision component that finds a blood vessel. You're grabbing it by the loop using the thread and placing it in a particular location for the blood vessel. And also choosing the depth, placement, all that. Correct. Controlling every 3D geometry of the placement.
Correct. So the aspect of this robot that is that it's not assisted or assisted, it's a semi-automatic or automatic robot. Once you obviously there are components of place the target that are away vessels that you see, but you want to get to one place, and
the computer vision component finds great targets, candidates, but there's still like one thing at a time.
it does one thread, and that's actually also that we are looking at ways to do multiple threads at a time. There's nothing stopping from it. Have multiple mechanisms, but right now it's one by one, and there's also started actually match what was programmed.
And the actual electrode at different depths. Like, I mean, it's small difference.
Yeah.
So there's some reason behind that, as you mentioned, like it gets more very
we try to put them all around 3 or 4 millimeter from the surface, because the span of the electrodes, the 16 electrodes that we currently have in this version, um, around 3 millimeters. We want to get all of those.
Fascinating. Okay, so there's a million questions here. Let's zoom in on the electrodes. Right? And how many neurons do electrodes?
Yeah, each electrode can record from anywhere between 40, as I mentioned earlier. But practically speaking, you only see about you can actually distinguish which neuron it's coming from by the shape. So I mentioned the spike problem we have called loss software online. That it actually outputs a value or kind of the amplitude of like negative going hump, middle hump, positive, and then also the time at which it happened. And from that, you have kind of a statistical probability estimation of the spike, and then based on it, you also determine, oh, that's spike, that's spike.
So that's a nice crossing step from then make much better predictions about it. Like, yeah, especially in this kind of context where there could be multiple.
Yeah.
And that also results in being
Yeah. And just to be clear, I mean, the last two spike sorting have these broadband, these digitized signals run a bunch of different set of algorithms. It's just all of this for us is done on the in a very low power custom built basic digital processing, highly heat constrained, and the processing time from signal going in and giving it the output is less than a microsecond, which is it's a very very short amount of time.
yeah, so the latency. Oh wow, that's a
Latency is just huge thing that you have to deal with. Right now, the biggest the way in which they're packetized, we've been there 15 milliseconds.
Okay. There's some innovation on the protocol you outside.
Bluetooth is definitely not our final wireless communication protocol that we're going to get to. It's the high end
N1 and the R1, I imagine
NXRX.
Yeah, that's communication protocol. Bluetooth allows you to communicate against farther distances than you need to. So you can go much shorter.
Yeah, the only the primary motivation is that
Right, so you can talk to any device.
interoperability is absolutely essential, especially in today's days. And in many ways, if you can access a phone or a computer, you can do anything.
It'll be interesting to step back and actually look at, again, the same pipeline you mentioned, Nolan. What is the process from finding, selecting a human being to the surgery the first time?
We have more about that. And that was a route to which Nolan applied. And that once the application comes in, it contains some medical records, and the, based on their medical eligibility, there's a lot of criteria, and go through a pre-screening process. And at some point, we also go out to their homes, to a BPI home audit, because one of the most kind of revolutionary part about having this N1 that is completely wireless, that you can use it at home. You don't actually have to go to the lab, and go to the clinic to get connectorized to specialized equipment. So that's one of the key elements of when we're designing.
that we want people hopefully want to be able to use this every day of their home. And so part of our engagement and what we're looking for in the home audit is to 80,000 project agent in the United States each year, an additional 80,000 software paralyzing experience. So there's a lot of challenges in life in terms of accessibility. The things that many of us take for granted day to day. One of the goals of this study is for them to have sort of digital autonomy, where they find themselves interact with a digital device, their mind, digital telepathy, where the ability to communicate with a digital device, in all the ways that we're talking about, control mouse cursor, enough to be able to do all kinds of stuff, including play games and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of people who like the basic because of happened. Yeah, I mean, movement is so fundamental for it's just even speaking involved of opposite. And without that, and there's I mean, especially as other forms of not just MS or even stroke that people just easier ability and all of these opportunities help alleviate suffering, help people in life. Puzzles and increasing like focusing on it, being able to find wireless actually. Yeah, I mean it's exactly that. You are able to control a cursor, click, and be able to get access to your phone. I mean the whole world of and I mean I guess words telepathy if you think about that as definition of information from my brain without physical it's not obvious how that there's at least a couple of that. One is imagine about or then no one talks like imagine I don't there's a cognitive step here because you have to train learn right you kind of figure it out dynamically because reward yourself with yeah, I mean there's a step yeah fascinating step you have to start firing it right away yeah by imagining taking make it and all of the right kind of signals that I think correctly including okay. And then there's noise around it all of that out but imagine person he said it's just like work that actually works you can move a person as much as you're learning that thing's also learning about like the models updating ways to say oh if someone is thinking about this sophisticated form of watching patterns like that actually exists you just about the human and the human uh, adaptability to the process of coding stuff, and then there's the adaptation of like the same way if you give me new vowels and move it, I learn very quickly sensitivity, so I learn to move it slower. And then there's other kinds of signatures and all that kind of stuff they have to adapt. Both adapt. That's a fascinating thought on both sides. The thoughts on software, organic and the inorganic. That's organic and inorganic. Anyway, so I to run selection has no path to find everything, including the PPI from all of that. So what is the process of surgery first moment end to end a patient between 2 to 4 hours. In particular case for Nolan, about 3.5 hours. And there's many steps leading to the actual robot insertion. There's anesthesia option and intra-op imaging to make sure that patient. And this is also pre-planned beforehand. Someone like Nolan would go through MRI and then they can think about losing their hand. Obviously, due to the injury, it's not going to actually lead to any intended output, but it's the same part of the brain that actually imagining moving your finger actually, and that's one of the ways in which we can actually know where to place our because we want to go to the hand knot area in the motor cortex, and as much as possible. But so yeah, we do intra-op CT imaging, make sure check the location of the cranium, and surgeon comes in, does their thing, like incision, craniectomy, drilling of the skull, and then there's many different layers of the brain. There's what's called which is a very, very thick layer that surrounds the brain that gets actually receptive. And that then exposes PI. And by the time it's been around, anywhere between robot comes in, takes targets, including the thread. That takes anywhere between 20 minutes, in particular case for Nolan, it was just under 30 minutes. Then after that, the surgeon comes in. There's a couple other steps of like actually inserting the substitute layer, protect the thread as well as the brain, and then yeah, screw in the implant and then skin flap, and then suture, and then you're out. So when Nolan woke up, what was that like? They're probably like, what was the first time? So he was actually immediately after surgery, like an hour after surgery, as he was waking up, um, we did turn on the device, make sure that we are recording neural signals, and we actually did have a couple signals that we noticed that he can actually modulate. What I mean by modulate is that he can think about clenching his fist and sees a spike disappear. That's awesome. And that was immediate, right? Immediate after the recording. That's a human being. I mean, what's that feel like? Device as a human being, first step, gigantic journey. I mean, it's a historic moment. Even just that spike, to be able to modulate that. Obviously there have been other, as you mentioned, pioneers that have participated in these groundbreaking AI investigational early feasibility studies. So we're obviously standing on the shoulders of giants here. The first ones to actually but I mean, leading up to the surgery, there was I definitely could not believe it. Just the first time that you're working in a complete environment. You had a lot of confidence based on benchtop testing, or like preclinical R&D studies that the mechanism, the thread, insertion, all that stuff is very safe, and that it's uh, obviously ready for human, but there's still a lot of unknown about can the people actually insert. I mean, we brought something like 40 people. We ended up using only one, but I mean that was the level of just complete unknown, right? It's very very different environment. I mean that's why we do clinical trials to be able to test these out. So extreme nervousness and I, many was not up to the surgery, and definitely the day before the surgery. And it was an early morning surgery, but we started at 7 in the morning. Um, and by the time it was done, but I mean, first time seeing that, well, number one, huge relief. That this thing is doing what it's supposed to do. And two, I mean, just an immense amount of gratitude for Nolan and his family, and many others that have applied and that we've spoken to and will speak to are true pioneers in every war. And I sort of call them neural astronauts. These amazing, like in the 60s, right? Like these amazing pioneers exploring the unknown outwards. In this case, it's inward. Um, but an incredible amount of gratitude for them to, you know, participate and play a part. And it's a journey that we're working on. But also, like, I think that was a very, very important milestone, but our work was so a lot of anticipation for what's going to happen next, what are set of events that needs to happen. Make it worthwhile. Both.
On that, congratulations. I know there's a lot of work, uh, but that's really exciting. Um, hope the first big step, opportunity to help hundreds of thousands of people, maybe expand the realm of the possible when minds millions. Really exciting. I mean, like the opportunities are all ahead of us, and to do that safely, do that effectively. It's really fun to see. As an engineer, just watching other engineers come together and do an epic thing, that was awesome.
Congrats. Thank you. It's could not have done it. And yeah, I mean that's the other thing that I told well, this immense sense of optimism. I mean, it was a very important moment for the company today, as well as hopefully for many others out there. That
Speaking of challenges, Neuralink published a blog post describing that some of the threads are tracked, so the performance as measured by bits per second dropped first, but then eventually was gained. And that the whole story of how it was gained is definitely something I'll talk to Liz more about. But in general, um, you speak to the full experience, how was the performance regained, and technical aspects of the threads extracted.
the main takeaway is that in the end, the performance have come back and it's actually gotten better than it was before. Actually, just beat the world record yet again last week, 0.5 BPS. So it's cranking. That was correct. It's an 8.5. Yeah, the previous world record in human was so it's almost double. And his goal is to try to get 10, which is roughly around kind of the Neuralink or using a. So it's getting there. Yes,
the performance was
yeah, better than. So that's the story on its own. But BCI team recover that. It's actually mostly on kind of the. So I mentioned um, like outputs we noticed that the threads have come out of the brain, and the way in which we noticed this, it's expected that there would be variability, but we did see kind of a steady decline, and also the way in which we measure the health of the electrodes, whether they're in the brain or not, is by measuring impedance of the electrode. So we look at kind of the interfacial kind of Randall circuit, like the capacitance and the electric surface and the medium. And if that changes in some dramatic way, you have some spikes on the channel that something happens. And what we notice is that there's this plot and spike rate plot. And also because we have electrodes going along the depth, we're seeing movement and and that obviously will have an implication on the model, because if the number of inputs that are going to the model is changing because you have less of them, that model, right? And but there were still signals, and as I mentioned, similar to how even when you place the signals on the surface of the brain, or farther away, like outside the skull, we started looking at it's not just like occurrence, this that I mentioned, but we started looking at power of the frequency band that is interesting or stolen or going to be able to modulate. So once we kind of change the algorithm for the input, not just give you the bus output, but also the output, that helped us find a model with a new set of inputs, and that was the thing that really ultimately gave us, in terms of the thing that you want ultimately, and the thing that we are working towards, figuring out what threats impact for as long as possible, so that we have many more channels. That's by far the number one part. How to prevent that from happening. The thing that I will say, as I mentioned, that human brain size reference is 10 times that of or the sheep brain, and it's a very, very different environment. It moves a lot more, actually a lot more than we expected. Did Nolan's and it's just a very, very different environment than what and this is why to uncover the issues and failure. So in many ways, it provided us with this enormous amount of data and information to solve this. And this is something that objectives and engineering problems. We have talents across many different ones to be able to come together and.
But it sounds like the fascinating challenge coding side to be adaptable across whether it's movement of threads or different aspects of signal driven software. No one talks about drift that can be corrected. There's a whole UX challenge to that. So it sounds like adaptability fundamental property that has to be. It is, and I think as a company we're extremely vertically integrated. We make thin film arrays in our own type of fab. Yeah, there's like I said, built-in houses with aircraft. Building a well has Rothschild I recommend. Like constructed in-house microfabrication rapidly film arrays, concentrated electric threads. We created a custom template that can manufacture components with micro level precision. Yeah, this what do we think? Yeah, so 1 minute made template that can geometry shape. Tip is only microns, only slightly larger than the diameter of the itself. All sides are all threads to be inserted. What's interesting about the geometry? Look at the geometry of the needle. This is the needle that engaging with in the thread. They're the ones that that the peel it from the broken backing, and then this is the thing that gets inserted into the tissue. And then this pulls out, leaving the thread. And kind of a notch or sharp that we call is the thing that actually is grasping, and then it's designed in such ways that when you pull out, and the robot is right. So this is actually housed in a robot, and basically the robot has a lot of the optics that look for what the loop is. There's actually a 4 or 5 nanometer light that actually causes the polyimide to fluoresce. So you can locate the location. So the loop lights up. Yeah, you do. It's a micron precision process. What's interesting about the robot, I think, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. That robot is, yeah, our robot is quite heavy. Our current, there's giant eye that weighs a lot of because it needs to be sensitive to vibration as the head is a lot of kind of motion control to make sure that achieve that level. Things that kind of zoom in on that. And we're working on next generation of that lighter. I mean, it is a right away. We're talking fractions. These things are so continuing. We develop novel hardware testing stress test and validate the development of our technology. We perform many surgeries to refine our procedures and make them second nature. We practice surgeries on proxy with all the hardware and instruments needed to mock engineering space. Rapidly. Yeah, there's a proxy. So there's a 3D printed call from the images that is taken out of Europe, as well as hydrogel mix synthetic polymer thing that actually mimics the mechanical properties of it. It also has a picture of a person. So basically, what we're talking about here, and there's a lot of work that has gone into making this set proxy. That it's about like finding the right concentration of synthetic polymers to get the right set of consistency for the dynamics, as they're. But we practice this surgery with the bones, basically physiology and brain, many times prior to actually doing the surgery. Every step, yeah, like where does something stand? Like, you're looking at is the picture. This is in our office of this kind of corner of the robot engineering space that created this mock OR space that exactly like what they would experience all the staff doing that. So I mean, it's just kind of like any dance rehearsal where you know exactly where to stand at what point, and you practice that over and over and over again with that anatomy of someone that, and it got to a point where a lot of our engineers, when we created a craniectomy, they're like, oh, that looks very familiar. We've seen that before. And there's wisdom. It's like a zero sushi kind of thing. Because then it's like Olympic athletes visualize the Olympics, and then once you actually show up, it feels like any other day. It feels almost boring. Gold medal because visualized it so many times, you practice it so many times, nothing about it, it's boring. Win gold medal is boring. And the experience they talk about is probably that they don't have to visualize it. Yeah, the power of the mind to visualize it, and I mean, the whole field of studies where most of lies. Yeah, I think it's a good place to actually ask the question you might have is how do we know the aspect of this that you described as state? At the end of the day, the gold standard is to look at tissue. Um, what sort of trauma do you cause the tissue, and does that correlate to behavioral and output that you may have? And that's the language to which we can communicate about the safety of inserting something into the brain and type of trauma. So we actually had an entire technology that looks at tissue slicing. There are many steps that are involved in doing this. You have studies that are launched to with particular endpoints in mind. When you slice the animal and then you collect the brain tissue sample, fix them in formalin, and roast them, you section them, and you look at it, slice it, kind of reaction or lack thereof, basically. So that's kind of the language in which FDA speaks, and as well for us to kind of evaluate the insertion mechanism of the threads at various different kinds of acute, so anywhere between 0 to 3 months, beyond. Kind of the details of extremely high standard that FDA provides this general just very high standard, and every aspect of this is surgery. I think Matthew Douglas mentioned that like standard is a higher than the operations standard for all this very high, and it's a highly regulated department, governing agencies that scrutinize every device that gets marketed, and I think it's a good thing. It's good to have high standards, and we try to hold extremely high standards. Damage, if any, these innovative technologies, and so far we have been extremely impressed by lack of what you talk with excitement about technology. Yeah, so what you're looking at is vein tissue tissue slide, an animal that was and you're seeing all these different colors, and each color indicates specific types of types. Pink are astrocytes and glia, respectively. They're types of glial cells. And the other thing that is not the brain is not just made up of neurons and axons. There are other glial cells that actually is just trauma or damage to the tissue. Brown are the neurons. The brown are the neurons. So what you're seeing is in this kind of macro image, you're seeing like circle highlighted in white the insertion sites. And when you zoom into one of those, you see the threads, and then in this particular case, I think we're seeing about the 16 wires that are going into the page. And the incredible thing here is the fact that you have the neurons that are these structures or neurons, invisible things that are actually touching and abutting the threads. So what this is saying is that there's basically zero trauma that's caused during this insertion, and with these neural interfaces, microelectrodes insert, that is one of the most common failures. When you insert these threads like Utah ray, it causes death because you're inserting a foreign object, right? And
from recording neural signals because you're getting further and further away from it. And that is failure. And for example, in that inset, about 50 micron with that part.
So there's some problem with this. Down
yeah, and the way that issues typically don't have useful color. The multiplex means that these different proteins that are staining these at different colors, very standard staining techniques like HG, TIBA1, and UAN, and GFAP. If you go to the next image, this is also kind of illustrates the second point. You can make an argument, and initially when we saw that, oh, look at this floating, like what is happening? Are we actually looking at the thing? So what we did is we did another stain, all done in-house, of On's micron stain that shows collagen layer. So basically, you don't want to go around the sun because that means that there becomes scarring. And what you're seeing, if you look at it, is that you don't see it, which means that there has absolutely very, very minimal contact. That one of the big having. Yeah, so we think this is primarily due to also the fact that R1 is avoiding vasculature, so it's not disrupting damage to the barrier, has basically caused the immune response to be also a nice illustration of the size of the red. Yeah. And neurons, red, and the electron. Yeah, so this is what you're looking at is not those are conductive wires. Each of those is maybe 2 micron in width. So what we're looking at is looking at the kernels, looking at slice of tissue. But as you go deeper, you'll obviously have less and less of the paper. But yeah, the point basically being that there's cells around the insert site, which is an incredible thing. How easy it is. Yeah, so it depends on science. In the first 3 months or so after a lot of issue model that's happening, obviously start a couple weeks, depending on the size of the scar tissue, right? That's contracted and they turn into scab. Same thing happens, right? And it's a very dynamic. And before the scar tissue that's like that's formed, it's quite easy to form. And there's no trauma that's caused during that. Once the scar tissue forms and evolves, that's the thing that's currently anchoring. We haven't seen it. They're quite stable. It gets harder to actually completely extract it. So our current method device is cutting the thread, leaving the tissue intact, then unscrewing and taking it. And that hole is now going to be plugged with either a Neuralink or just kind of a PEEK-based, plastic-based. In the case of these, the threads is more forever. Yeah, we think so. We've done studies where left them there, and one of the biggest concerns they've had is like, they migrate and they get to a point where they should not be able to see that again. Once the scar tissue forms, they get bigger. And I should also say that when we say upgrade, we're not just talking in theory here, like we've actually upgraded many, many times. Our monkeys, non-human primates, NHP, have been upgraded. A pager you saw playing ping pong has
years ago, and it's seemingly very happy and healthy and fat. What's designed for the future? The upgrade procedure. So maybe Nolan. Yeah, thank you. Upgrade device internally, where you take it apart, caps, upgrade it. Yeah, so there are a couple of different for Nolan or to upgrade, or we would have to either cut the threads or extract the threads. Kind of situation there, how they're if you were to then dual substitute, um, have it upgrade so you can insert updated. There are a couple different other ways that we're thinking about the future of the upgradable. One is, at the moment we currently remove the dura, this kind of thick layer that protects the brain, but that actually is the thing that actually proliferates our tissue formation. So typically, general good rule of thumb is nature as it is and not disrupted as much. So we're looking at ways to insert the threads, which comes with different set of challenges, such as it's a pretty thick layer. So how do you actually penetrate that without breaking it? So we're looking at different that as well as the other biggest challenges are quite opaque, white light illumination. So how do you avoid still this the biggest advantage that we have? Sure. How do you actually other imaging techniques that do that? But our hypothesis is that in the evidence that we have, doing the direct version will cause scarring that causes them. And the other thing that going to be a fundamental change in the architecture is at the moment monolithic implant that comes with a thread that's bonded together, so you can't actually separate the thing out. But you can imagine having part implant, bottom part that is the that has chips and maybe a radio power source. Uh, Another implant that has more of a computational heavy load and the bigger battery. Um, and then one can be under the dura, one can be above the dura, like the plug or the skull. They can talk to each other, but the thing that you want to upgrade the computer and not the threads, you want to upgrade that, just go in there. It's a very, very easy sort of in a system, put the screw, probably be able to that would allow you to correct. So, I mean, this leads to the actual question. What is the path of scaling the increase in the number of threats? Priority? What's the technical challenge? Yeah, that is a priority. We are number of channels recorded from more and more. You have a pathway to actually currently 1,000, like 3,000, 6,000 plates each year. And then and the next year, a couple of limitations. One is obviously rapid speed requires. As I mentioned, it's quite common spacing. Obviously, there are chips that are much more advanced, and we have rather in-house to be able to do that. So traces will be narrower, so that chip cannot linearly consume more energy as you have more and more a lot of innovations and um, architecture as well as circuit design technology to make that power. You don't think about all like how do you off to the so think about and innovations and typically one of the biggest challenges is going to be interface. It's always interface memory. Bonding the way it starts to become very, very highly dense connects. Right that
lot of innovation in kind of 3D integration years that we take advantage of. One of the biggest challenges that we do have is forming this hermetic barrier, right? The harsh environment that we're in. So how do you protect it from like the brain trying to kill your electronics, also your electronics things that you don't want into the brain, and that forming that hermetic barrier is going to be a very, very big challenge that we I think are actually most difficult. How do you do that? Like, what's the development environment? Yeah, to simulate that kind of harsh. Yeah, so this is where the accelerated life capture essentially is a brain in a vessel. It literally is a vessel that is made up of, and again, for all intents and purposes for this particular type of test, the brain is and you can also put some other set of chemical reactive oxygen species that get at kind of these interfaces and trying to cause a reaction to pull it apart. But you can also increase the rate at which these interfaces are aging by just increasing temperature. So every 10 degrees Celsius that you basically accelerating time by 2. And there's a limit as to how much temperature you want to increase, because at some point there's some other nonlinear dynamics that cause you to have other nasty gases that just not realistic in an environment. So what we do in our ALT chamber by 20 degrees Celsius, that increases the aging by four times. So essentially 1 day in ALT chamber is 4 days under year. And if we look at whether the implants still are intact, including the threads and operation and all of that. Obviously, it's not an exact environment as a brain, chemical, other biological that attack it. But it is a testing environment for the enclosure and the strength of the enclosure. And we've had implants, the current version of the implant that has been in there for, 2.5 years, which is so it's interesting. Basically, force approximation, warm salt water, hot salt water, better than drinking element, which is basically salt water. Yeah. All right. But by the way, the other thing that also is interesting about our filter is if you look at our implant, it's not your common looking medical implant that usually is encased in a titanium can that's laser welded. We use polymer called PCFP, polychloro trifluoroethylene. It's actually commonly used in blister packs. So when you have a pill, and you try to pop the pill, there's kind of that plastic membrane. What this is? No one's actually ever used this except us. And the reason we wanted to do this is because it's electromagnetically transparent. So when we talk about the electromagnetic inductive charging, titanium can, usually if you want to do something like that, have a sapphire window and it's very great. You do a lot of iterations, materials, software, whole. So okay, you mentioned scaling. Is it possible to have multiple Neuralink devices? Is one of the ways scaling? Have multiple Neuralink devices implanted? Possible. We've had our monkey has one in each hand. And then we're also looking at the potential of having one in cortex, one in visual cortex, and one in focusing on a particular function. I wonder if there's some level of customization on the cortex. Absolutely. That's the goal. And we talk about Neuralink building a generalized neural interface to the brain. And that also is strategically how we're with marketing. So regulatory have the robot, and the robot can access any part of the. Right now we're focused on with current version of the N1 that's specialized for motor. But also at the end of the day, there's kind of a general compute available there. That's the question. If you want to really get down to hyper optimal power and efficiency, you don't need specialized. And what we're saying is that hey, we are now using robotic computation, many things showing data, conversational data, and also internally computing ourselves. And now differences in other parts of the brain, cortex or interesting products. Obviously, it's a completely different environment. Cortex is laid out very, very it's going to be more stimulating rather than kind of creating versa. But in the end, we're using the same film array technology. We're using the same robot compression technology. We're using the same packaging technology. Now, part of the conversation is focused around what are the differences and what are the implications of those differences. Ways that product away that product on site by speak to things that show cortex means that the possibilities there are just incredible. Give that gift back to site or even any aspect of that. Agencies have several challenges. Many one of which is any aspect of that that you're both excited and see the challenges. Yeah, I guess I'll start by saying that we actually have been capable of stimulating through our infrared array as well as electronics, or we have actually demonstrated for animating the. It's obviously for the current DFS study, hardware disabled that, so that's something that's on its market journey. And obviously there are many different ways to write information into the brain. The way in which we're doing that is through electrical passing electrical current and kind of causing that to really change the local environment so that you can artificially cause kind of the neurons in nearby areas. For vision specifically, the way our visual system works, it's both well understood. I mean, anything with kind of brain, there are aspects of it that's well understood. But again, like it in your eye, and in your eye, there are specialized cells called that convert the photon energy into electrical signal, and that then gets projected to back of your head. Goes through actually dynamic, that then projects it out, and then the visual cortex, the visual area 1 or V1, and then there's a bunch of other higher level layers of V2, V3, and there are actually kind of interesting parallels in when you study the behaviors of convolutional neural networks, like what the different layers of the network is detecting. First they're detecting like these edges, and they're then detecting some more natural structures, and then they start to detect objects, right? Kind of similar thing happens in the brain, and a lot of that is been inspired and also makes it kind of exciting. But the things like from there where the rise and where's color coded, there's not a lot understanding. So in terms of kind of bringing sight back to blind, there are many different forms of blindness. Millions of people, 1 million people in the US that are legally blind. That means certain in visual tests. I think it's something like if you can see something at 20 feet distance that normal people can see at 200 feet distance, like if you're Western side, would be illegal.
So by that, that means you can't function effectively.
Correct.
Using
Yeah, like navigate your environment. And yeah, there's different forms of blindness. There are forms of blindness where there's some degeneration of your retina, these photoreceptor cells, and the rest of your visual processing like impact. And for those types of individuals, you may not need to stick electrodes into the visual cortex. You can actually build retinal prosthetic devices that actually replaces the function of that retinal cells that are degenerated. There are many companies, but that's a very small slice. There are obvious significant smaller slice of folks that are if there's any damage along that circuitry, whether it's optic nerve or LGN circuitry or any breaking circuit, that's not going to work. And force of where you actually cause that visual percept to happen because the biological mechanism that is by placing electrodes in the visual. And the way in which this would work is that you would have a film camera, whether it's something as unsophisticated as a GoPro or wearable Ray-Ban type glasses that I'm working on that capture and that's then converted to electrical impulses or impulses that would activate the visual cortex and by playing concerted orchestra of these simulation patterns, create what's called frosting, which are these kind of white yellowish dots that by just you can actually create steps by stimulating the cortex. And the name of the game is really have many of them and have the steps, the frosting as small as possible so that you can start to tell like the individual pixels of the screen, right? So if you have many of those, potentially you'd be able to in the long term be able to actually get naturalistic vision, but in the short term to maybe midterm, be able to at least be able to have object detection run on your glasses, the pre-processing, and then being able to at least see the edges of things.
This is incredible, really incredible. Adding when your brain starts to figure out what and like with different kinds of processing power.
The thing that actually, a couple of things. One is, obviously, if you're learning from the way brain works, especially in the early age, neuroplasticity is really nothing other than kind of your brain and different parts of your brain fighting for the limited territory. And I mean, very quickly you see cases where people that are, I mean, you also hear about people blind that have heightened sense of hearing or other senses. The reason for that is that cortex that's not gets taken over by parts of the cortex. So those types of individuals, I guess they're going to have to now map other parts of their senses into what they call vision, but it's going to be obviously a very different experience. Before, so I think that's a caveat. The other thing that also is important to highlight is that we're currently limited by our biology in terms of wavelength. There's a very small wavelength that is a visible light wavelength that we can see with our eyes. But when you have an external camera with this GCI system, you can have infrared, you can have whatever other spectrum that you want to. And whether that gets matched to some weird conscious experience, I have no idea. But oftentimes I talk to people about the goal of Neuralink being going beyond the limits of our biology.
And if you're able to control the kind of raw signal, well, we'll leave their sight getting photons, and there's not much processing on it.
if you're able to control that signal, maybe you can just have object detection ahead of time. Yeah, some kind of pre-processing, and there's a lot of possibilities for that. So it's not just increasing thermal imaging, that kind of stuff, but it's also kind of interesting processing. Yeah. I mean, my theory of how like the system works also is that I mean, there's just so many things happening in the neurons that are going into your eye, and it's unclear exactly where some of those pre-processing steps are happening. But I mean, I actually think that just from a fundamental perspective, there's just so much the reality that we're in, the reality is so, there's so much data, and I think humans are just unable to actually like even enough actually process all that information. So there's some filter that happens, whether that happens in the retina, whether that happens in the visual cortex, unclear. But like the analogy that I sometimes think about, if your brain is CCD and all of the information in the world is and then you try to actually look at the sun with a CCD camera, it's not that enormous amount of it. End up right? Just kind of narrow the information that's coming to you and being captured. I think things like our experiences or our drugs like propofol, anesthetic drugs, or psychedelics, what they're doing is they're kind of popping out these filters, putting in new ones or removing older ones, and kind of controlling our physical. Yeah, man, not to distract from the topic, but I just think a very high dose of ayahuasca in the Amazon jungle. Right. It's a nice way to think about it, walking out different experiences and really being able to control that. Primarily at first to function, not for entertainment purposes, but enjoyment purposes. But yeah, keeping back lost functions, giving back lost functions. There, especially when functions completely lost anything. Would you implant a neural device in your own brain? Absolutely. I mean, not right now, but absolutely. What kind of capability once you start getting real curious and almost get a little antsy, like jealous of people that get as you watch them get implanted? Yeah, I mean, even GPS, right? There's nothing that fundamentally achieve that woman. Certainly get jealous if they can do that. I should say that watching Nolan, I get a little jealous because he's so much fun, and he's like such a chill way to do it. Yeah. So, I mean, the thing that also is hard to appreciate sometimes is that he's doing these things while talking, and I mean it's multitasking, right? So it's clearly it's obviously cognitively intensive, but similar to how when we talk, we move our hands, like these things like multitasking, we can do that, and you won't be able to do that with other technology as far as I'm aware. If you're obviously using an eye tracking device, you're very much fixated on that thing that you're trying to do. You're using control. Say some other stuff. Yeah, you don't get to use that. Yeah, the multitasking aspect really not just GPS. The primary task it's the parallelization of multitasking. If you measure the GPS, the entirety of the human organism, you're talking and doing it with your mind and moving around. So there's just a lot of parallelization. Yeah. I think at some point for him, like if he wants to really achieve high level of GPS, it does require that's a separate mystery that is a big mystery, like how attention works. And, yeah, attention, like cognitive load, I've done very lot of literature on people doing two tasks. You have your primary task and a secondary task. The secondary task is push the distraction, and how does that affect the performance of the primary task? Depending on the task, a lot of interesting. I mean, interesting computational device, right? I think there's,
to say the least.
a lot of novel insights. I personally am surprised that they were such incredible control of the while talking and also being nervous at the same time. Because he's talking like all the time, if you're talking in front of the camera, you get nervous. So all of those coming into play to achieve high performance. Surprising. I mean, all of this is really amazing. And I think after researching this really in depth, kind of
Get in line.
also the safety line. Well, say the registry for people who have quadriplegia and all that kind of stuff. So there'd be a separate line. They're just curious. Myself. So now that Nolan won part of the ongoing Prime study, what's the high level vision for P2, P3, P4, P5, expansion, other getting to experience this plan?
Yeah, I mean, primary goal is, for our study in the first place, achieve of this device as well as the implantation process. And also at the same time, understand the efficacy and the impact that it could have on the potential use of device. And just because you have, and you're living with tetraplegia, it doesn't mean your situation is the same as another person living with tetraplegia. Wildly varying. And it's something that we're hoping to also understand how our technology can serve a very small slice of those individuals, broader individuals, and get the feedback. Really build the best product. So there's obviously also that we have, and the purpose of the feasibility study is to learn from each and every participant to improve the device, improve the surgery before we embark on what's called a pivotal study that then is a much larger um, trial that starts to look at significance and that's required before then market. And that's how it works in the US and just generally around the world. So our goal is to really just understand from people like Nolan what aspects of our device. It turns out that people are like, I really don't like the fact that it's 5 hours. I wanted to be able to use the computer for 24 hours. That is a user and requirement, which you can only find out just before the pivotal study. There's kind of like a rapid individual experience, learning from individual people how they use it, like high resolution details in terms of like cursor control and signal and all that kind of stuff. To like yeah. So there's hardware changes, but also just firmware updates. Even when we had that coverage event with Nolan, now has the new firmware that has been updated with, and similar to how like your phones update all the time with security patches, whatever new functionality, why, right? And that's something that is possible with our device. It's not a static one-time device that can only do the thing that it said it can do. I mean, similar to Tesla, you can share firmware updates, and now you have interface and all this bells and whistles and on everything with this. That's when we say generalized platform.
Yeah, it's really cool. The app that Nolan is using, there's a calibration, all that kind of stuff, and then there's update. Just clicking an update. What other capabilities there are you kind of asking? What about accelerated typing? And what else? And those are still in the realm of programs. So the largest we have the program currently is focused on
guess you can control 2D cursor in the digital space. You could robotic arms, wheelchair, environment, or even whether it's phone or just directly. So machine. So we're looking at, and that requires a conversation with the FDA, kind of showing safety data for robotic arm or wheelchair that can get hurt from some accident. It's very different if you're moving stuff in the digital, potentially platforms. We're looking at that right now. Speech does involve different areas of the brain. Speech prosthetic is very, very fascinating, and there's actually been a lot of um, amazing work that's been happening in academia. Jamie Henderson, late Krishna Shenoy, at Stanford, doing some incredible amount of work in speech prosthetics. And those are actually looking more at parts of the motor cortex that are controlling, these vocal articulators, and being able to even by mouthing the word or imagine pick up. More sophisticated, higher level processing areas like Broca's area, those are still very, very big mystery in terms of the underlying mechanism of how all that stuff works. I mean, I think neural intervention kind of understand the thing and provide a where I get that question.
Do you think are getting insight things like thought? There's muscular component that like the act of producing sound. And what about internal things like cognition? Like low level thoughts and high level thoughts. You think we'll start noticing kind of signals that could be picked up? They could be understood, they could be maybe used in order to interact with the outside. In some ways, I guess this starts to kind of get into hard problem of consciousness. And I mean, on one hand, all of these are at some point set of electrical signals that from there, maybe it in itself is giving the cognition of meaning, or somehow human mind is incredibly amazing storytelling machine. So telling ourselves and fooling ourselves that there's something interesting here. But I certainly think that PCI, really PCI at the end of the day is a set of tools that help you kind of study the underlying mechanism in a both local but also broader sense. And whether there's some interesting pattern of electrical signal that means you're thinking this, and you can either learn from many sets of data to correlate some of that and be able to combine it or not. I'm not sure. I certainly would not kind of rule that out as a possibility, but I think DCI alone probably can't do that. There's probably additional set of tools and framework, and also just hard problem consciousness. At the end of the day, is rooted in the philosophical question. They're all the nature of our existence. Where does the mind emerge from this complex network?
How does the subjective experience emerge from a bunch of spikes, electrical spikes?
I mean, we do really think about BCI and what we're building as a tool for understanding the mind, brain. Question. There's actually there actually is some biological existence proof of what it would take to kind of start to form some of these experiences that maybe if you actually look at every one of our brains, there are two, just one leg, right? So what's happening? If you actually look at the hemispheres, there's a structure that kind of connectorized the two called the close that would have around 200 connections. That means that's the number of interface and electrodes that we need to create some sort of time level or from that, like whatever the conscious experience that you can experience. Um, but yeah, I think that there's like kind of an interesting, it's just that we all have.
And that threshold is unknown at this time.
Oh yeah, these things, everything in this domain is speculative.
And then there will be, you'd be continuously pleasant. Right? Do you see a world where there's millions of people, like tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people walking up around with Neuralink devices? Yeah, multiple times, right?
I do. First of all, there are, like if you look at worldwide, disorder, that's in the tens of hundreds of people. That alone, I think, there's a lot of benefit, potential good that we can do. And once you start to get into psychiatric applications, depression, anxiety, hunger, or right, like control of appetite. I mean, that starts to become very real for everyone.
Not to mention that most people on Earth have a smartphone. And once these guys start using the smartphone as a preferred methodology of interacting with the digital world, that also becomes interesting.
Oh yeah, I mean this is even before going to that, right? I mean, there's like almost, I mean, the entire world that could benefit from such a thing, and then yeah, like if we're talking about the next generation, how we interface with machines, even ourselves, in many ways, I think I can hold it. And some of the things that I also talk about is I do think that there's a possibility that you can see 8 billion people walking around with Norway.
Well, thank you so much for pushing ahead. I look forward to that exciting.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to the conversation. And now, friends, here's Matthew Hugo, head neurosurgeon at UC. When did you first fascinate with the human brain?
Forever. Far back as I can remember, I've been interested in the brain. I mean, I was, a thoughtful kid and a bit of an outsider, and sitting there thinking about what the most important things in the world are. In your little tiny adolescent brain, and the answer that I came to, that I converged on, was that all of the things we can possibly conceive of as things that are important for human beings to care about are literally contained in the skull. Both the perception of them and their relative value, solutions to all our problems, and all of our problems are all contained in the skull.
Yo,
And
pimp.
we do more about how that.
Same thing that we do every fucking day. Try to go viral. No, 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 no. I gotcha. Well, I understand. I yeah, I think that it's good to get breaks from blue light. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I wear a sleep mask and like, because I don't want to expose my, I want to limit myself to the exposure as best I can. At least my body gets 8 hours of recharging. But yeah, hey, I mean, certainly take any breaks that you need. And yeah, Excellent. Well, that with your phone too. All right, I got you. I got you. Excellent. Tonight, if you can come back, and I'll send you a message if you want. But I'm gonna do a concert. Excellent. I'm gonna do a concert, so I'll find a Discord. So Myers Playhouse, I've gotten some. I've gotten like 20 people in there at one time for one concert, but obviously last night people were just in and out. But there are singing Discords as well, like not karaoke, but they're just singing. So I'm thinking of just doing it there because people there are really interested in other people singing and such. So I will send you an invite to the Discord. Should I do that? And I'll keep you updated. Okay. Excellent. Well, you get necessary break that you need. Peace, man. Get the necessary break that you need. Peace, man. All right. Excellent. Sounds good. Take care. In the dance, 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 dance. Dance, 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 dance. Dance machine. She's a dance, 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 dance. Dance machine.
Imagine all the biological activity, solid, on all of them like a brain. Neurons, like kinds of neurons, uh, information over a period of time. They have the modulus, language, all that. There,
She's a dance, 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 dance. She's a dance machine.
all that
No, she's a dance, 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 dance. She's a dance machine.
norm, mind. A lot of that has how well that organized around them are the brain. So I always find it interesting to look
She's a
primatology,
dance,
look
dance,
to our
dance,
closest
dance,
non-human relative.
dance. Dance, 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 dance. Machine, oh baby, little baby.
And I would great chance lens how you would watch a friend understand motivations of the characters and actions of each other. Jim Collins and basically apply that
Oh,
lens
that is the worst.
massively oversimplified.
She's dance, 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 dance. She's machine, oh baby. Are you fucking serious? Oh, this is live. She's a dance, 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 dance. She's a dance machine. baby. That's so fucking funny. Like, hey, that's why.
The battle for power, but a lot of the threats often go with I would like to think that it's about something that answers those underlying drive, motivating. But all that coming what fighting biologic. The moment I got to college, labs did neuroscience work and originally approached that from the angle of the interaction with the brain and the immune system was obviously start had this idea at the time, content of your thought have an impact, direct impact, can be a powerful one on non-conscious in your body. We think of as homeostatic, automatic, like fighting a virus, repairing a wound. Sure enough, there are big crossovers between it gets to a key point that I think was under-recognized. One of the things people don't recognize or appreciate about the human brain enough, and that basically controls or has a huge role in almost everything that your body does. Try to name an example of something in the body that isn't directly controlled or massively influenced by the brain, and it's pretty hard. I'd say like bone healing or but even those hypothalamus and pituitary end up playing a role in coordinating the endocrine system. It does have a direct influence on the calcium level in your blood. So non-obvious connections between implicate the brain as a potent prime mover in all of health. One of the things I realized in the other direction too, how body the brain, if they affect the brain also with the immune system. I think there's people who study Alzheimer's and those kinds of things. It's surprising how much you can understand that from the system, from the other systems that don't obviously have anything to do with the nervous system. The also, yeah, you can understand how that would be driven by evolution too. Simple example, if you get a communicable disease, you get the flu, pretty advantageous to tell your brain, hey, I'll be antisocial first. Don't go be like a party. Cuddle up somewhere warm under a blanket for a day. And sure enough, breed behavior in animals and humans. Elevated levels of blood and alpha blood ask the brain back on social activity, even moving around. You have lower locomotor activity. Animals that are affected by so early days neuroscience. When did that happen? I was evolution thought I wanted to study the brain. I started studying actual lives. So after having not really thought about going into medical school, I was on a track to go into a PhD program. Well, I'd like that option. I'd like to actually help tangible in front of me. And doing a little digging, found that there exists an PhD program where you can choose not to choose between them and do both. So I went to USC for medical school and had a joint PhD program with Caltech, where I met. I chose that program particularly because of the researcher at Caltech, Anderson, primate neuroscience, has a cat lab where Ray and other lecturers friends of mine understand how working I get up there, the idea that maybe I'll be a neurologist, study the brain on the side, neurology, and neurology nominally addressing the practice, diagnosing the thing, and good luck with that. And surgery differently it's a powerful lever on taking people that are headed in a bad direction toward in the sense brain tumors that are potentially treatable or curable. And your blood rupture why really at the end of the day what matters is I happen to be one of the great neurosurgery programs. These epic neurosurgeon Alex Gillespie and Ricardo Ichirada are like these sort of epic people that changed my thinking from neurosurgeons are distant gods that live on another planet and occasionally come and visit us. These are have problems or people and there's nothing fundamentally preventing them. So last medical it cost me a year to do research far along the process. To the research, but not taking the cost down, but absolutely the hardest part of the training. I'm a neurosurgeon. Yeah. Two things such as this. Residency sort of competition and pain, like how much pain wow. Work hour restrictions not really you guys internally among the and so most neurosurgery residents try to work as hard as they can. I think necessarily working long work hours. Care about being compliant with whatever regulations are in front of us. I think more important than that, people want to give their all. Eggs are so high. And so no fight. To go home the end of their shift and not stay and do more. Are you seriously saying like one of the hardest things is forcing likely that was the case, I guess. In the next generation, I think the next generation client was not really unique. Now I'm okay, I get a lot of that stuff. So personality, the need to go to also, as we touched on earlier, primate like power, and I think our surgery for excellent ever about it. So it's an invitation, I think, for people that are close hellacious appeal to authority. You have license to walk into a room and act like you're expert on whatever. I think that tendency is not something that most against. So, one of the I have friends who know you and know you. Yours has a surprising quality for you. It's not as common perhaps in other professions. There is a kind of public aspect and I think that I think that that allows me to play well Elon company because Elon one of his strengths I think is to see through fallacy from authority. Nobody walks into a room like you. God damn it, I'm the guy that built glass and rockets or something. Well, you did it wrong. You can do it better. Or I'm the guy that kept alive for the last 50 years. You know how to build cars. So you don't walk into a room and say, well, I'm a nurse or I'm a human being that has a brain that I can help. And here's how I think about it. Try and see. Over powerful approach. We just fascinating that you get interaction who you are. What have you learned from it? Well, that's what there's a sweet spot where people disagree and force mind and passionately defend their position, and yet are still able to accept information from others and change their ideas of their own. Like the analogy of sort of how you polish rocks. You put hard things in a hard container and spin it. People dash against each other and out comes a more refined product. And so make a good experiment to try to find people that are not afraid to defend their ideas passionately. Occasionally strongly disagree with people working with and have the best ideas on top. It's not an easy balance. Again, to refer back to the primate brain, something that is I passionately all my chips on this position and now I'm just going to walk away from it and admit you're right. Part of our brain tell us that is a power loss, that is a loss of faith, loss of standing, and recognize that little voice they end up the conference that often enough you're actually going to become the best in the world that you're doing. That kind of that rapid iteration. At least remember the way. Ride the way. What did you learn? A lot of amazing neurosurgeons. What lessons about surgery and life that you learned from those folks? Yeah, I think your ass off, working hard while functioning as a member of a team, and that's incredibly difficult. Incredibly long hours, being up all night, taking care of someone that you can probably survive no matter what you do. Working hard, it's like next morning. Folks relentless in their pursuit of
only to training programs that dozens or hundreds of amazing surgeons lucky to be in their position.
It felt like you mentioned doing a surgery where likely not to survive. Is that where I knew?
Yeah. It's especially challenging when you all respect our elders. He doesn't survive. You're taking care of an 80-year-old, and something was going to get them pretty soon anyway. And so you lose a patient like that. It is part of the natural course of what is expected of them in the coming years, regardless. Taking care of, a father of 2 or 3, 4 young kids, one in their 30s, that didn't have it coming. They show up in the ER having their first seizure of their life, and had a malignant, inoperable brain. You can only do that because that has a giant hemorrhage in her brain, and she's not going to survive. They bring her 4-year-old daughter in to 5 last time before they turn them around. There's a great Henry Marsh, English neurosurgeon, who said that every neurosurgeon cares from a private grave after that, especially with young parents. They had a lot more to do. The loss particularly because of knock-on effects make the world worse for a long time. It's just hard to be powerless in the face of that. That's where I think you have borderline evil fighting something like Starlink. You take pot shots at that because what we're doing is to try to fix that stuff, try to give people options to reduce suffering, right? We're trying to take this out of life that bring in our little way that we're fighting. And yeah, there's a lot of suffering and some of the granted that are bringing their and to give some of the function. I do so much. Well, it's really simple, straightforward procedure. The human part of it that I do is essentially one of the most basic neurosurgery imaginable. I think some version is done for example, partial trepanation, Peru or ancient times of America, where these proto-surgeons drill holes in people's skulls, presumably to let out people's scares, but maybe to drain blood. And someone healing around the edge, but these survive some months after procedure. What we're doing is that we're taking a cut in the skin on top of the head over the area of the brain, and an expert concept where your brain is lighting up
finger movement, all of that is firing away.
Yep. There's a little squiggle in the cortex right there. One of the folds of the brain is kind of doubly folded right on that spot. So you can look at it on an MRI and say, that's the hand knot. Do a functional test in a special kind of MRI called a functional MRI. And this part of the brain lights up when people, even quadriplegic people whose brains aren't connected to their finger movement anymore, they imagine finger movement, their brain still lights up. So we can ID that part of the brain. Anyone who's preparing to enter our trial, say, okay, that part of the brain confirm is your hand intention area. And so I'll make a little cut skin, we'll flap the skin open, bring the car, only a lot smaller, make a perfectly round 1-inch diameter hole, remove that bit of skull, open the lining of the brain, the covering of the brain, like a little bag of water that the brain floats in, and then show that part of the brain to our robot. And where the robot shines, can come in and take these tiny, much smaller than even hair, electrodes, precisely insert them into the cortex, into the surface of the brain, very precise depth, a very precise spot that avoids all the blood vessels that are coating. After the robot's done with its part, and the human comes back in and puts the implant into that hole in the skull and covers it up, bring it down to the skull and putting the skull back together. The whole thing is a few hours long and extremely low risk compared to the average neurosurgery involving the brain that might say open up a deep part of the brain, manipulate blood vessels in the brain, this opening on the surface of the brain with only cortical microinsertion carries significantly less risk than a lot of the tumor or aneurysm surgeries that are routinely done.
Cortical microinsertions that are via robotic vision are designed to avoid this.
Exactly.
So I know you're biased here, but compare human and machine. What are human surgeons well, and what are robot surgeons well? At this stage of our civilization development.
Yeah, that's a good question. Humans are general purpose machines. We're able to adapt to unusual situations. We're able to change the plan on the fly. I remember well a surgery that I was doing many years ago down in San Diego where the plan was to open a small hole behind the ear, go reposition a blood vessel that had come to lay on facial nerve, the trigeminal nerve, because when that blood vessel lays on the nerve, it can cause just intolerable, horrific shooting pain, described like being zapped with cattle prod. And so, elegant surgeries to move this blood vessel off the nerve. The surgery team, we went in there and started moving the blood vessel, and then found that there was a giant aneurysm on that blood vessel, not easily visible on the pre-op. The plan had to dynamically change. The surgeons have no problem with that. We're trained for all those robots so well in that situation. At least in their current incarnation, robotic surgery, like the electrode insertion portion of the Neuralink surgery, it goes according to a set plan. And so humans can interrupt the flow and change the plan, but the robot can't really change the plan midway through. It operates according to how it's programmed, how fast it does its job very precisely, not with a wide degree of latitude in how to react to changing conditions.
There could be just a very large number of ways that you can surprise it. You enter a situation that could be little things that you have to dynamically adjust. robots are not that currently. I think we're at the dawn of a new era with AI. The parameter for robot responsiveness to be dramatically broadened, right? You can't look at a self-driving car and say that it's operating under very narrow parameters. If a chicken runs across the road, it wasn't necessarily programmed to deal with that specifically, but a Waymo or a self-driving Tesla would have no problem reacting to that appropriately. So surgical robots aren't there yet, but give it time.
And then there could be a lot of like semi-autonomous possibilities. Maybe a robotic surgeon say the situation is perfectly familiar or the situation is not familiar, and in the not familiar case you could take over. But basically like very conservative saying, okay, this sure has no issues, no surprises, and let the humans do the surprises, the edge cases, all that.
Yeah.
That's one possibility. So you think eventually you'd be out of the job, but you being a surgeon, your job being a surgeon, humans will not be on this earth.
I'm not worried about my job in the course of my professional life. I think I would tell my kids not necessarily go in this line of work, depending on how things look in 20 years.
It's fascinating because if I have a line of work, I would say programming. And if you ask me, like, the last, I don't know, 20 years, what I would recommend for people, I would say, yeah, go. You always have a job if you're a programmer. Yes, it's more computer and all this stuff. It pays well. But then you realize these models come along and they're damn good at generating code.
Yeah.
So overnight, you can realize, like, what is the contribution? But then you start to think, okay, it does seem like humans have ability, like you said, to deal with novel situations. Programming is the ability to kind of come up with novel ideas, solve problems. It seems like humans aren't quite yet able to do that, and when the stakes are very high, when it's life critical, as it is in surgery, especially in neurosurgery, then starts the stakes are very high. Robots actually. But it's fascinating that in this case, Neuralink, there's a human-robot collaboration.
Yeah. I do the parts it can't do, and it does the parts I can't do. We're friends.
I saw that there's a lot of practice going on. So everything in Neuralink is tested rigorously. But one of the things I saw that there's proxy surgeries, both for the robot and for everybody involved in the entire pipeline.
Yep.
What's that like? Practicing surgery.
Pretty intense. No analog to this human surgery. Human surgery is sort of this traditional craft handed down directly from master to pupil over the generation. And literally the way you be a surgeon on humans by doing surgery on humans. First, you watch your professors do a bunch of surgery, and then finally they put the trivial surgery into your hands. And then more complex parts of your understanding of the point of surgery increases. You get more responsibility in perfect condition. Doesn't always go well. In Neuralink's case, the approach is a bit different. We, of course, practiced as far as we could on animals, hundreds of animal surgeries. And when it came time to we had an amazing team of engineers build incredibly lifelike models. One of the engineers ran a particular built pulsating brain in a custom 3D printed skull that matches exactly the patient's anatomy, including their face and scalp characteristics. And so when I was able to practice that,
mean, it's as close as a reason we should get to being the real thing, all the details, including, having a mannequin body attached to this custom head during the practice surgeries, and wheel that body into this CT scanner and take a mock CT scan and wheel it back in and conduct a normal safety check. Stop the patient. We're confirming his identification is mannequin number blah blah blah, and then opening the brain in exactly the right spot using standard operative neuronavigation equipment, standard surgical drills, and the same OR that we do practice surgeries and having the skull open and have brain pulse, which adds a degree of difficulty for the robot. Precise the plan, those electrodes, the right depth, location. So, we kind of broke new ground on how extensive practice surgery.
There was a historic moment, big milestone, when like part for humanity, the first human getting an early implant in January of this year. Take me through the surgery on Nolan. What did it feel like?
Yeah. Well, we're lucky to have incredible partners at Neurologic. They're the premier neurosurgical hospital in the world. They made everything as easy as possible for the trial to get going and helped immensely with their expertise how to arrange the details. It was a much more high pressure surgery in some ways, even though the outcome wasn't particularly in question in terms of safety. The number of observers, the number of people, conference rooms full of people watching live stream in the hospital, rooting for this to go perfectly, and that just adds pressure that is not typical for even the most intense production neurosurgery, removing a tumor or placing brain stimulation electrodes. And it had never been done before. There were unknowns. So a moderate pucker factor there for the whole team, not knowing they're going to encounter a degree of brain movement that was unanticipated, or a degree of brain sag that brain far away from the skull made it difficult to or other unknown. Fortunately, everything went well. That surgery is one of the outcomes we could imagine.
Nervous? You're extremely quarterbacking like a whole kind of situation.
Extremely nervous. I was very pleased when it went well, and then when it was over, looking forward to number 2.
Yeah. Because with all that practice, I've just never been in a situation so high stakes in terms of people watching.
Yeah.
And we should also probably mention, given how the media works, a lot of people, maybe in a dark kind of way, hope it doesn't go well.
Well, I think wealth is easy to hate, or envy, or whatever. And I think the industry around driving clicks and bad news is great for clicks. So any way to take an event and turn it into bad news is really good for clicks.
It just sucks because it's pressure on people. We're just trying to solve our problem. Solve our problem. Go to the end of it. Things that done before. Risk. Calculated risk. All kinds of questions. Nevertheless. I just wish there would be more celebration of that. Like, waiting on the sidelines, failure, and then pointing out the failure. Yeah, in this case, it's really great that everything is flawless, but unnecessary pressure, I would say. Now that there's a human skin in the game, there's a participant who will be rides on this doing well. You have to be a pretty bad person for that to go wrong. So people look in the mirror and realize that as well. So did you actually front row seat watch what the whole thing? Yeah, I mean, because an MD to be in charge of all of the medical decision making process. I unscrubbed from the surgery after exposing the brain and presenting and targets on the robot interface that tells the robot where it's going to security spread and my hand on the mouse, whatever that's. Oh, cool. Like the robot computer vision provides a bunch of candidates finalized. Right. And the software engineers are amazing. They actually provided an interface where you can essentially lasso tool and select a prime area of brain real estate, and it will automatically avoid the blood vessel in that region and automatically place a bunch of targets. And that allows the human robot operator select really good areas of brain and make dense applications of targets in those regions. Regions are going to have the most high fidelity representation of finger movements, arm movements, intention. I've seen images of OCD pleasant. I think it's a subreddit called Oddly Satisfying. Yeah, love that subreddit. It's oddly satisfying different target sites, avoiding the blood vessels, and also maximizing like the usefulness of those locations signal. Feels good. Like, as a person who has a reaction to brain bleeding, I can tell you, yes, it's extremely satisfying watching the electrodes themselves go into the brain and not cause bleeding. Yeah. So you said the feeling was over everything. How deep in the brain do you currently go and eventually go? Let's say on the Neuralink side, it seems the deeper you go in the brain, the more challenging. Yeah. Broadly about neurosurgery, we can get anywhere. It's routine, but brain stimulating electrode near the very bottom of the brain, entering from the top and passing a 2 millimeter wire all the way to the bottom of the brain. That's revolutionary. Yeah. Very high precision. I use do that surgery several times a month. It's your eyes in that situation. What are you seeing? What kind of technology can you use to realize where you are, light? It's a cool process on the software side. You take a preoperative MRI that's extremely high resolution data of the entire brain. Patients put their head in a frame that holds the skull very rigidly, and then take a CT scan of their head while they're asleep with that frame on, and then merge the MRI CT software. You have a plan based on the MRI where you can see these the ID of the brain. But if you trust the merging of the two images, then you indirectly know on the CT where that is, and therefore indirectly know where in reference to the titanium frame screwed to their head targets. So this is technology to manually compute trajectories given the entry point and target, and dial in some goofy looking titanium actuators, manual actuators with little tick marks on them. The modern version of that is to use a robot, just like a
KUKA arm, you might see it building cars at the Tesla factory. This small robot arm can show you the trajectory that you intended from the pre-op MRI and establish a very rigid order which you can drill a small skull and pass a small rigid wire deep into that area of the brain that's hollow. Put your electrode through that hollow wire
This shit
and
is
remove
so
all of
funny.
that except the electrode. So you have the electrode bring up precisely where you are.
That sucks.
That's
Oh, this is the best.
MRI. Not in the brain. Passing wire blindly into the deep part of the that's not an acceptable file for neuron. We start we want this to be adequate for these 2 to 3 not really you or I without a profound medical problem might on our lunch breaks and the meeting gets great at the safety are we haven't run or arbitrarily approaching in the brain. Mapping highway blood vessel lower spine and your health. The activity rate progress electrode spinal cord has a potential workaround for spinal injury that would allow brain mapping to translate motor brain mapping and muscle contraction in pre-life. That's incredible. So there's 5 or 4 to the periphery. How hard is that to do? We have that working in very crude forms. Similar.
Chuck, now listen, my girl's gonna come in at the end. She's gonna dominate. You do your damn. Now, Chuck, I'm railing this chick, and she really wants to get in the band. So just at the end, just let her do her thing. Okay, she's got rhythm, she's grooving. His fucking face. His fucking face. Chuck. That is so fucking funny. Just let my girl play a little bit. She's got rhythm. This is
Some people have really flat skulls. Some people have skulls that has
what the fuck is this shit?
consequences for how their head.
Yo, what is this? This thing's just the worst.
Taking biology class, the diagram there was neuroscience, which is um, whenever I look at pictures of brain, like I don't know what is going on. Yeah, so how much our biological reality, like how that, that's where experience and skill, education really come into play. There are 1,000 brains, it becomes easier to kind of mentally go back. For instance, blood vessels that are obscuring and gyri, wrinkle pattern, right? Occasionally, when you're first starting to do this, open the skull, match what you thought you were going to see based on your eye. And with more experience, you learn to kind of peel back that layer of blood vessels, the underlying pattern of wrinkles in the brain, and use that as a landmark for where you are. Wrinkles are landmarks. So, so describing hand knob earlier, that's a pattern of wrinkles in the brain. Greek letter omega shaped area of the brain. You can recognize the hand knob area, like if I show you 1,000 brains and give you like one each, you'd be like, yep, that's that. There is some uniqueness to that area of the brain, like in terms of the geometry, topology. Yeah. Well, this strip of brain running down the top, called the primary motor, and in picture of the homunculus right over the brain, the guy with giant that guy plays with his legs up at the top of the brain and face the arm. areas farther down, and then some mouth, lip, tongue areas farther down. And so the hand is right in there, and then areas that control speech on the left side of the brain. Most people are just below that. So any muscle that you voluntarily move in the body, the vast majority of that replicates that strip, or doesn't kind of that strip of brain wrinkle or hand right in the middle of it.
And vision, also
vision's a little deeper, and so this gets to your question about how deep do vision. You can't just do the surface of the brain. You have to go not as deep as you have to go for DBS, but maybe a centimeter deeper than we're used to, or hand insertions. And so that's work in progress. A set of challenges to overcome.
By the way, you mentioned the Utah array, and I just saw a picture of that, and that thing was great. Because it's rigid, and then you look at the thread, they're flexible. Say that's interesting to you about the flexible, that kind of approach of the flexible threads. You look at the electrode.
Yeah, I mean, the goal there comes from experience. I mean, we stand on the shoulders of people that made Utah arrays and used Utah arrays for decades before we ever even came along. Link arose partly, this approach to technology arose out of a need recognized after Utah arrays would fail routinely because the rigid electrodes, the spikes that are literally hammered, air hammer into the brain, the spikes generate a bad immune response that encapsulates the electrode spikes in scar tissue, actually. And so one of the projects that was being worked on in the Anderson lab at Caltech when I got there was chemotherapy to prevent the formation of scar. It's pretty bad when you're jamming a bed of nails into the brain and then treating that chemotherapy to try to prevent scar tissue. Off track is fundamental. Necessary. So Neuralink's approach is highly flexible, tiny electrodes.
I can't believe they can fucking show that. I mean, that's fine, but I've been banned from fucking YouTube for what?
And so
Fuck
you.
Getting some bullshit.
Does control almost everything. Out of the example, lever on fertility. I mean, there are legitimate targets in the brain itself modulate a blood pressure. Modulate blood pressure. There are legitimate targets in the brain for doing that. Things that aren't immediately obvious as brain problems are potentially solvable in the brain. So I think it's an underexplored area for primary treatment of all the things that bother people.
It's a really fascinating way to look at it. There's a lot of conditions might think have nothing to do with the brain. They might just be symptoms of something that actually started in the brain. The actual source of the problem, the primary source.
Yeah, not always. I mean, there are kidney diseases, but there are levers you can pull in the brain that affect all of it. Yeah.
On-off switches or knobs in the brain or originate. Do you have a Neuralink chip on the brain?
Yeah. I think
use case right now is mouse. Right? I can already do that, and so there's no value proposition. Safety grounds alone, sure, I'll do it tomorrow.
And you say mouse. After like all this, the part of it is going. If you can get that bit per second like really high with a mouse, like being able to interact. Because if you think about the ways on the smartphone, right, that's transformational. Yeah, practice. So you don't realize that you touch your phone and to scroll with your finger, that changes everything. And people are sure you get a keyboard type. That a lot of API aspects of that change how we interact with computers. There could be a certain rate of the mouse that would change everything. Yes, like you might be able to flip it on a screen really fast. That if it I can see myself getting a Neuralink for much more rapid interaction with visual devices.
Yeah, I think recording speech intention in the brain might change things as well. The value proposition for the average person. A keyboard is a pretty clunky human interface. Requires a lot of training. Highly variable in the maximum performance that the average person can achieve. I think taking that out of the equation and just having a natural word to computer interface might change things for a lot of people.
It'd be hilarious if that, even if you have speech that's extremely accurate, it currently isn't. Right? If they gotten super accurate, it'd be hilarious if people went from Neuralink just embarrassing aspect of like looking like a douchebag speaking in public, which is a real that's a real constraint.
Yeah, I mean, with a bone conducting that can be an invisible headphone, say, and the ability to think words into software and have it respond to you. That sounds sort of like embedded intelligence. You can silently ask for the Wikipedia article on any subject and have it read to you without any observable change happening in the outside world. One thing, standardized testing, obsolete.
Yeah. Well, on the UX side, change, I don't know if transform society, but it really can kind of shift and interact with digital devices in the way that a smartphone did. Now, I would, having to look into this and everything involved, I would totally try it. It doesn't have to go like incredible thing where you have connect your vision or to some other next level of your brain. That could be like connected to the hand knob. You might have a lot of interesting interaction with this.
Sergei Stavisky's lab. Basically, initial solve speech decode, like 125,000 words, getting with very high accuracy.
So you're thinking the word, and you're able to get it.
Yeah.
Oh, like you have to have the intention of speaking,
right?
Like do that inner voice. Yeah, it's so amazing to me that you can do the intention, no mapping. All you have to do is just imagine yourself doing it. And if you get the feedback that it actually works, you get really good at that. Like your brain will first of all adjust and you develop like any other skill. Like touch typing, develop in the same kind of way. That is to me is really fascinating. You don't even play with that. Honestly, like I'll get a Neuralink to play with that. Play with the capacity and capability of my mind to learn the skill. Like learning the skill of typing, learning the skill of moving the mouse. It's another skill of moving the mouse not with my physical body, but with my mind.
I can't wait to see what people do with it. I feel like we're cavemen right now. We're like banging rocks with a stick and thinking that we're making music. at some point, when they're more widespread, the a piano, someone can make art with their brain in a way that we didn't even anticipate. Forward to it.
Even to like a teenager, like anytime I think I'm doing something, I don't know, even for a second playing a video game, you realize you get a teenager, just a large number of them, kind of stuff that they get good at. They're gonna get like hundreds bits per second. Yeah. Even current technology, probably. Because it's also how awesome the number go up aspect of it. Like brain, almost, and plus there's software on the other end that adapts, and especially if it's adapting to your algorithm becomes better and better and better. You like learning together.
We're scratching the surface on that right now. There's so much more to do.
So on the complete other side of it, you have an RFID chip implanted in you.
Yeah.
So I hear, nice. This is passive device that you use for unlocking like top secrets or what's behind it.
I'm not the first one. There's a whole community of weirdo biohackers that have done this stuff, and I think one of the early cases was storing private crypto wallet keys, whatever. I dabbled in that a bit and had some fun with it.
There's something implanted in your body somewhere you can't touch.
Yeah, actually, it was the modern day equivalent of finding change in the sofa cushion. After I put some orphan crypto on there that I thought was worthless, forgot about it for a few years, went back and found that some community of people loved it and had propped up the value of it, and it had gone 50-fold. There was a lot of change in those cushions. But the primary use case was the tech demonstrator. It has my business card on it. You can scan that in. Touching I open my house. Simple stuff.
But it's a cool step. It's a cool leap to implant something in your body. It has, perhaps that's similar like these, a lot of people that kind of motion inside your body, electronic inside of biological.
Yeah, we have a mysticism around the area. Area represents that any other mathematic barrier. The question is how incredible is it? Well, benefit.
From all the surgeries you've done, from everything in the brain, how much plastic coming from? How adaptive? For example, in the case of surgery or adaptive surgery situation.
Bad. Other people, my demographic is plasticity decreases with age, healing decreases with age. I have too much gray hair to be optimistic about that. There are theoretical ways to increase plasticity using electrical stimulation. Nothing that is totally proven out as a robust enough mechanism to offer widely to people. But yeah, I think there's cause for optimism that we might find something useful in terms of, say, an implanted electrode that improves learning. Certainly, there's been some really amazing work recently from Nicholas Schiff, Jonathan Baker, and others who have a cohort of patients with moderate traumatic brain injury who have had electrodes placed in the nucleus of the brain called the central median nucleus, or just near the central median nucleus. When they apply small amounts of electricity to that part of the brain, it's almost like electronic caffeine. They're able to improve people's attention and focus. They're able to improve how well people perform tasks. In one case, someone who was unable device was turned on, they were able to get a job. And that's one of the holy grails. Other technologies like that is from a purely utilitarian standpoint. Can we make people able to take care of themselves and their families economically? Make it so they're independent, and even maybe requires a lot of caregiver resources. Can we put them in a position to be independent, taking care of themselves, giving back to their community? I think that's a very compelling proposition and motivates a lot of what I do. People in Neuralink are working for.
It's just a cool possibility that if you put Neuralink in there, that the brain adapts, that the other part of the brain adapts.
Yep.
Integrate the capacity of the brain to do that. Probably unknown that you're not connecting an external to it, especially once doing simulation. Like the biological brain and the electronic brain outside of it working together, the possibilities are really interesting. Still unknown, but interesting. It feels like the brain is really good at adapting to whatever. But of course, it is that by some already, like everything serves a purpose. So you don't want to mess with it too much.
Yeah, it's like eliminating a species from an ecology. You know what the delicate interconnections and dependencies are. The brain is certainly a delicate, complex beast. We don't know every potential downstream consequence of change that we make.
Yourself doing one surgery, by just more and more humans.
I think it's a certain kind of brittleness or a failure on the company's side if we do all the surgeries. I think something that I very much like to work towards is a process that is so simple and so robust on the surgery side. Literally anyone can do it. We want to get away from requiring intense expertise or intense experience, and to have this successfully done and make it as simple, translatable as possible. I'd love it if every neurosurgeon on the planet had no problem doing this. I think we're probably far from a regulatory environment that would allow our neurosurgeons. Not impossible.
All right, I'll sign up for that. Did you ever anthropomorphize the robot? One, like her name as like a friend that like what or then
To a certain degree, it's
yeah,
complex.
all the good
Funny when in the middle of the surgery, there's a part of it where I stand shoulder to shoulder with the robot. And so, if you're in the room reading the body language, it's my brother in arms that are working together on the same problem. Yeah, I'm not threatened.
telling you. Out of all the surgery for years, the people you've helped and the take high stakes, how's that change your understanding of life?
Yeah. It gives you a very visceral sense. It's trite, but it gives you a very visceral sense that death is inevitable. On one hand, are, as a neurosurgeon,
Even catapult.
Like, hard to fathom tragedy. Time. On the other hand, dynamically universal death is. There's zero chance that I'm going to avoid it. I know, techno-optimists right now, longevity buffs right now, agree on that 0.000% estimate. But I don't see any chance that our generation is going to avoid it. Entropy is a powerful force. We are very innate, delicate, brittle DNA machines that aren't up to the cosmic ray bombardment that we're subjected to. On the one hand, every human that has ever lived died. On the other hand, it's one of the hardest things to imagine inflicting on anyone that you love, having them gone. I'm sure you have friends that aren't living anymore, and it's hard to even think about that. So I wish I had arrived at the nirvana where death doesn't have a sting. I'm not worried about it. But I say that I'm comfortable with the certainty of it. It's not having found out how to take the tragedy out of it. When I think about my kids not having me or me not having them,
Maybe I've come to the intellectual side of it, but the pain that comes with people you love, I don't think I've come to understand the existential aspect of it. Like, that this is going to end. I don't in some trite way and being like, it certainly feels like it's not going to end. Like, live life like it's not going to end.
right?
And this light shining, consciousness, no longer be one moment, maybe today. Like, it's really able to load all that in. Ernest Becker's terror, real fear. I think people aren't always honest how terrifying it is. I think the more you are able to through it, the more terrifying it is. It's not such a simple thing. Oh, what's life is. You really can load that in hard. But I think that's why the Stoics did it, because it like helps you put your shit together and be like, the moment, every single moment in your life, it's terrifying that it's gonna end. And it's like, like almost like you're shivering in the cold, a child, helpless, this kind of feeling.
Yeah.
And then it makes you, when you have warmth, when you have the safety, when you have the love, you appreciate it. I feel like sometimes in your position, you mentioned armor. Not being able to see that finiteness of life, looking at that, I break it. So it's good to know that you're kind of struggling. You're a surgeon, struggle with that, feel the fear of that and the pain of that.
Makes me ask the question of how many of these can you and not, I can't do this.
But
Well, it gives me an opportunity to just appreciate that you're alive today. I've got 3 kids, amazing life. I'm really happy. Things are good. I can help on a project. I think it matters. I get very lucky.
early steps of a gigantic about all the stuff in physics, mathematics, cool. Like the grand scale, not just
Now, talk about making perspective. And try to justify keeping it in that light. Not idolize. I think about that. I don't know how you justify not doing it.
You can think about like all the stuff going on in the world, like everything is not suffering right now. Suffering and okay, so there's this guy. You look away. Remember that it was suffering.
Oh,
hundreds of people were trying to stay alive. They were motivated or how they I don't think and I think that summarize it very high level what I hear over people with ALS or really big, basically can't move. Really, at the end of the day, are looking for anything. And that means different things. For some folks, it means the ability to feel it again without needing space, without needing a caretaker. Some folks can mean getting kind of support again, to be able to navigate efficiently enough to be able to stop, support yourself, be able to move out, and also be able to support yourself after the family maybe isn't there anymore. And for some folks, it was onto a kid in time, run away or get interested in something. And these are deeply personal and very human problems. And what strikes me again and again, talking is that actually a caring problem. This is a problem that with the right resources, the right team, make a lot of progress. And at the end of the day, I think that's a deeply inspiring message, and that makes me excited to have everything. So it's both a problem in terms of API, for example, that can give them capabilities that can interact with the world, but also on the other side, an engineering problem for the rest of the world to make it more accessible for people. Yeah, and I think I'll take a broad view or lens for a second. I think I'm very in favor of anyone working on this problem. So beyond these things, I'm happy, I'm excited, and willing to support any way I can, both working on eye tracking systems, working on speech detect systems, working on head trackers or mouse sticks, quad sticks. And I've met many engineers, folks in the community do exactly that. And I think for the people we're trying to help, it doesn't matter what the complexity of this. And I want to emphasize that there can be many students out there that can help with this problem. And BCI is one of a collection of. BCI in particular, I think, offers several advantages here, and I think the folks that recognize this immediately are usually past chronic brain injury or some part of paralysis. Usually you don't have to explain to them why this might be something self-evident. But for the rest of the folks that don't live with serious chronic brain injury or don't know somebody with ALS, it's not often obvious why you would want a brain implant to be able to navigate. And it's surprisingly nuanced to the degree that I've learned a huge amount with Nolan's first Neuralink clinical trial, and understanding from him and his work why devices tackle. And it's a nuanced topic. It can be the case that even if you can achieve the same thing, for example, with a mouse stick when navigating a computer, it doesn't have access to that mouse stick every single minute of the day. It only has access to it available to put it in front of it. So BCI really offer a level of independence and autonomy that it wasn't literally physically part of your body, it'd be hard to achieve in any other way. So there's a lot of fascinating aspects of what it takes to get no one to be able to control a cursor. You tested me, and that's part of it. 1 hour device and covering record levels. So we'll talk about, I think, what was it like to be part of that team, and part of that historic first.
Yeah, I think for me, this is something I've been excited about for 10 years now. To be able to be even just a small part of making a reality. A couple maybe special moments during that whole process that I'll never really truly forget. One of them is during the actual surgery. At that point in time, I know Nolan quite well. I know his family, and so I think the initial reaction when Nolan walked into the operating room is just a kind of reaction. At that point, muscle memory kicks in, and you go into your body, all that. And I have the lucky job in that particular procedure to just be person monitoring the implant. So my job is to sit there to look up the implant, look at the blood, brain data off the device, and just to basically observe and make sure that nothing is wrong or flags or faulty. And because I had that sort of spectator view of the surgery, I had a slightly removed perspective, and I think in the room got to sit there and think to myself, wow, that brain is moving a lot. When you look inside the brain next to me that we took this right, then one thing that most people don't realize is the brain moves. The brain moves a lot when you breathe, when your heart beats, and you can see it visibly. So that's something that I think was surprised to me and very, very exciting to be able to see someone's brain who you physically know and talk with that length actually.
And they use that brain to talk to you. And now it's right there moving. Actually, I didn't realize that in terms of the neural implant is active during surgery, and one thread at a time starts.
Yeah.
Part of the test of the thing.
Yeah, so actually in the operating room, right after we sort of finished all the broad insertions, I started collecting broadband data. Broadband is basically the most raw form of signal you can collect from a neuroelectric. It's essentially a measurement of the local field potential, or the voltage essentially measured by the electric. And we have a certain mode in our application that allows us to visualize where in the broadband, very, very raw kind of the data, a neuron is actually these moments that I'll never forget for this pilot live in the operating room while he's still under anesthesia. Beautiful spikes being shown in the application, streaming live device.
No signal processing, raw data, and then the signal processing is on top of it. You're seeing the spikes detected.
Right. Yeah.
That's complex.
Yes.
that looks beautiful as well.
During that procedure, there was actually a lot of cameramen in the room, so they also were curious and wanted to see. There's several neurosurgeons in the room who are all just excited to see robots taking the job. And they're all, crowded around and phone
What was that like? The robot doing surgery, aspect of next, all the spots that avoid the blood vessels, and then actually doing the high precision connection of the threads to the brain.
Yeah, that's a good question. My answer is going to be pretty lame here, but boring.
Yeah,
I've seen it. Yeah, that's exactly how you want surgery to be. You want it to be boring. Yeah, I've seen it so many times. The robot do this surgery literally hundreds of times, and so one more time.
Yeah, all the practice proxy and another day.
Yeah.
So what about when Nolan woke up? Well, do you remember where they would cursor, not move the cursor, but get that it was show the connection.
Yeah. Yeah, so we are quite excited to and Nolan was really, really excited to get started. He wanted to get started actually the day of surgery, but we waited till the next morning, very patiently, a long night. And the next morning in the ICU, where he was recovering, he wanted to get started and actually start to understand what kind of signal we can brain. And maybe for folks who are not familiar with the Neuralink system, the implant the Neuralink system, or the Neuralink implant in the motor cortex is responsible for representing things like motor intent. So you imagine closing and opening your hand, that kind of signal representation will be present in the cortex. Imagine moving your arm back and forth or
imagine doing this, and the visual is greedy hand opening, closing, or index finger modulating up and down. And you ask the user to imagine that, and obviously you can't see it. Okay, we could potentially use that modulation to do useful things. For example, the cursor. And he started playing with it, the first time we showed him it, and we actually just took the same live view randomly and put it in front of him. Said, hey, you tell us what's going on. We're not you. You're able to imagine different things, and we know that it's modulating neurons. Figure out for us what that is actually representing. He played with it for a bit. He was like, I get it yet. Wait for it a bit longer, and said, oh, when I move this finger, I see this particular neuron start to fire more. And I said, okay, prove it. Do it again. So he said, okay, 3, 2, 1, boom. And the minute he moved, you can see, like, instantaneously, this neuron is firing. Single neuron. I can tell you the exact channel number if you're interested. That's stuck in my brain now forever. But that single channel firing was a beautiful indication that it was a truly modulated neural activity that could then be used for downstream tasks like computers.
And when you say single channel, is that associated with electric?
Yeah, it's a channel electric.
1024 of those.
1000.
That really, when I was learning about all this, moving it in, blowing the intention, you can visualize yourself. That can turn into the fact that you can pick that stuff by cursing or have the intention of cursing that. There's so many exciting things to learn about the brain. The very fact up there is powerful.
Yep.
But it feels like that's just all of that. I should also just there's some fascinating details there. You mentioned body mapping stuff. At least in the version I saw that Nolan was showing off, there's like a super nice graphical interface. Like I was like in the future because it's like I guess a visualize in the hand. It's very like a sexy polished.
Yeah.
Like hello. I don't know if there's a voice component, but it just felt like like when you wake up in a video game world that video.
Hey, yeah, this is what you're supposed to do. Cool. I mean, the future should feel like the future.
But it's not easy to pull that off. I mean, but not.
Yeah, and I think the UX design component here is underrated for PCI development in general. There's a whole interaction effect between the ways in which you visualize an instruction to the user and the kinds of signal you can get back. And that quality of sort of your behavioral alignment to the neural signal is a function of how good you are at expressing the visual. So yeah, we spend a lot of time thinking about that. How we build our applications, how Twitter actually and the control surface provides all these little pieces.
Maybe it's nice to get further of what it's like and with the decoding. Like, yeah. So there's a N1 implant that has mentioned 1,000 electrodes. That's collecting raw data. What does that look like? And what are the different steps along the way before it's transmitted? What is transmitted? All that kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah. This could be a fun. Maybe before diving into what we do, worth understanding what we're trying to measure, because that dictates a lot of the requirements. And what we're trying to measure is really individual neurons producing potential is. You can think of it like a electrical pulse that you can detect close enough. And by being close enough, I mean like within, let's say, 100 microns of that. And 100 microns is a very, very tiny distance. And so number of neurons that you can pick up with any given electrode small radius. And the other thing worth understanding about the underlying biology is that neurons lose synapses. Wait to that action. About 1 millisecond. The start this spike and spike, that whole width of that sort of characteristic feature of neuron firing is 1 millisecond. And if you want to detect that an individual spike is occurring or not, you need to sample that signal, sample the local potential nearby neuron much more frequently than 1 millisecond. Sample many, many times per millisecond to be able to detect that this is the characteristic waveform of a neuron
we sort of sample at super high rate the underlying field you're buying these cells, we can process that into just where do we detect a spike or where do we detect binaries in the 1 or 0 detect a spike in the cell. And we do that because the actual information carrying subspace of relativity is just when our spikes are. So everything that we care about for decoding can be captured or represented in the frequency characteristic of spike trains. How often spikes firing in any given. And so that allows us to do sort of a crazy amount of compression from this very rich, high density, signal to something that's much, much more sparse and compressible that can be sent up over a wireless radio.
Quick tangents here. You mentioned electrodes, neurons. There's a local neighborhood by. What the isolate from where the spike?
Yeah, so there's a whole field of sort of academic neuroscience work on it. Basically, given a single electrode, given a set of electrodes measuring a set of neurons, we sort which spikes. And this is from this academic work because we care about it for understanding what's going on in the underlying neuroscience. We care about understanding how the brain is sending information, how that's evolving over time. Then that's a very, very for sort of the engineering side of things, at least at the current scale, if the number of neurons per electrode is relatively small, you can get away with basically ignoring that problem. Think of it like sort of a random production of neurons to electrodes. And there may be, in some cases, more than one neuron per electrode. If that number is small enough, those signals can be thought of as sort of a union of the two. And for many applications, it's totally reasonable trade-off to make that problem along. And as you sort of scale up channel count, relevant to distinguish individual neurons becomes more overall signal, and you can start to rely on sort of correlation to covariance structure in the data to help understand when that channel is firing, what does that actually mean? You know that when that channel is firing in concert with these other 50 channels, that means move left. But when that same channel is firing in concert with the other 10 channels, that means move right.
Okay, so you have to do this kind of spike detection on board, and you have to do that super efficiently, so fast, and not use too much power. You don't want to be generating too much heat. You have to do super simple process step.
Yeah.
Is there some way you can share about what it takes to overcome that challenge?
Yeah. So we've tried many different versions of basically turning this raw signal into sort of a feature that you might want to send off. And I'll say that I don't think we're at the final step of this process. It's a long journey. There's something that works clearly today, but there can be many approaches that we find that so some versions of what we do right now, and there's a lot of academic shares these ideas, so I don't want to claim with the traditional Neuralink ideas. But one of these ideas is basically build like a convolution. So slides across the screen for a certain template match. That template consists of sort of how deep the slide modulates, how much it recovers, and what the duration of time is. That whole process. And if you can see the signal that template is mapped, then bound, then you can say, okay, that's a spike. One reason that approach is convenient is that you can actually implement that extremely efficiently in hardware. It's that you can run it low power across 1,000 times. Another approach that we've recently started exploring is to be combined with the part detection approach. It's called spike panic power. And the benefits of that approach are that you may be able to pick up some signal from neurons that are maybe too far away to be detected at the spike. Because the farther away you are from an electrode, the weaker that actual spike waveform will look like on that electrode. So you might be able to pick up a population level activity of things that are maybe slightly outside the normal reporting radius, but neuroscientists sometimes refer to as the hash of activity, the other stuff. And you can look at sort of how many channels, how that background noise is behaving, you might be able to get more. But it comes at a cost. That signal is now a floating point representation, which is more expensive without output power. You need to find different ways to compress it that are different than what you can apply to binary signals. There's a lot of different challenges.
Also, in communication, you're limited by the amount of data you can send.
Yeah.
So, and also because you're currently using the protocol, batch patch stuff together. You have to also do this keeping the crazy low. Like crazy low. Anything to say about the leak?
Yeah, this is a passion project of mine. So I want to build the best model. I don't want to build like park or whatever. I want to build like the road version of it. And I really do think it's quite possible that within 5 to 10 years that most of these will be by umbrella. It's like a very real possibility. For a number of reasons. One is that they'll have the best technology to play games effectively. That means they have the time to do so. Those two factors together are really potent for competitors.
Unless people without paralysis are also allowed to play.
Right.
Which is it is another way to interact with digital device. And there's something to that. If it's a fundamentally different experience, more efficient experience, even if it's not like some kind of full-on high bandwidth communication, it's just the ability to use the mouse 10x faster, like the bits per second. If I can achieve a bits per second at 10x what I can do with the mouse, that's a really interesting possibility of what I can do, especially if you get really good at it with training.
It's definitely the case that you have a higher ceiling performance, because you don't have to buffer your arm, your muscle. You get just by nature of having a brain implant at all, like 75 millisecond lead time on any action that you're actually trying to take. And there's some nuance to this, like there's evidence that the motor cortex you can plan out specific actions, you may not get that whole benefit all the time. But for sort of like reaction time style games where you just want to, somebody's over here, snipe them, that kind of thing, you actually do have just an inherent advantage. You don't need to go to the muscle. The question is just how much that's, and we're already faster than what you would do if you're going to latency point of view, and we're in the early stages of that. I think that our end-to-end latency right now from brain spike versus 22. You think about the best mice in the world, the best gaming mice, that's about 5 milliseconds ish, depending on how you measure, depending on how fast your screen refreshes, a lot of characteristics matter there. But yeah, and the rough time for like a neuron in the brain to actually impact your command of your hand is about 70. So if you look at those numbers, you can see that we're already like competitive and faster than what you get by actually using your hand. And this is something that you asked Nolan about it. When he moved the cursor for the first time, we asked him, I'm super curious about like what does it feel like when you're modulating, a clicking intention, or when you're trying to move the cursor to the right. He said it before he is like actually intending it to, which is kind of a surreal thing and something that I would love to experience myself one day. What is that like? Have it be so immediate, so fluid that it feels like it's happening before you're actually intending it to.
I suppose we've gotten used to that naturally. So it's a currently bottleneck in communication. But what's the actual bottleneck? There's always going to be a bottleneck.
Yeah, a couple things. So kind of hilariously, Bluetooth Low Energy Protocol has restrictions on how fast you can communicate. So the protocol itself establishes a standard of the most frequent sort of updates standard on the order of sometimes. And as you push latency down to the level of sort of individual spikes, that level of resolution, that kind of become a another sort of important nuance to this is that it's not just Neuralink itself that's part of this equation. You start pushing latency sort of below the level of how fast screens refresh, then you have another problem. You need your whole system to be able to be as reactive as sort of limits of what the technology comes with. You need the screen like 120 hertz just doesn't work anymore. Right? Have something to respond at something that's not level.
Challenge. I also like that for a t-shirt. The best mouse in the world. Tell me on the decoding how we figure out what the points are, got them all together. Now we're sending that over. What's the decoding step?
Yeah. But maybe first, what is decoding?
Implant wireless with any digital device that can happen. So maybe you can tell me a high level app that software outside.
So you work backwards to a forward process in a system be able to navigate
And especially back to them, you don't want to have to rebuild them. Not yet. Maybe someday you can imagine it too after they're built natively for the guys, but in terms of what you all about having 20 job of part of my essentially building a protocol out to what you want to have people on the one part of that process, very interesting neutral process. For example, on it and plus on it, like the rabbit one of them has to do with that there's a variety of behavioral challenges debugging again fundamentally don't observe
Yo, dog, who were the members of the Jackson 5, plus the entire Jackson family? There was Michael, and Tito, and Jermaine, and Joe Jr., I think, maybe, I don't know, check me on that, and Randy, and then there's, like, Rebby, and Janet, and Latoya. Is there anybody else? And then please give me a list of other non-related Jacksons, like the Randy Jackson from American Singing Show, and Bo Jackson, Reggie Jackson, Shoeless Joe Jackson. Oh, there's Jackie, Tito, Jermaine, Marlon, and Michael. Randy Jackson joined the group a bit later, but technically he wasn't a member of the Jackson. Okay. As for Joe Jr., it sounds like you might meet Joe. Or maybe there's no Joe. Okay. There's Janet, Latoya, Rebby. Other Jackson. There's Randy Jackson, Bo Jackson, Reggie Jackson, Shoeless Joe Jackson. So Jackson 5 are Jackie, Tito, Jermaine, Marlon, and Michael. Janet, Latoya, Rebby. The non-related Jacksons are Randy, Bo Jackson, Reggie Jackson, and Shoeless Joe Jackson. Please name a bunch of famous people with the last name Jackson who aren't in the Jackson singing family. People like Randy Jackson, Bo Jackson, Reggie Jackson. Reggie Jackson. Yeah, Reggie Jackson. Next October.
even data set including on average given a data set under is there a way
Oh, there's Andrew Jackson. Stonewall Jackson. Okay.
and if you think about it because there are
Those are the big ones. No, it was Shoeless Joe Jackson, Reggie Jackson, and Bo Jackson. But there's also Randy Jackson. Oh, I need the Yo Dog.
that's correct.
Yo, dog. Dog talk.
And your heuristic might be trying to use heuristic might be, and those heuristics may or may not be. Another might be rather than following try to move exactly here's the cursor, here's the target, and cursor fighting now a digital person, and the assumption that this would be that you can actually modulate correctly actually, but that position offset and therefore if it's accurate, then you drift it actually so imagine different assumptions of the nature of these assumptions. Those assumptions being correct for that person trying to pass up and down and maybe move them by a certain offset. That's one way. That's the best way to calibrate. For example, an alternative great way
Yo, dog.
where
Yo, dog.
very large data flow get side effects. Or is it, yeah, great question. There's a lot of fun. So, the thing I would try to do is sort of, so ultimately what I mean by that is the user is going from zero to
Yo,
has no
that's enough for me, dog.
and they're trying to
Randy Jackson. Yo, dog.
you really need to have some user a hint of what to do and using figuring out the itself. You're training your there's a lot of they will help them. They open the user they don't really or feel how and they're using kind of ask a bunch of things. Like imagine you sort of had your right arm and in a box and there's no visual feedback and there's no feedback or actually and now you're actually right and you basically can try your best to
Yo, dog. I heard you like Carter, so you put a plan in your phone. Yo, dog. I heard you like funny, so you put plan in your phone. You can burn. Yo, dog. I heard you like bike.
And they're able to start in and out. They're going to very naturally adapt. And that's what a patient model within what the user is learning how to use the model. Maybe not find you the best full cinema. Maybe that your first model was noisy in some ways or maybe just had some like words. Because there's some like part of the data distribution can cover yourself. And the user now figures out that they're going like no one, they figure out the right imagine or the right angle and they'll get it to work great. Then the next day they come back to their device. Maybe they don't remember exactly all the tricks that they did the previous day, so there's a complicated feedback cycle here that can emerge and can make it a very, very difficult debugging process. Okay, there's a lot of really yeah, you just stay in the close. I've seen situations that actually happened watching psychology grads where you don't know how to do that and it has a bunch of bugs. They figure out that just happened. Nobody there's any adapt. That's a really we just had but that might not be the optimal. Okay, so how do you solve that problem?
start from scratch, kind of thing?
Good question. First and foremost, it's not a small problem. And for anyone who's listening in academia works on these guys, I would also say this is not a problem that's every time. This is maybe that's Richard brain like trying to come up with strategies, but you're interested in problems that aren't going to be solved inherently by scaling kind of companies. Yeah, so how do you solve it? It's not a solved problem. The second thing is any solution that involves closed loop is going to be very difficult. Choosing what process calculus they want to choose one is you do that, even if you're going to have to deal with higher iterations. In a setting, there's not a feedback cycle. But there's some reason to think that should be an easier. The other thing that's worth understanding is that even in the setting, there's no question response
Oh, there you go.
The closer setting, although they're moving the first round screen, it may be a model of question. Further, you still have a very complicated estimation or problem of figuring out this user attention amplifier. And so the open problem has the nice property of being bug. The second nice property of all the same content. Another thing I want to mention is that this problem doesn't solve or get useful. Even today with the solutions we have now, and that academia has built up over decades, the level of control that's given to a user today is quite useful. Those are not even on it. And build the world's best map. You really need to nail that problem.
Yo, dog, that John Facenda quote, the frozen tundra, did he ever say the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, or was it the frozen tundra of Memorial Stadium?
For example, use high performance API is not the
He did too use Memorial Stadium, that fucking quote. Dude, I just fucking watched it.
And it turns out that if you build something from neuroscience,
Frozen,
that
he
model
fucked
will
it.
perform well. Then a model that is
Frozen
trained
tundra?
Turns out that making those assumptions is actually more effective than after predicting the
Intention, not the.
Yeah.
There's a strong correlation between intention and more powerful. That's fascinating because yes, with the BCI here, in the case of visual telepathy, you're acting on the intention, not the action. Why is it experience like it's happening before you know it happen? That is so cool. And that is why you could like. So for open clarify, whenever the person has to like move the mouse to the right, it's not feedback. So they don't get to get that satisfaction of like actually getting right.
So you can imagine giving the user feedback on it. But it's difficult because at this point you don't know what they're attempting. So what can you build out and basically give them on exactly take this very specific example. Maybe your preparation task looks like it's trying to move to the cursor certain position offset. So your instructions to the user
there you
are,
go.
hey,
It was
the cursor's here.
Berman.
Now when the cursor disappears, I'm now moving it 150 where it was, right, over there. In that kind of scenario, you could imagine coming up with some sort of consistency metric. Okay, I know
no one knows that fucking shit.
Maybe I can probabilistic estimate of how likely is that to be the action given the latest trial directly to you. And I think if these are some examples of how today
Chat.
you could also imagine that the user
Yo, dog. In the history of the four major sports, the NFL. Yo, dog. Dude, dog. Yo. Yo, dog. This is horseshit. Yo, dog. Yo. 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 Yo, dog. Yo, can you fucking hear me? That shit. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Can you fucking hear me? Yo. Yo, can you tell me in the history of the four major leagues, the NFL, the MLB, the NHL, and the NBA, what are historically the absolute worst franchises? Like, I don't know, the Cleveland Browns suck cock, the Detroit Lions suck cock, the Rockies aren't usually good, that kind of stuff. The Atlanta Hawks are generally terrible. Cleveland Browns. Right? Tigers. Orioles. Coyotes. Coyotes.
And constantly, that could have been snapshot that particular day. There was drift and by boom by him. Right side is kind of adjust. Yeah, it's one interface action. Yeah,
Okay, but it's that thing was a never be that never did see the nice back on right. Right. I never did see that nice back. Thank you for what you're saying, Doug. But he's coming to from Nigeria.
deal with these and you want a surface that still makes it easy to intuitively see this is not obviously what they want to see. And that you actually is complete pages of some and it just fits you make it
I asked, are you an adult woman? Yeah. Fuck. What is up with people? I don't know. Just got it.
And is there a understanding of the laws of the context of the brain to control? That's different than actually.
I think we're in the early stages of discovering this. I wouldn't claim to have that, but there's definitely some things we've learned make it easier for the user to accept that. And it's pretty straightforward when you verbalize it. It takes a while to actually get to debugging the differentiation. One of those things is that any machine learning system built has some errors. And it matters how those errors translate to announcing the user. For example, developing a search algorithm in your photo. If you search for your friend Joe, it pulls up a photo of your friend Dean. Maybe that's not a big deal because the cost of an error is not that. In a different scenario where you're trying to, detect a current or something like this, and you're because of the errors are careful, very about how those errors. The same is for PCI. So, for example, if you're playing a thing where you're trying to these have sort of different trade-offs of how precise you need to be. It's okay to be on average because output models can be created. So if the user is trying to click at position A, they're currently position B, they're trying to navigate over time. And as long as the output of the model is on average, they can sort of steer through time. The user in the mix, they can get to the point they want to get to. The same is for a click, you're performing it almost instantly, scale up, firing. And so you want to be very sure that click is correct. But also that can be very destructive. You might accidentally close the path if you're trying to do something, their progress. You might accidentally hit some send button on something that like have compose and read. So there's different cost functions in this space, and part of the UX design is understanding how to notice that is when it's wrong.
So that's assigning cost to every action when an error occurs. So every action, an error occurs, has cost. And incorporating that into how you interpret the intention, mapping it to the action, is really important. I didn't quite realize there's a cost to sending the text early. It's a very expensive cost.
It's super annoying. You accidentally, if your cursor, imagine your cursor misclicked and someone's that's super obnoxious. And the worst part of it is usually when the user's trying to click, they're also holding still because they're over the target they want to hit and they're generating. Which means that in the data sets that we build, on average, it's the case that the low speed or desire to hold still correlated with.
Wow, that is fascinating.
It's also not the case. People think that click is a binary signal, it must be super easy to keep. Well, yeah, it is, but the bar is so much higher for it to be useful. And there's ways to solve this. I mean, you can sort of take the comp out approach of, well, let's take 5 seconds to click. Let's take a huge window of time so we're very confident about the answer. But again, world's best mouse. World's best mouse will take a second to click, or 500 milliseconds to click. It takes 5 or less. And so if you're aiming for that kind of high bar, then you really want to solve that.
So maybe this is a good place to ask about how to measure performance. So bits per second. What you explain by that? Maybe a good place to start is to talk about WebGrid as a game. A good illustration of the measurement of performance.
Yeah. Maybe I'll take one zoom up step there, which is explaining why we care to measure this at all. So again, our goal is to provide the user the ability to control the computer as well as I can. Hopefully better. That means that they can do it at the same speed as what I can do. It means that they have access to all the same functionality that I have, including all those details like command tab, command space, all this stuff can do, right? And with the same level of reliability as what I can do. That's a high bar. And so we intend to measure and quantify every aspect of that and how we progress towards that goal. There's many ways to measure VPS. This isn't the only way. But we present the user a creative target and basically compute a score, which is dependent on how fast and accurate they can spot and then how small the target is. And the more targets that are on the screen, the smaller they are, the more information you present. And so if you think about it from an information theory point of view, you can communicate across different information theoretic channels. And one such channel is a typing interface. You can imagine that's built out of a grid, like a software program. And bits per second is a measure that's computed by taking the log of the number of targets. You can subtract one if you care to model a keyboard because you have one thing on the keyboard. Log of the number of targets on the screen times the number of correct selections minus incorrect divided by some time window, for example, 60 seconds. And that's sort of the standard way to measure a cursor task. And all credit in the world goes to Professor Dr. Moy of Stanford, who came up with one of my favorites. All the credit in the world for the standardized metric to facilitate this kind of bragging rights and how to say that no one it's very important for progress they have. Standardized metrics are different techniques and approaches. How will yeah, big kudos to him and to all of Stanford. So for Nolan and for deep playing this task, there's also different modes that you can configure this task. The web grid task can be presented as just sort of a left click on the screen, or you can have, targets that you just dwell over, or you can have targets that you right on, you can have targets that are left, right click, middle click, scrolling, clicking and dragging. You can do all sorts of things with it. But the simplest, purest form is just who targets show up on the screen, who means left click. That's the simplest form of it. And the sort of prior records here in academic work and at Neuralink internally, sort of NHPs, have all been matched by this Neuralink. So sort of prior to Neuralink, the sort of world record for a human using device is somewhere between 4.2 and 4.6 GPS, and exactly 5. Nolan's current record is 8.5 GPS. And again, the sort of median Neuralink performance is 10 GPS. You can think of it roughly as these 85% the level of goodness that got us from 4 to 6 GPS, and 6 to 8 GPS are going to be the ones that get 8 to 10. And in my view, the core challenge here is really the late one. How do you understand at a very, very fine resolution and look? And I highly encourage folks in academia to go back to work.
What's the journey with Nolan on that quest of VPS on WebGrid? In March, he said that he selected 9,185 targets in WebGrid.
Yes.
He loves this game. He's serious about it. What is that journey of trying to figure out how to do that? How much can that be done on the decoding side? How much can that be done on the calibration side? How much can that be done on the Nolan side of figuring out how to convey his intention more clearly?
Yeah, this is a great question. So, in my view, one of the primary reasons why Nolan is extremely focused, very energetic. He can play WebGrid times for 4 hours in the middle of the night, like from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. playing WebGrid, just because he wants to push it to the limit.
Tell me all about Rocky Marciano wearing a stripe outfit against an opponent to intimidate him or something?
Really hard. And you've used it as his job to make us be the one. Where is he? So that's the first technology that and they very much share the same attitude. They view this as their life's work, advances. That means targets on the screen for 4 hours. And there's something extremely admirable about that. Okay, so now how do you sort of get from where he started, which is no cursor control? So when he started, there's a huge amount of learning to do on his side and our side to figure out what's the most intuitive control for him. And the most intuitive control for him is sort of you have to find the step intersection of we have this node, we don't pick pick up, every single neuron in the motor cortex, which we don't have representation for every part of the body. There may be some signals that we have better decode performance on than others. For example, on his left hand, we have a lot of difficulty to see ring finger, middle finger. But on his right hand, we have good, good ball and good modulation neurons. Corey for his thinking, isn't it? You can imagine how these different subspaces of modulated activity intersect with what's the most intuitive to him. And this has evolved over time. So once we gave him the ability to calibrate models on his own, he was able to go and explore various different ways to manage and control. For example, he can imagine cursor by his stress test side, or by his entire arm, by his feet. He tried like a whole bunch of stuff to space of what is the most natural way for him to control the cursor, that at the same time is easy for us to
clarify. Through the body mapping, we're out.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. Maybe one nuance of what he's doing here. He can imagine many more things that he represents in that visual on the screen. So we show him sort of abstractly, here's a cursor. You figure out what works the best for you. And we obviously have hints about what will work best for the body mapping procedure. We know that this particular action can represent well, but it's really up to him to go forward and figure out what works.
But at which point does he no longer visualize the movement of his body and it's just visualizing the movement of the cursor?
Yeah.
How quickly does it get there?
So this happened on our I remember this very clearly because at some point during the day, it looked like he wasn't doing super well. It looked like the model wasn't performing super well and he was distracted. But he actually wasn't the case. Like what actually happened was he was trying something new. He was just controlling. He wasn't imagining moving his hand anymore. Just imagining, I don't know what it is, some like abstract intention. And I cannot tell you the difference between those two are. I really truly cannot. He's expressing or I give a first person account of what that's like. But there's this uttered in that moment where enough to suggest that there's a very qualitative difference. Direct neural control over.
I wonder if there's a way through UX to encourage a human being to discover that. Because he discovered it, like you said, that he's trying, but he discovered that on his own through all of the process, trying to move the cursor as we mentioned. But that is really a powerful thing to arrive at. Let go of trying to control the fingers and control the actual digital device at your time.
The ideal you have that if the user doesn't think about what they need to do in order to get it done, it just doesn't.
And so I wonder on the biological side, how long it takes to adapt. Yeah. So is it just simply learning, like high level software, or is there like a neuroplasticity component, like just slow?
Yeah, users I don't know. I'm very excited to see with sort of the second participant that we implement what the journey is like for them, because we'll have to learn a lot more so we can help them understand and explore that journey. It's something I didn't. This wasn't me prompting Nolan as he was exploring how to use this device and figure it out himself. But now that we know that that's a possibility, that maybe there's a way to, for example, hint the user, don't try super hard to himself. That feels natural. Or just directly pull the cursor. Don't imagine it action. And from there, we should be able to hopefully understand how somebody who has not experienced that before, maybe that's the default mode of operations. You don't have to go through this intermediate phase of it.
Or maybe if that naturally happens for people, you can encourage them to allow themselves to. Right. Actually, sometimes just 4 minute mile, just the knowledge that that's possible
pushes you to do it.
Yeah, it enables you to do it, and then it becomes trivial. And then it also, but there's a lot more human. They will discover things that are possible.
Yeah. And share their experiences.
Yeah, and share it. And that because of them sharing it, they'll be able to do it. All of a sudden, unlocked for everything. It's the knowledge sometimes is the thing that enables it.
Yeah, and just kind of that too, because we've tried like 1,000 different ways to do various aspects of decoding, and now we know what the right substances to consider exploring for again things. even just that, like help constrain certain teams with different approaches or really helps for the next person. So yeah, massive hats off to Nolan and all the participants for to make this challenge.
How often are the updates loaded? The Nolan mentioned, okay, there's a new update that we're working on, and then in the stream he says plays the snake because it's like super hard. It's a good way for him to test like how good the update is. So, and he says that sometimes the update it's a constant iteration. So how often? What is the update entail?
Yeah, a couple comments. So one is we're trying to sort of research sessions where we're actively trying to understand like for sort of independent use, we want to have ability to develop the device how anybody would want to use their Mac. And so what he's referring to is I think usually a concept where we're trying many different approaches even as we talked about earlier to try to come up with better ways to estimate true intention and more activity. And in those scenarios, I mean, we try in any given session, you'll sometimes work like 8 hours a day. And so that can be hundreds of different models in that day, like a lot of different. Now, it's also worth noting that we update the application quite frequently. Sometimes 4 or 5 times a day, update the application with different features or bug fixes or feedback that he's given us. So he's a very articulate person. Is part of his solution. He's not a complaining person. He says, hey, here's the thing that I've covered is not optimal in my flow. Here's some ideas how to fix it. Let me know what your thoughts are. Let's figure out how to solve it. And it often happens that those things are addressed within a couple hours of giving us considerations that we haven't began the session of feedback and again this giving us feedback on the next iteration of that process.
That's fantastic. One of the things you mentioned is there's 271 pages taken from the PI session in March. One of the amazing things about human beings they can provide, especially ones who are smart and excited and all like positive, good vibes, like no one, they can provide feedback, continuous feedback.
It also requires, just to brag on this, I work with a lot of exceptional people, and it requires the team to be laser focused on the user and what will be best to them. And it requires like level of commitment of, okay, this is what the feedback was. I have all these meetings. We're going to skip that today, and we're going to do this. That level of focus commitment is, I would say, underappreciated. And also, you have to have the talent to affect and have that exposure.
Yeah, it's such a interesting thing for UX design. There's so many unknowns here. And I can tell UX is difficult because of how many people do it. It's just not a trivial thing.
It's also, UX is not something that you can always solve by just constantly iterating on different things. Like, sometimes you really step back and think globally, am I even like the right or minimum basic for it? Like, there's a lot of problems with sort of fast iteration cycle. It's the predictor of how successful you will be. As an example, like in RL, for example, frequently report so you can progress. It's just easier learning more. But UX is not that way. I mean, users are actually quite often right? And it requires a deep understanding of the technical with the problem user expressive underlying actually the right way.
Yeah, that's all the doors are out, but not a sometimes you have to swap it. The doors that do jobs while there some of it is aesthetic that some of it is about the love you put into design, very much a jobs on the eye type thing. But when you have a human being using their brain to interact with it, there's also about function, not just aesthetic. That you have to empathize with you while not always listening to them directly. You have to deeply empathize. That's it. That's it. And at the same time, it's not always as a complete. thing, holding the thing in his mouth, to scroll on a tablet.
Right, yeah, basically if you have these silent filter.
It's a costume, it's hurt, and
yeah, it's also worth pointing out there are other technologies, but the particular one on common is also not fully. But he's relatively technology that requires different or anything that requires you to make out. This is a no-go. So either out of enthusiasm or also so these kinds of important things about what advantage it's ergonomically like wherever you want to. All these factors matter a lot in how good the solution is to end users. One very fun example is scroll. So again, many governments want to, and there's many ways to do scroll with the BPI. You can imagine, like different gestures, for example, that would take. Scroll is a very fascinating control surface because it's a huge thing on the screen in front of you. So any sort of jitter in model up, any sort of air in model up, causes like an earthquake on the screen. You really don't want to have your negative. You're trying to keep shift up the balance of because the decoder is not complete. And so this is an example where we have to figure out how to formulate that the errors of the system, whenever they do occur, and we'll do our best to minimize, whenever those errors do occur, that it doesn't interrupt the quality of the experience that the user is having. It doesn't interrupt their flow of being. So what we have to does is by integrating with macOS to understand where are the scroll bars actively present, accessibility to those available macOS apps, and we identify where those scroll bars are, providing a dashboard. And the dashboard are similar to a normal scroll bar. It behaves very differently. Once you sort of move over to it, your cursor works on the app. And once you push up and down, and same with cursor, it actually this one can and you tap onto it and you immediately start pulling the page down. And even once you get that right, there's so many little nuances how this scroll behavior works to make it natural. So one example is momentum. When you scroll a page, you actually have some like slope, but you stop right when you guys, so we have time to figure out what are the right nuances. We don't what is the right sort of amount of when you make it the right amount of natural. And there's a million. I think there's so many little things about how natural works. Probably like a month to make that feel extremely natural and easy.
In a scroll on a smartphone, it feels extremely natural. And probably just really long time to get that right. And actually, the same kind of visionary UX designer talking about, they're always them and also have visionary for now thinking of first principles, but also not. Yeah. By the way, switching the scroll bars on the desktop probably stagnant. So that scroll bar actually they could potentially be extremely useful in the desktop setting for users to just experience. The current scroll bar experience desktop. It's hard to find, hard to control. Momentum, there's and the intention should be clear. When I start monitoring the scroll bar, there should be a scroll bar action. But of course, in that cost for cost not stuff. But that's the extra cost by no one's doing it. So you have to in the control and the reading and they're scrolling it.
Right. One drawback. We have another here, but yeah, UX is how it works, and we think about that from like even if you have a level, we have right code. Let me give you an example of that, how it works when they're actually code. The output just decoders. It's also a function of what's going on. Again, for example, that when you're trying to close it out, that very small, extremely tiny, is hard to get precisely if you're dealing with a noisy output decoder. You can understand that that is a little less what you're trying to hit. Now, similar to how when you touch on your phone, if you're use like the iOS, it actually is down target size individual key space and underlying language. Understand that if I'm typing A, what is the L, it'll make the E key bigger because it knows less. And that kind of effectiveness can experience much more smoothly. Improvements to underlying for feature detection. We do that with magnetic targets. We actually index the screen and we understand, okay, these are the places that are very small targets when hit. Here's the kind of cursor dynamics around that location that might be hidden. Let's make it. Let's simplify it in a way that makes it natural. All these matter a lot.
How much work on the coder in generalized? How do you really code in a way that generalized?
So the underlying we're trying to decode is going to look very different. Number 25 is because that corresponds to channel 2. But the approach is how you write your pattern. Just give that culture to translation over multiple. And beyond that, it's very, very possible and quite likely that we can look at user experiences ours. So what I hope is that when we get second, third, fourth, and we find sort of what the right wide are if we're into it. So I hope that cross pollination of it. Oh, we didn't think about that with this user because they can speak with this user who fundamentally not speak at all. This user experience is not optimal. Now the lab doesn't make error. Hopefully translate that people can speak but don't feel comfortable doing so because they're in a public setting like they're talking.
The actual mechanism of labeling and then code the same, hopefully generalized across the different users as they do in calibration. And calibration, I mean, that in itself, there's anything about one grade. I love it when there's like, complications, which is using action that human would want to do anyway. You get a lot of signal from it. Yeah. And what good is that? Like, it makes video games also serve as a good calibration.
For this guy, before I do, so we talked actually about like our user for long I don't always want to take that.
Again, it's not clear what good is 35 really mouse over that miss it to red. What's your record?
I think my record then you get profit. Imagine that 35 by 35 you're getting about 100 files, 100 craft options. You're averaging,
one of the reasons that I think I struggle with again, everything that you use. If I can do something else, great. So how can you explain your high performance?
I have like a whole written. I have kind of the whole thing. So the first thing
I have to fast for 5 days and go up to the mountain.
Actually, it kind of, the bad thing is,
So this is like, because of mine, yeah? Yeah. So what I do is I don't eat for a little bit beforehand. Then I'll actually eat like a ton of peanut butter before I eat. This is the real thing. Real thing. It has to be very nice. I know where, but it has to be like midnight way out of the time I go. And I have a very physical position. I'll say, I used to be homeschooled growing up, and I work on the floor. I used to get like very specific situation on the floor. I used to play, and then you have to make sure like there's not a lot of weight on your. And I turn the game versus way up, like small motions that have to be first. When you move your wrist, or you never, I'm just trying to think. My wrist is almost. Those small changes. Yeah. I wish I'd been this rabbit hole. Folks are playing. There's a way. Yeah, you find a way to do it where like it's using a loophole like a plug. You can incredibly fast up. It's along that line, but not quite. You do realize that like a few programmers are obviously fast to eat peanut butter. Yeah, we tried my record. I mean, the reason I did this is because I wanted the bar behind. Like one that the number that we use was not be like the medium punch. Be like it's all about that. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely like extremely frustrating and like for sort of needed something. But there's something before that was the sort of reaction time and legal. I would guess it's below 40, but above 20. Always think about. What also matters is how difficult it is from like some people might be able to do like 10,000 plays on the screen and they do it that way. But there's some like past opportunity. What you think it takes for no one to be able to do above 8.5? Keep increasing that number. Like the number might require different. Yeah. Improvements in the system. Yeah, I think the nature of this work is, I mean, the first answer is furnace. This is, edge of research. So, again, nobody's gotten that number before. So what's next is going to be heuristic, yeah. What we've seen historically is that different parts of the stack are bottlenecks. So, when I first joined Erlang, years ago or so, one of the major problems was the rate of advice was further from the end. And it just, like, no matter how good you put it was, 30 milliseconds, you just copy. No matter how good you are, so at that point, it was challenging to get the directory off the site, very reliable, and enable the challenge. At some point, it was actually the modeling challenge. How do you build a good mapping, like the supervised learning problem? How do you have effectively, and you have a label you can. What is the right, like, neural decoder architecture? That was a problem. So that. I think the next one after that was actually just software stability. If you have widely varying sort of input in your system or your actual lab session once in a while, it decreases your ability to maintain and get it to flow. So there's a variety of different software bugs and improvements to that basically decrease the performance of the system, but they're much more reliable, much more stable, and led to a state where we could reliably collect data on this much on. So in the window of time when you can do some behavior, it really comes to granularity of and that again is a task design problem, problem, machine learning problem. All those things. I think either looking at decoding or just extending the number of things in certain direction of functionality. So you can imagine giving more, for example, different one that can improve the effective trying to allow the user to trust themselves in nutrition channels and measure that with this second. But what actually is doing is how effective about the downstream functionality not only can convert, yes, but it can really downstream sort of also.
Yeah, short answer is yes. The big nuance how that curve, how that manifests in numbers. So what you'll see is that if you just plot a curve of number of channels that you use for code, or either the offline metrics of how good you are at coding, or the online metrics of sort of in practice how good you can use those. You see rough log, so figure out in number of channels, get a corresponding logarithm and offline. The important nuance here is that each channel corresponds with a specific representation. So, for example, a channel 4, it might correspond with channel 3. It might be moved up. If you want to expand the number of functions you want to call, you really want to have a broader set of channels that covers a broader set of functions. You can think of it like kind of like just a scale. Once different imagined, how would you map those imagined? You can imagine, handwriting, the output character. You can imagine just with your fingers how that output. You can imagine translation, or opening a ruler here, take code to finish tablet or something like that. So it's really the lots of things you can do for depends on how many.
Right, so that's more about the number of actions. The number of threads is more about increasing the number of actions able to perform.
One of the nuance there. So again, our goal is really to be able to use this process to build as many tasks as I can. All the functionality I have is really talked about, but then also as reliability. And that last point is very related to mechanical. So as you think about number of channels, the relative importance of any particular feature of your model input to the output control, the user. If the neural net area per channel, or if the noise is independent, such that more channels on average less output effect, your reliability is lower. So one sort of core thesis that I have experience in function reliability about any work on city coders.
Reliability here. So first of all, when you say narrative, which aspect are you referring to?
Yeah, so let's talk briefly about that. So again, I spoke very about how you imagine right, imagine to the left, neurons might fire more. We look for that very correlated output control task that you not obvious, that's great. It's like the only imagine doing something putting and that's the evidence that that control like exactly what you take that fire into the mechanism of but at least in the motor part that's the substantial evidence putting or what like representing then representing information by changing the of a neuron fire matters delta between sort of baseline and what it looks like next. And what we've observed, and what has also been observed in academic work, is that baseline, there's a intelligence developing that analogy for like measuring flour or something like that. That baseline, how much the hot rate is actually different. So if you're trying to measure how much rice is hot, you're going to get that baseline rate is that at least first order problem is causing it. The other effects not of that, at least the first order problem actually is the baseline fire. Neuron or time.
If you just the baseline, we can relatively baseline that top.
Yeah, this is a good question. With monkeys, we found it very good to do this. One example would be this: if you introduce behavioral tasks like measure what's going on in the brain, you compute some of what's going on across all the works super well. For whatever reason, it doesn't work super well. I actually don't know the full, but I can imagine several explanations. One such explanation would be that the context is that different between some open tasks
past is much more that no one would do. Maybe in open capacity, watching a streaming podcast, all these podcasts, or even playing music and talking to friends, like actually mama, all these sort of different context between those states may be much larger, and thus we can figure out the future normalizing it. On that point, it's kind of incredible as well when we to multiple tasks at the same time. To be able to move the mouse first perspective while talking, while being nervous, talking about it, taking your ass, and now we're and talk trash while all at the same time. If you're trying to normalize the baseline, like there are boys one comment on that. For folks that aren't familiar with this technology, I think there's a lot of belief that well, I can't get these guys to work in like before something I not confident or know that this would be a phenomenon and I'm very confident now that it will be. I really have to put a phenomenon even if you just off the same level of control, what they would have as background for with but you don't need to have that thing in your face. You don't need to position it this way. You don't need to bounce it up so you can act it when you want, how you want, wherever you want. That level of independence, so game they can touch the front of that private out there on you if they can like open up and browse at 2 a.m. when they're around the center outside. This is like profoundly thing. And this is even before we start talking about folks that may not be able to get at all or ask help when they want. Only ask help when they want. And that one doesn't have any explanation. How much we learn, how much magic, how much science, how much art, how there's that figures out sequence like good question. There's a couple different ways to answer. So I'll zoom out briefly first, and I'll go down one of the rabbit holes. So the zoomed out view is that building the decoder is really the process of building the data set, plus compiling it in place. And each of those steps is important. The direction, I think, of further improvement is primarily going to but it's entirely separate from how you compile it. So I'll go briefly down the second. One of the challenges with designing an optimal model is that offline corresponds. It's fundamentally where it's time and the exact experience of how you output the intention impacted those. For example, if you just look at validation loss as predicted by your model, there can be multiple ways to do the same validation loss. Not all of them are equally controllable by you. And so it's, it might be as simple as saying, oh, your loss terms and how you have to better, but this is very complex. How you turn the latest model is more of a nuanced process of adjustment. One very fascinating anecdote here, we tried many different neural network architectures that translate brain data velocity output, for example. And one example that's stuck in my brain is at one point we deployed that network try for measuring the relative performance of online session of sort of one deconvolution over the so imagine per channel you have a sliding window some feature each of those differences every single channel simultaneously. You can actually get better validation metrics, meaning you're picking the data better and generalize it better in online. If you use a convolution parameters and standard procedure would be it turns out that when you use that online it was farther, even though the offline method there can be many ways to interpret it, but what that saw immediately was that hey, at least right now that if you were to just throw a bunch of models and you were trying to sort of touch parameter optimize or model or come up with their intention and conclusion, if you were just optimizing for loss, which means that there's still some inherent modeling sounds like. How do you visualize it? Yeah, I think it's quality not necessarily quantity. They like quantity has to depend on the interaction. It depends on the interaction. Yeah, so sometimes what we're talking about. Yeah, I think yeah. Sometimes functionality, all the that makes actually a lot more because now you think about not just like you build your upload model, you also need to think about how to make sure it doesn't like one example is one of at least guy with no one was move mouse. The quick signal should back up a quickly. Another good example was at one point he was trying to sort of a left click that the mini started the left click to back up the again there's some come up with some way either in the data set or in the model to hold button at the time. Usually like overfitting, but really that model has not it's kind of very good. So you need to find some way to help the model. It feels like all solved. Alright, yeah. It's funny like the for that time and also for that that people will work on let's say a device cluster using CCP plus example with internal security. They should get their very important. So what are you excited about in the development of the software stack? Everything we've been talking about. I think there's some I'm excited about the technology side and some I'm excited about understanding how the technology is going to be beneficial. I'll work backwards. On the technology entering the world side of things, I'm really excited to understand how this device works in the whole stack. Yeah, no ability to boost up into the full control by and our ability to I think that will be useful to know for us to understand how you and essentials are also does this device have capacity and potential to transform your life in the current state, and if not, what are the gaps and are gaps and how that's what I'm the technology side, I'm quite excited about this. We have awesome. The most common one I would say is scaling. Right now we have 1,000 devices. The next version will have it continue to down panels, and I expect that for to continue. And it's unclear what kind of problems will be specifically at scale, and what type of problems will change are predictable. I think that's very upgrading in terms of user experience and research done, and then also in terms of the users not taking every type of problem or you need to come up with creative directions to bring that down. And also when we get to that time point, we start expanding functionality instead of functions and outputs in one brain. How to deal with all the nuances of the user experience and being able to deal with these unusual resets, but still need to be able to modulate all of them. And again, you don't have that feedback. How much before that obvious. We know what's in that we don't know we don't know what's and then the whole sort of like range of interesting sort of neuroscience when you think more stuff in the brain, people bring much more about what the brain needs to represent. And so I'm excited about neuroscience. So yeah, I think all those I'm really, really excited about it. And just close to touching the sort of software okay, it seems virtually impossible. 1,000. It feels like this is one of those notions that were obvious. Like great. You created some thoughts are most described. What
the other person's brain more effectively without being like if you process something like that in your brain, if you reconstruct underlying meaning of the thing you're trying to get across. So the generator function in the brain is more powerful than what we're just being expressed. And so the mechanism of poetry is really tough to explain that generator function.
The being literal sometimes optimal compression for the person you're trying to convey.
That's the process of the user going through understanding. Like that's like when you look at it, not the picture or beautiful, it's the thought process that occurs when you see that. Experience of that.
Yeah, it's resonating and deep.
Yeah.
Art is awesome.
Right.
That's actually relevant for full-on philosophy. You know, it's that if you just literally, that doesn't what your latest interest is. It requires a human to interpret it. A combination of the human mind and all the as context of the collective intelligence of the human species. That makes sense. They look that in. And so in that same way, the signal that carries might not be trivial. So may actually carry a lot of power because of the complexity of the mind and the receiving end. Yeah, and poetry still doesn't. Who was it? I think Yoshibaka first Rothschild said something about all the people that guy telling you why, like,
Oh yeah.
I'm sure they guy likes music. Yeah.
I think that's like something I can try going on.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. A lot of times the reason I do a lot of poetry. Yeah, I do want like some element of actually going on. Like a lot of the tricky poetry and basically
Yeah.
first contemplate things out. And that's even true like through history as we evolve music. It seems like some structure is quite familiar with. And you get a little kind of surprising element. Especially true in like classical music. There's no wonder things like that.
So breaking structure or breaking is something like that.
Yeah, and great artists talking. And it's also, knowing which break is important. And that it probably must be about the person which is the right one to break it, about the user, audience, receiving.
What do you think?
Is a show I really like called The West Wing. In The West Wing, president who's having a discussion about the Bible with one of their colleagues. And the colleague says something about, the Bible says X, Y, and Z. And the president says, yeah, but it also says A, B, C. And the person says, well, do you believe the Bible is different true? Yeah, but I also think that neither of us are smart enough to understand it. I think, like, the analogy here in life is that a lot of people don't know the right message. And even very often, the hitchhiker's galaxy version ask the right question. Much more likely to find doing this right that's heuristic and sort of first policy try to increase the diversity of people asking this question or trying to live consciously. So again, I think I'll take the I don't know card here, but I do think there are meaningful things to the life.
Task of asking the right question. That's the main thing, not the answer to the question.
This point, by the way, is clear at home in a way when you try to give someone
thank you for being you. Thanks for listening to the conversation. Now, your friends, Nolan, are the first human being to have a neural device implanted in his brain. You had a diving accident in 2016. Never realized it. Don't down. How did that accident end? Sort of freak thing that happened. Imagine you're running into the ocean, or quickly, but you're running into the ocean and you get to about waist high, and then you kind of like dive in when kind of later. That's what I did. And then not sure what happened. Looking into the water with a couple of guys, and so my idea of what happened is really just that I took straight finished elbow, put something to the side of my head, left side of my head was forward for about a month after. So left taking a pretty big knock. And then they both came up, and I just out of the water for a while. I was conscious, and then realized I couldn't hold my breath any longer. I keep saying, I don't know if they like when I say that. Seems like I'm making calls, but it's kind of how I am. And I don't know. I'm a very relaxed, stress-free. I for a while. I kind of took it in stride. All right, do that. How can I improve my life a little bit on a day-to-day basis? First, just trying to get healing as much as possible. Try to get healed, to try to get off the ventilator, learn as much as I could. So once I left the hospital, and thank God I had. If I didn't have my parents, my siblings, that I would never be. They've done so much for me, more than I can ever think of for, honestly. A lot of people don't have that. A lot of people in my situation, their family are capable of providing for them, or honestly just don't place somewhere and home. Thankfully, I have my family, friends, a great group of college who have all rallied around and still incredibly so. People always say, if you're lucky, you'll end up with one or two friends in high school throughout your life. I have about 10 or 12 in high school that are all somewhere else, and we get together at the we call it the ball series. This last one, we all did awesome. So yeah, I have some people working around me, and it's wonderful to get to staff at. I get on all the time. People bring me food and drinks, and I can sit around and watch as much TV and movies, anime, if I want. I get to read as much as I want. I mean, it's beautiful to see the silver lining in all of this. That you learn the moment you realize you're paralyzed. I was down right when I tried to get up, and I realized I couldn't move, and alright, I'm gonna what do I like? Get up, I can't do anything. I'm gonna go down eventually. And I knew I was able to. So I held my breath and thought about it, maybe 10, 15 seconds. I've heard from other people that, like, look on the right there, two girls that pulled me out of the water, my best friends, lifeguards. One of them said it looked like
my body was really shaking. But I knew it. And I realized that what was from maybe if I got some opportunity to do something when I was in the hospital, I was one of the friends that I like brought her with me to college, just calling with me, and there's no worries, and you get me to tell my mom, tell my mom, she was like, sure I'm out of have some like whether I do it or not. And I and look up after surgery. They had me on Sentinel like 2 days. Awesome. I don't recommend it, but I saw some great on that and it's on good medication. And I hospital I falling. I like living in Auckland and crying. It was more like not that I mean that's the case, obviously, but that was just like but yeah, I never had like a moment of and I'm paralyzed stuff. I don't want to like anymore. Always just I that I have to do but like sitting there and wallowing in it. I've been low class. Yeah. I mean there were days when not like not for the last couple of years, I forced try to do anything possible to make my life better. But at the beginning, up and down, there were some really hard things to do. First off, the first couple of months, the amount of pain I was in was really hard. I mean, I remember screaming out my hospital because I thought my baby was on fire. And obviously, I could feel it. And so, it also really hard. I asked them to do as much pain as possible as you have, as much as you can have. Just happy. But that was and then every now and again, it's hard realizing that I wanted to do in my life, but I won't do it. And, you know, I was father and now as a probably possible, but I'm not sure I would ever put do that. Like having to not being go out and play sports. I was a huge athlete growing up, so that was pretty hard. Just little things, and I realized I can't do that. Like, there's something really about being able to put and smell of it, like the feel and the texture, the smell, like it's turning and I can't do it. Here's little things like that. The beauty of art is that here you will basically that 2 years that was the only thing I had. So try as much as I can to move my fingers, my hands, my feet, everything possible to try to get it safely. And then when the 2 year mark hit, so June 30th, 2018, I was really sad. That's where I was. I mean, yeah, but I was never like depressed for a period of time. Never seen work on it. My faith, God, was a big one.
Folks,
there's a story in the Bible about and that's really talking about all of the terrible things and places God out of the situation. I thought, I think a lot of their lives that they made choice, that they're the ones going through something terrible, and God through the whole thing, and everything will work out. At some point after my accident, I realized I might not be, I might be one of
look at this fucking athleticism. I've never seen anything.
and I just try and be as possible because I'm fast. Uh, that gave me a lot of strength. Obviously, my family, my they give me all the strength that I need on a day-to-day basis. Makes things a lot easier having that great support system around me.
From everything I've seen of you online, your streams, the way you are today, I really admire that you're unwavering, positive. That's always been this way.
Yeah, yeah. I just always thought I could do anything I ever wanted to do. There was never anything too big. Whatever I set my mind to, I felt like I could do it. I didn't want to do a lot. I wanted to travel around and see and go work odd jobs. I had this dream of traveling around Europe and I don't know, shepherd in Wales, Ireland, and then being a fisherman in Italy, doing all these things like a year. Like it's just like I just thought it would be so much fun to go and travel and do different things. And so I've always been the best in people around me too, and I've always and growing up, mom usually the most positive, energetic in the world, and we're all just people. I get along great with people. And so I just wanted to kind of just
It's just great to see that take over, given everything. Uh, like a deliberate choice you made that you're not gonna let down.
yeah a bit. Also, like I just how I am. Like I said, I roll with the punches and everything. I always used to tell people like I don't stress about things much. And whenever I see people get stressed, say, like it's not hard. Don't stress it. And like that's all you need. And they're like, that's not how that works for me. Like just don't stress, and everything will be fine. Like everything will work out. Obviously, not everything always goes well, and it's not like it all works out for the best all the time. But I just don't think stress has had any place in my life. I was
What was the experience like? Like the first you have in your life?
scared. No, it was uh, like I was. I was never afraid of it. I had been a lot. Could I? Could I do this? Be the first person? I could wait until number two or three and get a better version of the first one. Might not work. Maybe it's actually kind of stuck. It would be the worst version ever. So why would I do the first one? Like I've already kind of been selected. I could tell them, like, okay, find someone else, and I'll do number two. Like, that means anyways. But ultimately, I don't know. There's something about being able to do something. I always thought that if I had a chance, that I would like to try it. Seemed like a pretty good opportunity. Um, and I was never scared. Like faith had a huge like how it was preparing me for something. I wish it wasn't this because
and travel the world and the baby my testimony but like this chair. That's and I guess you want that art. I didn't really have much. I always felt like there was something going on, and how I made it through the interview process and how quickly everything happened, uh, how the stars sort of aligned with all this. It it just told me as surgery getting closer, it just told me that it was all meant to happen, it was all meant to be, and so I should have anything that's and so I wasn't. I kept telling myself like, say that now, but as soon as the surgery comes, you're probably like you're about to have and brain surgery is a big deal for a lot of people, but it's a even bigger deal. All I have left, the amount of time you dodging, my personality, my ability, my like love of learning, character, everything, so much. Like as long as you left me that, then I think I can get by. And I was about to let people go, like around it, like hey, go, like put stuff in your brain, it works out. And so it was something that gave me pause. And how everything went. I never expected for a second that it was going on. Plus, more people I know on the borrowed side and on the side, they're just the most impressive people in the world. Like, I can't enough to how much I trust my life and how impressed I am with all of them. And the excitement on this to, like, walk into the room and go into the room and all of these people looking at me so excited. Like, we've been so hard on this, and it's finally happened. It's super special, and it just makes me want to do it more and to help them to their dreams. Like I don't know, it's so rewarding. I'm so happy. The day was when you wake up, yeah, minute by minute. Yeah, were you freaking out? No, no. I thought I was going to, but the surgery approached at 4 in the morning. I was excited. I was like, let's make it happen. I think I said that. That to Elon on the phone beforehand, we were like FaceTiming. I was like, rock and roll. Let's do it. I just, I was, so we woke up. I think we had to be at the hospital at 5:30 a.m. So we woke up pretty early. I'm not sure much of us that night. Um, got to the hospital at 5:30. Went through all the pre-op stuff. Everyone was super nice. Elon was supposed to be there in the morning, but something was wrong with the plane, so we were FaceTiming. That was cool. One of the greatest one-liners of my life. After that phone call, hung up with him. There were like 20 people around me. I was like, I just hope he wasn't starstruck talking. Nice. Yeah, well it was done. Good. Well done. Yeah, yeah. Did you write that ahead of time? No, no, just like, right. Went in surgery. I asked if I could pray right beforehand. I prayed in the room. I asked God if He could like be with my mom in case anything happened. And so I told him nerves out there. Woke up, played a bit of a prank on my mom. Heard about it. Yeah, I read about it. Yeah, she was not happy. Can you take me to the prank? Yeah, this is something. Do you regret doing that now? No, no. It was something I had talked about ahead of time with my buddy Dan. I was like, I would really like to play a prank on him. Very specific in my mind. He's very gullible. I think he had surgery once, and after she came out of um, she was super groggy. She's like, I can't feel my leg. My dad looked at her like, you don't have any legs. Like, they had to amputate both your legs, and so we just do very
to her all the time. I'm surprised that she still loves us. But right after surgery, I was really worried that I was going to be like groggy, like not all there. I had anesthesia once before, and it messed me up. Like I could not function for a while afterwards, and uh, I like said a lot of things that I was really worried that I was going to start. I don't know, like dropping dropping balls, and I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't remember. So I was like, guys, don't let that happen. And please let me there enough. Um, and so we walked in after surgery, first time they've been able to see me after surgery, and looked at me and said, "Hi, like, how are you? Doing? How do you feel?" And I looked at her and very, I think, very like broad, confused with my face, and she started looking around at the person, the doctor, like, what did you do to my son? Like, you can fix this right now. Tears started streaming. Saw how much she was freaking out. I was like, I can't let this go on. And so I was like, oh, Mom, I'm fine. And it's alright. And still, she was not happy about it. I'm sure she's gonna get me back someday. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what that's gonna be like. What I
Lifelong battle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was,
Sometimes it was a dumb.
that's all I wanted to see. That's all I wanted to see. And I knew that something for me to her like that would kill her. Yeah.
He's still there. Lovely.
Yeah, exactly.
Dark way. I love it.
Yeah.
What was the first time that like if I affect whether
Yeah. First of all, out of it. Actually, not too long after surgery, some of the Darling team had brought in um, like a little iPad, a little tablet, and they put up channel, and that was recording neuron spike. And they put it in front of me, and it was like real time firing. Like that's cool. My first thought was, if they're firing now, let's see if I can affect them. Okay. So I started trying to like wiggle my fingers, and I just started like scanning through the channels, and one of the things I was doing was like moving my index finger up and down, and I just saw this yellow spike, like top row, like third box over, saw this yellow spike every time I did it. I'm like, oh, that's cool. And everyone around me was like, what are you seeing? Like, look at this one. Look at like this top row, third box over, yellow spike. Like that's me, right there, there, there. And everyone freaking out. They started like clapping. Like that's super unnecessary. Like this is what's supposed to happen, right? Like
you're imagining yourself moving each finger one at a time,
yeah,
and then seeing like you can notice something, and then when you hit the index finger, you're like, oh.
yeah. I was doing all of my fingers and everything that happened. There was a lot of other things going on, but that big yellow spike was the one that I'm sure that if I would have stared at it long enough, I could have mapped out maybe 100 different things. But the big yellow spike is the one that I know.
If you could speak with like to imagine that the mental cognitive effort required to wiggle your index finger. How do you use that to
It's something that at the very beginning, after my accident, they told me try and move my body as much as possible, even if you can't try, because that's going to like in a pathway to my spinal cord to like connect things. Um, hopefully we can some movement. Okay. Yeah, I know. It's bizarre, but
that's part of the recovery process, trying to move your body.
Yep.
And that's nervous system does its thing.
Yeah. It'll start reconnecting. For some people, they'll do it. Like I got bicep pull back, and that's about it. I can, if I try enough, I can something I think not like on command, or like I try to move my right and I just kind of after a few seconds it'll wiggle. So I know that stuff's okay. I know like that happens with different of my fingers and stuff. Um, but yeah, that's what they tell you to do. Um, One of the people at the time when I was in the hospital told me one guy who had recovered on what he thought about every day was actually walking, like the act, just over and over again. So I tried that for years. Tried to imagine walking. It is hard. It's hard to imagine like all the steps that go into taking, like all the things that have to do, all the activities that have to happen.
I just imagine you're like,
I'm trying, yeah. So it's like imagining
Pay cash, homie.
over again what I have to do. I have something. You don't have all of the I had to recreate that, and then I practiced over.
I got kind of like you're imagining walking. Literally everything, all the things talking about.
Hard, hard.
Like frustrating hard, or like surprisingly hard. Like,
There's a is one of the killjoys. Oddly enough, he is like paralyzed, drug, and then she like finds a way to get to the back of a truck or something, and she stares at her toe like really big, and after a few seconds on the screen, and she did that with every one of like body parts. I did that, stared at my body, and big time. Sometimes vocalizing out loud. I tried everything to try to get, and it's hard because it actually is like taxing, like physically taxing, which is something I would have never expected. It's not like I'm, but it feels like there's a buildup. I don't know. The only way I can describe it is there are like signals that are getting through my yeah, yeah, brain and my head, and so it feels like there are signals get stuck in whatever body part, and they just build up and build up and build up.
Your popcorn
And then once
ready.
they I get like really weird things sort of like level. It's also just like a muscle out very very. And then try to stare at a body part or think about a body part and breathe for 3 hours. It's very taxing on the mind. It takes a lot of focus. There's a lot easier at the beginning because I wasn't able to like control my room or anything. I wasn't able to control any of my environment. So for the first year, a lot of what I was doing was and so obviously I did a lot of things and I tried to move a lot over and over again.
you never get out of oh, there. Right.
I still do. I do it like, and I think that that helps a lot with things in learning. Something that I talked about the other day at the all hands at Maryland Hospital.
Welcome to Austin.
Yeah, hey, I would say hey, thanks. The heat actually I went to school at Texas, so I've been around. mapping. So, like, there would be a visualization of a hand or an arm on the screen, and I have to do that motion and how they portray um, the algorithm to like understand what I'm trying to do. And so it things very uh, seamless for me, I think.
That's really, really cool stuff. Amazing. I was saying a lot about body mapping, like with something like that. It's cool. Essentially, like train world class.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if other clubs fix like other paralyzed people. I hope they don't. I hope they keep trying because I've heard other paralyzed people say like don't ever stop. They tell me, but um, the body. So I heard other people say don't give up. Like I think one girl had some family been paralyzed for years. She's been trying to like for her time that. Like I know it's possible. I've never I do when I'm lying down watching TV, find myself doing it and it's just almost like I don't I don't know, I don't know.
Yeah, like it is training, but like a little bit level nervous, getting ready.
Honestly, it's like something that I think neuro that uh, I can't I can't thank them enough for. I can't show my appreciation for them enough. Being visually that what I'm doing is actually having it's a huge part of the reason why I now that I'm getting doing it better. Because before I was every day and I was just frustrated watching this happen. Like it's not like I knew I wasn't getting back any mobility or something. But I could have been running up against a brick wall for all I knew. And like I get to see like all the signals happening right and I get to see that what I'm doing actually, when we started doing like calibration stuff, when I go to my index finger to the left, that is actually recognized. It changed how I think about what's possible with retraining my body to move. And so yeah, I'll never get it.
And also just signal that there's still a powerhouse brain there that's like, and as technology develops, that brain is that's the most important thing about the human body is the brain. I think a lot of what did it feel like when you first in there and saw the environment respond that wherever it's being with dramatically?
Yeah, it was very cool. I mean, it was cool. I keep telling you, it made sense that like there are signals still happening in my brain, and that as long as you have something near it for those support those, then you should be able to like visualize it somewhere, like see it happen. And so that was not very surprising. I was like, oh, cool, like we found one, like we found something that works. Um, it was cool to see that their technology worked, and that everything was getting so hard for them to pay off. But I didn't like cursor or anything at that point. I had like interacted with the computer or anything at that point. Um, so it just made I didn't really know much about BPI at that point either, so I didn't know like what sort of depth this was actually making. Like I didn't know if this was like or if this was like okay, it's cool that we got this far, but we're actually hoping for something much better down the road. Okay, I just thought that they knew that it turned on, so cool. This is
Read up on the specs, the artery, all the like the threads.
yeah, I know all that, but it's all like
Those are. What was the first time you?
I know it must have been a week or that I was in first, and again, like, kind of made sense to me. Like, it didn't seem like that big, you know. Like, it was. Like, okay, how do I explain this? Everyone around you starts clapping for something you've done. It's easy to say, okay, like, I did something, like, that was impressive. Um, what exactly that meant, what it was, hadn't really, like, set in for me. Um, so, again, I knew that me trying to a body part, and then that being back in some sort of like machine algorithm, be able to identify my person that person that kind of made sense to me. I don't remember like all the analysis. Like there are still signals in my brain firing. They just can't get through because there's like a gap in my phone. And so they slow it down and back up. They're still there. So when I was like, that's cool, but I expected that should happen. Like it makes sense. Um, when I moved the cursor for the first time, um, just my mind without like trying. I guess I can get into that just a little bit, like the difference between attempted and imagined.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So like attempted movement is me physically trying to attempt to move say my hand. I try to attempt to move my hand to the right, the left, forward, and back. Um, and that's all attempt to, like lift my finger up and down, attempt to hit or something. I'm physically trying to do all of this, even if I'm be like me attempting to like spread my shoulders. That's all attempted. Um, that all that's what I was doing for the first couple of when they were going to give me personal control. I was doing body attempt attempt to do that. When Mir was telling me like if you started um, as a child and they said, okay, write your name with okay, now imagine writing your name with kids would think, I guess, like it makes sense. And they would do it. But that's not something we're taught. It's all like how you think. If you think about like thought experiments, that's not like a physical action of doing what you would do in a situation. So imagine it never really I guess you could maybe describe it as like a professional athlete, like has a baseball bat or a golf club, like what you're supposed to do. And you go right to that and then you get it back in your hand. Have that like telling me to imagine attempt to there wasn't that I could do there mentally. I just kind of have to accept what was going on and try. Um, but the attempt thing, it all makes sense. Like if I try and move, then there's a signal being sent in my brain, and as long as they can pick that up, then they can be able to map what I'm trying to do. And so when I first moved the cursor like that, it was like, yes, this could happen. Like I'm not surprised by that.
Can you clarify the difference between imagine movement and
Yeah, just that in Imagine Movement, you're not being control. So it's
you're like visualizing and theoretically that's supposed to be part of the like stuff. Yeah, necessarily. I think all these skills come together and in photo work. The difference imagine and by the way, what uh, so like some ways probably kind of get to right.
yeah,
That does sound like the right thing to try.
yeah. It makes sense.
Imagine for me, I would start visualizing like would actually start trying to like, yeah, there's a, I did like combat sports my whole life, like wrestling. When I'm imagining, I'm like, my exactly, like there is a bit of an activation almost versus like visualizing stuff like,
Yeah, it's something that I feel like naturally anyone, you try to tell someone to imagine, they might close their eyes and then start doing it. But it's just, yeah, it's hard. It's very hard,
but attempted work.
attempted work. Like, good, work like hell.
There's like one team thing that's around. It was swear word. There's a swear word when you direct.
Yeah, that blew my mind. No pun intended. Blew my mind when I um just with my thoughts and not attempting. It's something that I found um like over the couple of years building up to that. That as I get better, as like the model gets better, um, then it gets easier for me. Like I don't have to attempt much, and part of that is something that I need to talk about. When I was watching the signal in my brain one day, I was watching when I like attempted to write, and I watched the screen like I was right things that before I was actually attempting. Um, I imagine because when you go to hand or any body part, that signal gets sent before you're actually has to make it all the way down, back up before you actually. So there's a delay there. I noticed that something going on in my brain before I was actually attempting that. My brain was like anticipating what I wanted to do, and that also um, I don't know, writing in my brain. Like it was there, always in the back. That's so weird that it could do that. It kind of makes sense, but I wonder what that means as far as like, using the phone. And then as I was playing around with it and playing around with the cursor, I saw that like as the control got better, that it was anticipating my movements, what I wanted to do, cursor, what I wanted to do a bit better, a bit better. And then one day I randomly, I was like, I um, like looked at a target before I had started like attempting. I was trying to like get over like brain, my eyes ahead of the target I'm on. But if I look at here to the I know I could like maybe get a bit quicker getting there. And I looked over and the cursor got over. It was wild. Like I had to take a step back and I was like, this cannot be happening. All day I was just smiling. I was like, guys, you know that this works. Like I can just make it happen. Which like they've all been saying this entire time. Like I can believe like you're fine. I'm like, yeah, but it's real in my mind. I'm attempting to just picking that up. So it doesn't feel like it's in my mind. When I moved it for the first time like that, it was man. It made me think that this technology, what I'm doing, is actually way way more impressive than I ever thought. Way cooler than I ever thought, and it just opened up a whole new world of possibilities of like what could possibly happen with technology and what I might be.
If you felt for sound like digital telepathy, like if you're controlling it. I mean, that's a real moment of discovery. That's really cool. Discover as like scientists talk about like a big aha moment. Like Nobel Prize winning, they'll have this like crap, like
That's
whoa.
That's what it felt like. I didn't like I felt like I had discovered something, but maybe not necessarily for like the world at large or like
field at large, it just felt like an aha moment. Like, oh, it worked. Like, obviously it worked. And so that's what I found. I kind of intermix attempted movement and magic movement. I do it all like together because I found that there is some interplay with it that maximizes efficiency of the cursor. So it's not all like one or the other. It's not all just I only use attempted or I only use like magic. It's more I use in parallel. I can do whatever, but I don't know. I like to play around. I also like every now and again I have this idea and I wonder I'll just start doing it and afterwards I'll tell them, by the way, I wasn't doing that. I thought of something when I was a client, so I did. It seems like it works. Maybe we should like do that.
So I think that discovery is not just for you. From my perspective, that's discovery for everyone else, whoever you feel like it's possible. Like, I don't think this is an obvious thing that's possible. Like, I was saying this earlier, 4 minute mile. I thought it was impossible to run a mile in 4 minutes. And once the first person did it, everyone started doing it. Like, just to show that it's possible, that paves the way to, like, anything. That's a thing that's actually possible. You don't need to be accountable. You just go direct. That's crazy. For people who don't know, can you explain how the Link app works? You have an amazing stream on the topic. Your first stream, I think, on X, describing the app. Can you just describe how it works?
Yeah, so it's just an app that Neuralink created to help me interact with the computer. So on the Link app, there are a few different settings and different modes, things I can do on it. So there's body mapping, kind of touched on. There's a calibration. Calibration is how I actually get cursor control. So calibrating what's going on in my brain to uh, translate that into cursor control. So it will pop out um, models. What they use, I think, is like time. It would be 5 minutes in calibration. Um, about 10 minutes. The models will progressively get better. Um, the longer I'm in it, generally, the better the models will get.
That's really cool. You often
Yeah.
the model that's go to the calibration.
Yeah.
You also talk about some things. Sometimes we play like a really difficult game like Snake. You know what the model is.
Yeah, yeah. So Snake is kind of like my business basketball models. If I can control Snake really well, then I don't have it. So yeah, the Link app has all this as upgraded now. Also how I like connect, you know. So they've given me a lot of like voice controls with it at this point, so I can say like connect or plan to connect, and as long as I have that charger, then I can connect. So the charger is also how I connect to the Link app. I have to have um, over my head when I want to connect. I have to wake up the implants is like all the it. I think the settings like every half an hour, 5 hours. I just want to wake up periodically. Yeah, I'll like connect to the Link app and then all sorts of things. Calibrate maybe body mapping. I made them give me like little homework tabs because I am very forgetful and I forget to do things a lot. Um, so I have like a lot of data collection things that they want me to do.
The body mapping part of the question is that part of the
Yeah, it is. It's something that they want me to do daily, which I've been slacking on. Yeah, I've been
super famous.
yeah, I've been a terrible first candidate for how much I've been slacking on my. Yeah, it's just something imagine to get to the FDA to create all sorts of things, show like, hey, this is the Neuralink is house, day one versus day 90, day 180, like that. Like it, like left and right. A bubble game, there will be like yellow bubbles that pop up on the screen. First, it is open. Open loop is something that I still don't fully understand. Open loop. Me and Bliss talked for a long time about this. Okay, so it'd be great to hear your side of the great. Open loop is basically I have the cursor moving across the screen, and I am following by intention cursor to different bubbles, and then my the algorithm is training off of what bubbles around that, and the cursor will go from the middle to one side, the middle to back to the middle, the right, and then back, and I will follow the whole time, and will train off of my what is expected by throughout the whole process. You actually follow right. Yeah, so generally for calibration, because I think better models as I progress calibration make it easier to use Imagine. Calibrated will create a model and it's really effective for you than force. I tried calibration with Imagine movement and it just didn't work as well. That was the center out target. It's also one where a random target will pop up on the screen and say like you do like hold along where the cursor to that target across the screen. I've tried them with Imagine movement, and for some reason models don't um, they don't give high level quality and get into. I haven't played around with one, so maybe like the different ways now might. But what I found is there will be a calibration where I can use Imagine. Before that, it doesn't really work. So if I do calibration for 55 minutes, the first 15 minutes I can't use Imagine. It just like doesn't work. Um, and after a certain point, I can tell it moves different. That's the best way I can describe it. Like it's almost as if it is anticipating what I'm going to do again before I go to do it. Um, and so using attempted for 15 minutes, at some point I can kind of tell when I like my eyes to the next target that the cursor is starting to like pick up. It's starting to understand. It's learning like what I'm going to do. First of all, it's really cool. You are a true pioneer now. And it's also cool to hear that there's a different experience when it's calibrated in a different way. I imagine your brain is that's why there's different feeling to it. And trying to find the word and the measurements also. At the end of the day, it also measures your actual performance. And whether it's snake or grid, like what you're saying, the open loop calibration, the attempted works out. So the open loop, you don't get the feedback that something did something. Yeah, I'm not frustrating. No, it makes sense. Like we've done it with the cursor and without the cursor. Sometimes they for like the center out, they um, you'll start calibration, a bubble lighting up, and I push towards that bubble, and then when it comes towards that bubble, like 3 seconds of bubble pop, and then I come back to the middle. So I'm doing it all just by my intention. Like that's what it's like anyway. It makes sense that it's like follow what they want me to do. Like follow the elevator that is along with. Uh,
Oh, great reference. It says the bubble game.
like yeah, they always do that. They do calibration. We're about to do 40-minute calibration. All right, do two. Like I'm always asked whatever they need. I'm more than happy to do, and it's not bad. Like I get to lie there and or sit in my chair and do these things with great people. I get to have great conversations. Like, get them feedback and talk about all sorts of things. I could throw something on my TV background, kind of like split my attention. Uh, like it's not bad at all.
There's it that you get like better on the bubble.
No, I would love that. I I would love yeah.
Writing down
That's
just about
that's
make it more fun.
one thing that I really enjoy about Record is because I'm so competitive. Um, like the higher the higher the score, I know the better I'm doing. And so if I think I've asked at one point guys like, if he could give me some sort of numerical feedback for calibration, I would like to know what they're looking for. It is we see like this number while you're doing calibration. That I think on our end, calibration as well. Um, and I would love that because I would like to know what I'm doing well or not. Also, like, yeah, not necessarily like one to it doesn't actually mean that calibration is well ways. So it's not like 100 and they don't want what I'm experiencing or want me to change things based on that. That number isn't always accurate for how the model will turn out or how like the end result. That's at least what I got from it. One thing I do, I have asked them and something that I really enjoy driving for is towards the end of calibration there is like a time between targets, and so I like to like at the end that number is low as possible. But if you get 4 or 5 seconds, I like to keep it below 1.5, or if I can, like 1 second, like bubbles, because in my mind that translates really nicely to grid where I know if I can hit a target one every second that I'm really
There you go. That's a way to get a score on calibration. Get bubble. There's the open loop, then it goes to close loop. Close loop can already start giving you a sense you're getting feedback.
yeah. So is when I first get cursor and how they described it to someone who does not understand the stuff. Demonstrate the move every time. I don't know.
Like humility.
Yeah. Is that I am closing the loop, so I am actually now the one that is finishing the loop, whatever the loop is. Say there is a loop, and at one point it's open, and I can't control, and then I get control, and it's closed. So I'm finishing the loop.
So how long the calibration you should take? Like 10, 15 minutes?
Well, yeah, they're trying to get that number down pretty low. That's what we've been working on a lot recently is getting it down as low as possible. That way, if this is something we do on a daily basis or something we do on a like every other day basis or once a week, we don't want people to be sitting in calibration for long periods of time. I think they wanted to get it down low, at least where we're at right now. It'd be nice if they never have the calibration. We'll get there at some point, I'm sure, or going by I think that's the dream. Um, I think right now to get like really really good models, I'm in calibration for the year, and I don't mind. Like I said, they were really bad, but if it's gonna get me a model that can like put breakers on, I'll stay for 2 hours.
That's not great. I saw a presentation that just said March selected 89,000 targets. Playing this game,
like and just overall my dedication.
Interviews with athletes are always like that.
Yeah. So
Upgrade.
WebGrid is a
grid
yeah.
style.
It's literally just grid. They can make it as big or small as you make a grid. A single box on that grid will light up and you go. And it is a way for them to benchmark how good a BCI is. So it's just targets.
Only one. So here's and you're moving the mouse there.
Yeah. So I like playing on like bigger grids because the bigger the grid, the like more DPS it's that you get every time. So play out like a 35, a 35. Um, one of those little squares, we call it target, whatever, will light up and you go there and you do that for reps.
And you've been able to achieve the first second. Recently broke that.
Yeah, I'm at 8.5 right now. I would have that probably the day before I came to Austin, but I had like I don't know, like a 5 second lag again, and I just had to wait for my calm down. But I was at like 0.01, 5 seconds of lag. The next like it's like all stayed. I was during that time of lag, I probably would hit. I don't know, I might have hit 9. But I'm there. I'm like really close. And then the whole Austin trip really got me in my playing the game. Yeah.
That's all you're thinking about right now?
Yeah, I know. I want to do that. I want to do that. I want to hit 9. I think, well, I know 9 is very, very achievable. I'm right there. I think 10 I could hit maybe next month. Like I could do it probably in the next few weeks.
I think you know on a bit. Last time I did a podcast with came in extremely frustrated as a druid. A year ago I think to get like solo. And I could just tell that some percentage of his brain the entire time right now attempting.
I think you did it.
He did it that night.
Yeah.
He did it that night.
Crazy.
I mean, it's fundamental that is inspiring. Really inspiring. I mean, it's not just about the game. Everything you're doing there is impact. By striving to do well on web, you're helping everybody figure out how all on the coding, software, the hardware, calibration, all of it, and make all of that work. Else.
Yeah.
But that's part of the thing, making it fun.
Yeah, it's a thing. I'm thinking about like what they actually do, and they're really brain. They must have put this to make me more susceptible to these kinds of games. Make me like Western or something. You know,
yeah, you said like 14 or something.
17.1 or something. 17.
He like does it on the floor with butter and he's like fast. That sounds like performance. I know, and played this game. Yeah, we don't. I think you told me right now. You're not.
I'm gonna get this. I think I can. I think. Yeah. So I've been playing first off with which really handy. Like basically, I have to wait 2 seconds for every click.
Oh, into place. Yeah. So you have to click by dwelling.
Which sucks. It really slows down how I'm able to, like, how high I'm able to get. I still hit, like, I think I hit, like, 50 something trials, not trials per minute in that. Pretty good. Because I'm able to, like, there's one of the settings also how slow you need to move in order to initiate a click, to start a click. So I can tell sort of when I'm on that threshold, start initiating clicks just a bit. I'm not fully stopped
Okay, but that's still flexible. Points.
Well, I can get down on, yeah, and I've played with that a little bit. I have to adjust a ton of different parameters to play with point one. I don't have control over all of that on my end yet. It also changes like how the models are trained. Like if I train a model, I can upgrade how I can track on a model. Training models as I'm playing web based off of like the data. Like if I play web off that data, I don't know better models. If I do that point one, the way that they interact is much. So I have to be careful. I found that it's actually better unless I can do point one and change all of the parameters. And that's more ideal because obviously use faster than point one. So I could I could I could right now it's the hub of the door. We before all the first attractions that happened, calibrated. That's the first. That was my previous feeling before I connected to was I think on a 35 grid with buck and rifle. And you get more DPS, more bits per second, more
Also, because supposed to be left or right.
well, that's how much yeah, 3 targets per left, 1 target per right.
Oh,
So
shit,
my previous record is 7.5, which I think if I went back to now, calibration, I would be able to get click on my own. I think I would break that 10 like back.
Start making what is exactly. But what traction? Some of the
Oh.
It, like over there was heavy. Well, I was terrible. Yeah, I didn't like any um anything, so that things around it go in and put in hey, that's what it is. Because I wanted it better, and I wanted not. I had so much fun playing with it for a few weeks, for a month. I had like, it opened up so many doors for me. I didn't. I thought it was cool. Gotten from like top to down, and then crashing down. And I knew like top of the mountain, but I I saw it was now, and I was like there was so much more to have all of that there. Um, but then on the drive over to the British, um, I talked with my friend about it. I'm not gonna let this let this ruin the amazing like tour that they have set up for me. Like I want to go show everyone how much I appreciate all the work they're doing. I want to go like meet all the people who are awesome. I want to have one of the best days of my life. And I did, and it absolutely was one of the best days of my life ever. And I was for like the first few days after I was like I didn't know if it was ever going to happen. I made the decision that it, even if I lost, barely, I lost, even if I lost out on it, I could get them anyway that I data day or buy something every day, then I would because I know that everything I'm doing helps everyone, and that's I guess the whole reason I did was to, and I knew that anything I could do to help, I would do, and everything that I've done works. Something that I got experience, I know how to make people trucking along.
That said, you were able to work your way up with back, like Rocky 1 to Rocky 2. When did you first realize that this was possible? What gave you strength and motivation, determination to back up and beat your previous record?
Yeah, it was a couple.
Like, again, this feels like I'm in. This is great. I like the
Road back.
like a back.
It was a couple. I think there was just a turning point. I think it's Mitch how they were measuring neuron spikes in my brain, like this helped me out.
Yeah, the way in which they're measuring the behavior.
Yeah.
They're switching from their individual parts to power.
Yeah. So when they did that, it was kind of like the light over the head, like light bulb moment. And this like we could run with it. And I saw the morning. Like I get on this like this everything up until this point last 3 or 4 weeks for the everything like let's keep doing what we're doing. And at that point I'm like, oh I know I'm still only at like in 4 or 5 7 5, but I know that like I can get back there. Walker stuff obviously but it gives me a path forward and about I just ran with it back that I had first learned.
What was the process? What was the feedback loop on figuring out how to do things that would actually work well for you? Yeah, it's a good question. So we can just start how the actual update works. Basically, updating right and over the air software update. And we test right now. And that able to work with average less and I think that's what I did. And that was and from there there's a feedback around crucial independence. What we care about is that you can and to get to that point you back help her make it using without it. And yeah, that makes that and naturally get an application get that great number of yeah. So how was the you accidentally click how hard avoid it?
I have so like I said there's a threshold on this data if I ever drop a left and I point to and if I don't want it to get there I and like just constantly like doing circles on screen back and forth. I actually uh,
I mean, you could, you know, you said happens a lot from version 1 to 30. So you could talk about the trial and error, like 100 plus pages of notes. Like, what's that process like? Back and forth working together.
It's a lot of they like guys do this. I want to. I think a lot of it doesn't end maybe it's actually gap the implant. Some people never would have thought of. It's very specific to like eyeball. Something I'm a little worried about is the like you know maybe much different than how I set up or what my son they've done my point. Yes. So I'm yeah, I get they're gonna idea and then they're also like yeah we're asking you to idea more than happy to have that happen. It's just a lot of like you know, different interactions or that in general bugs that end up popping up left, right, center. So it's trying to use as much as possible and showing them what works, what doesn't work, what I want better, and then they take that back and create all these problems that they're so good at everything. And so I'm sure they have that. I'm able to give them feedback and something of it. A lot of my feedback is like really like I got it. I'm gonna come back super well thought out, way better than I have ever thought of or myself. Which is great.
As the community grows, like to hang out with other folks, like what things want to happen? Because you said like they might have a different set of ideas and things. Yeah, be intimidated by their way of performance.
No, I hope they want like before. I hope they beat it and they crush it double. Because on one hand, I need to push me to be better. Because I want other. I think that is important for anyone trying to achieve greatness. Other people around them are going to push them to be better. And I made a joke about it on X. Like once the next people like you buddy caught me, started to have other people do this like share experience. I'm more than happy to interact. More than happy to give them advice. I don't know what kind of
But next,
have a lot of fun. And I hope they work because it's not for us, it's for everyone after us. Um, and come to me if they need anything. And to go to Maryland. Man, Maryland, like they do absolutely more me than they can. And it took my mind for like so many things that I had questions about, I wanted to. They're always there, and that's really, and so I would tell them not to be afraid to any questions that they have, any and that they're looking for any help that Neuralink is for. Well, and
just work your ass off because it's really important that we try to give our all to have fun and work hard. Yeah, there we go. Maybe that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm hard.
Now you're a real pro athlete. Maybe it's good to talk about what you've been now that you have like from like say all night and yourself. That's the kind of speak to that freedom that you gain.
Yeah, what all people in my position want more of the take away from around me better. I'm able to interact with the world without my family, without going through any of my friends, them helping me better. I'm able to all night, not someone to like sit me up, let's say like on my iPad, like in a position where I can and then have to have them up all night until I'm ready to do them. That it takes a load off, and it's really like all I can have that I could never think before. And like just being able to have the freedom to do things on my own at any hour of the day or night.
You're up and playing yourself. Imagine dark, light, falling. What comes to your mind? Or you're like in a state of flow where your mind is like Zen master.
I don't know if it's me just like rocking out the music, and then it's also a race against time. I'm constantly looking at how much battery percentage I have left on my internet. Like, all right, I have 30%, which is excellent. I have to break this record in the next hour and a half. And so that happens. It's like it's above 50%. I'm like, okay, I got. Let's get down to 30. All right, 10% little pop-ups going to pop up right here through my web flow, and it's going to tell me that like there's like a low battery pop-up from definitely. If I have to, if I'm going to break this record, I have to do it in the next like 3 seconds. That pop-up's going to get cover my web page. And then after that, I go click on it, go like, all right, that means I have 10 minutes left before this thing's dead. That's what's going on in my head. Just read that, whatever song's playing. And I just I want to break those records so bad. Like it's all I want. It has become less of like a leisurely activity. I just enjoy doing it because it's nice. Getting once I'm in Lethbridge, you better break this record or you're gonna waste like 5 hours of your life right now. And I don't know. It's just fun.
Have you ever tried what good with like 2 targets and 3 targets? And you get other people just with that?
Yeah.
I mean like lurker. Oh, yeah, so yeah, so yes, it's target. Track my different clicks. Basically doubling the number of basically hybrid with Zen mode in
Yeah.
internet and
it covers the whole screen. And
what? Yeah. And so you can go like that's the thing. He doesn't like it like oh yeah.
I had them put in a giant yes in the background. Like the opposite of them mode. It's like super hard mode, like metal mode, like a giant number in the background.
We should name that metal mode.
But what I've noticed with tech victories is you can rush tech, rush science, then
the game, you will be so far ahead of everyone technologically that you will have like musketmen, infantrymen, planes sometimes, and people will still be fighting with like bows and arrows. And so if you want to win a domination victory, you get to a certain point with the science and then go and wipe out the rest of the world. Or you can take science all the way and in that way, and you're going to be so far ahead of everyone in science that it's not even close. Um, I've accidentally in different ways just by focusing on science. I was yeah, I like I was playing only science, obviously, like just science all the way, just tech, and I was trying to get like every tech and stuff, and then I accidentally won through a diplomatic victory. I was so mad. I was so mad. It's because like ends the game one turn. And, oh, you won. You're so diplomatic. I don't know. I should have declared war on the person. But you don't need like giant civilizations, right? Especially with Korea, it's pretty small. So I generally just get to a certain military unit and put them all around my border to keep everyone out, and then I will hold up. So very isolationist. Yeah, just like a yeah.
You're making it sound so fun.
It's
I also saw
oh man,
that's probably coming out.
come on, Seven, pick me up. Oh, Alpha, Beta,
When is it coming out?
actually fine.
What other stuff would you like to see? Yeah.
I would like to, like I said, get back to the like on the man, like the radio clicks. That would be great. I would like to be connect to more devices. Right now, the computer. I'd like to be able to use it on my phone or use it on platform. I'd like to be able to control as much stuff as possible, honestly. Like an Optimus is pretty cool. If I could control an Optimus turtle. The recap itself, um, it seems like they're pretty um, dialed to what it might look like down the road. We've got a lot of what I want from it at least. The only other thing I would say is more control over all the parameters that I can with my like cursor and stuff. There's a lot of things that go into how the cursor plays, and I have I don't know 3 or 4 of those parameters. Game friction, yeah, and there's maybe double one of those, like velocity and then the actual draw cursor. Um, so I would like all of it. I want as much environment as possible.
You want like advanced mode. Like in like the menus you can just pick mode. Like one like the
I go
power user advanced.
that's what I want. I want as much control. Yeah, that's like every
Like just being able to talk also in addition to everything else.
yeah, like while I'm using it.
While you text.
Oh yeah.
Or do you type or like keyboard?
Yeah, that's a virtual. That's a finding ways type. Right now it is like a like an but we play around like finger spelling, like silent spelling, and that's awesome. So I have this thought in my head that it's going to be very similar curve that I have with the cursor, where I went from attempted to imagine at one point. I have a feeling that at some point I'm going to be doing finger spelling, and I won't attempt spelling, but I'll just think like letter that I want, and it'll pop up. And
That's challenging.
yeah,
That's hard. It's not work for you, but that would be awesome.
and then like right now it's finger spelling. if they pick that up, like the whole language, if I could do something along with origin, spelled word, if I can spell it at a reasonable speed, pick that up, and I was able to think that through, and I don't see why not. After what I saw, um, I don't see why it would work, but we'd have to do something.
What was the process like training up to attempted movement to national? How long did that take? How long did it take?
Well, it was a couple weeks before it just happened. Now that I know that that's possible, I think I can make it happen.
You get an
Sure. Ever
so you don't have any concerns when you search your experience all of it with no regrets. Everything's been good so far.
yeah, I mean, why not? I see how much it impacts my life already. I know that everything from here on out is better, so I'd love to. I'd love to get the upgrade.
What future capabilities are you excited about beyond this kind of telepathy? Vision interesting. Some folks who, for example, are blind or for
Yeah, there's a lot about this. We're talking about the brain, so there's motor cortex stuff that's more time. Vision one is fascinating. I think that is going to be very, very cool. Some of the abilities having a life. I mean, it might be more amazing than even helping someone like it. Like that just sounds incredible. It's really interesting to have something like real time translation and um, cut away that language barrier would be really cool. That sort of like actual case calls like this would be very, very cool. And also, there are a lot of different abilities that all originate, and you would be able to hopefully be able to solve a lot of those. I know there's already stuff to help you that can be points I imagine, and I know like Joe Rogan talked about the possibility of being able to stimulate the brain in a way. Uh, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what like how ethical a lot of that would be. That's beyond. Um, but I know that there is a lot that can be done. We're talking about the brain and being able to go in physically, make changes to help people improve their lives. So I'm really looking forward to everything that comes from this, and I don't think it's that far off. Um, I think a lot of it can be in my lifetime. Assuming there's a long life.
what you were referring to things like depression, that nature.
Yeah, switch like that makes someone happy. I think Joe is more experience what that's right. It feels like if you want to experience what you like to be on, yeah, mushrooms like that. Like brain. My David uh, like white memory experience that like for the first time like your face like wipe that out real quick and then fall in love with it. I told him I was like, I don't know how I feel about like people who white fucking memory. Um,
Gotta take a dump.
I saw
We have a concert.
Maybe
It's
I like to make jokes about hearing voices in my head. You know, like, but I feel like people take it the wrong way. Plus the voices in my head. Yeah. Please no. You're talking about Optimus. That's something do control the robotic arm entirety of Optimus.
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely.
I think there's something like fundamentally different about being able to drive the world.
Oh,
100%, folks.
I know another thing.
This is gangster. I'm a crap.
Could be trans, like interacting. 99 of the things that I obviously I need a caretaker for that. I can that's a burden. That would change the way people like to live.
Whatever. It's wild shit. You know what else is wild shit? The fact that this shit doesn't fucking blow fast. Hurry the fuck up, you shithead. Worst. This is the worst. Dog, you are fucking dumb. Audiobooks are so much better. Audio with visual. That's the best when you. Alright, hurry the fuck up, dog. The worst. Is it going? Select a button. Dude, just go.
I interact with the world a lot of times, but
Alright.
like place we try to go brochure fabric. Very profound about touch. It's something that I'm a lot. And sometimes
Masturbate, dog. Obviously. Duh. Stop. Stop all other questions. After that. Oh, I thought he was going to say masturbate. You won't want to touch your mom, dog. It'd be like, yo, dog, you got. Hey, what's his name? Nolan. Hey, Nolan. Can't believe I fucking remember your name. I don't even have that shit. This is all natural. You can't teach that. I call your last name the wrong thing. I think I call it Ass, bro. Nolan Ass, bro. Anyway, then I'd be like, Nolan, all right, we gave you you can use your hand now. You're not going to tell me that you're not going to want at least like 5 minutes before? Bullshit. Oh, if I queef right now, perhaps, or perhaps, big. Ah, folks, Nolan here. All right, is this shit done? The worst dream ever. I've seen some bad streams. This one,
I think
the worst. I mean, the worst. I've oh, it's so much nonsense overload. All right, so what if we did just restart them off? Be sick. This is the worst stream of all time. I don't know what would be worse. I mean, people used to say, "Hey dog, this is as boring as watching paint dry," or "Hey dog, this is as boring as watching grass grow." They're just gonna say this is as boring as Rabbi's stream. The future kids just be like, "Oh, you are so fucking boring. You are like Rabbi's stream." Like, sometimes I eat so much or drink so much that I really think that my ass could tell. Really? This is one of them. Kids, don't you like this little got a heart to heart going at that show? This isn't even recording. The worst stream. Everything is bad about it. Everything. Quality sucks. No one understands what I'm saying. Stops halfway through. I love how you're like, Rabbi Rothschild has broken the Guinness World Record. It's not even a world record. It's not even like a thing. I have to make it a thing. The worst. You're gonna sing Janet Jackson? I didn't even know you were a big Janet Jackson fan. Like, I could name 100 fucking artists. I don't know my groove, dog. Do you think she'll run in 4 years? This is the worst stream ever. I've seen bad streams before. This is I'm a king of nonsense. Tony, king of nonsense. Just Cone. Like David Cone. Shout out to Cody. Alright, this is the worst. This is the worst. One time, kids, I thought this was gonna be good. Nope. Turned out to be the worst. For recording. Hey guys, we're gonna put out software that absolutely sucks dick. You guys ready for this? Y'all ready for this? No, 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 no. Okay. Best back up. What about Kevin McDougal, motherfucker? What about Kevin McDougal? Not even fucking recording. Huh? This is the worst. This. This is this content is like the worst. Maybe. Yeah, no, it's definitely the worst. I've never even considered how bad this fucking stream is. But now I've really had a chance to consider it, and I've come to the conclusion it is the worst stream. ever.
Society, island. Thank you.
Just one day ago, but it's live. 25 hours? Oh, wow. Oh, you have to stop these individually.
Following winner will show us survive alone in the